emphasize impact, in fact. know I like that. Emphasize impact. In fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact. In fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact. In fact, girl, you know I like that. Emphasize impact. Emphasize impact, girl, you know I like that.
Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring more scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
All right, there you go.
All right, just getting the camera set up here. We're going to make sure the audio is working, so give us a moment. Perfect! Audio works. Hello everyone out there on the live stream. Going to introduce myself here because it's going to be a crazy episode as the new instant reward pops up. Why is my nose acting up now? God damn it. It's like everything's trying to get in the way of what's going to be an episode that I'm really excited about. We're going to be learning new skills, testing new equipment, all sorts of stuff. So, hello out there. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. Excuse me for doing some minor setup here, because I had to do a bunch of stuff right before all of this stuff happened. So, I'm going to do this. I'm basically going to bring this up on the TV because for those who remember past episodes, I used to be spectacled because I can only see. I'm nearsighted, basically, which is good for Master of Unlocking because what we usually do is extremely close up. However, I had a absolutely terrible incident. Nobody is here. Well, you're here, so I'm still going to be broadcasting. Where, yeah, my glasses fell off in the middle of the road, and after searching for them blind, this is all that was left after every single car in Jersey City basically ran them over. So, if I seem like I'm looking like Mr. Magoo and everything, that's just because I literally can't see, but I should be able to see well enough in order to do all of this. So, let me just test one thing here, and we're going to be good to go. Let's see. Man, why isn't this coming up? Hold on. That is strange. All right, good. Okay, so let's get into the spiel. Now that I have it on the TV, I can see everyone's chat reaction. So I'm Sidepocket. That's what people refer to me on the interwebs. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 is a hacker, maker, tinkerer, collector, collective. It's a subset of DEFCON groups. You can go to defcongroups.org. Unfortunately, I don't have that in chat, but I will in the future. There are groups that are all across the United States and the world who normally meet up. Our meetups are normally the third Friday of every month. We still meet up every third Friday of the month, but thanks to last March, it's literally been a year since the terrible human 0 day happened, which didn't help because just like with computers, nobody listens to actual experts on how to get rid of the goddamn thing. We've been meeting up virtually. And so instead of just having all of these streaming accounts and only meeting up once a month, we also do a bunch of different programming. And I have 2 shows, and this is one of them, and it's called the Master of Unlocking. So that's what we're going to be doing tonight. What is Master of Unlocking? Master of Unlocking, not me either. Master of Unlocking is a show where we learn about physical security. Mainly focuses on locks. We look at different locks, find their vulnerabilities in them, and then try to exploit them, mainly through what's called lock picking or single pin picking. And we also look at bypass techniques, how locks are built, all that good stuff. Basically, if you're familiar with any digital security stuff, this is kind of the same stuff, but done physical, and thus it's much older. So before we get into everything, I just want to do the usual spiel, and then I'm going to introduce the episode. And when we tilt the camera down, you're going to notice something really strange, but it's going to be awesome. So I am a TOOOL member. That is the open organization of lockpickers, or locksport. I believe it's lockpickers, though. And even though I am a member of that, I'm not classified as... Oh, geez, troll me in chat here. I'm not known as a master within the organization. I'm just a huge Resident Evil fan, as you saw with the intro, so the Master of Unlocking show is just name only. This show is not sponsored by TOOOL, or if you see equipment like Sparrows, South Ord, any of those, we're not sponsored by any lockpicking manufacturer or lock manufacturer or main organization, which is good because that allows me to give my absolute honest opinion about all the stuff, whether it's good or crappy. Yep, open organization lockpickers. So even though I'm a member and this is not sponsored, this show is not sponsored or endorsed by them, there are 2 very important rules that TOOOL, TOOOL, that's TOOOL with 3 O's, .us, you can go check them out, recommend, and we do that every episode because A, covering our ass, covering TOOOL's ass, and covering your ass. So here we go. Number 1 is that do not pick locks that you rely on. You have no idea how many times, as someone who's frequently instructed, especially in person in the past, how to do lock picking and single pin picking and bypasses, that when I teach people this, that despite the warning, the first thing people think of is that they're going to now try these tools and techniques on their front doorknob, or the latches on their windows, or their gym locker lock. There's a bunch of stuff that can go wrong. First of all, every time you pick a lock, it becomes more vulnerable to picking and other bypass techniques. When you pick a lock, you also weaken the lock mechanisms. And more importantly, as I've done in the past, although not as much as other people for some reason, maybe that will change tonight, you will break your picks, and that's a good way to do that. So at the end of the day, you might have a broken front door lock or a front door lock that's now more vulnerable and broken picks that you spend a bunch of money on. So just don't do that. The second rule, and yes, TOOOL is also 501c3, is not allowed to endorse most things, but I just want to put that out of the way because, you know, when you say TOOOL member, they automatically think TOOOL's coming with it. Thank you, Night Owl. Hi, Night Owl, my mentor. Second of all, do not pick locks that you don't own. When you see these techniques tonight, or if you're seeing them on archive, and we're not live streaming, but it's on our YouTube or PeerTube on Diode Zone, or any of the past episodes, and you're like, oh, that was lock number blah, blah, blah that I saw on the show. I know that technique, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to use these blah, blah, blah tools, and don't do that, because the other person owns the lock, that's their property, and also you're probably going on another person's property by doing that, so you are technically trespassing. And then all the rules, like they say in soldering, if you violate rule number 2, which is don't pick locks that you don't own, you're going to violate rule number 1. You're going to be in a ton of crap, both financially, personally, legally, etc. So once again, do not pick locks that you don't own, and do not pick locks that you rely on. I probably flipped the 2, but those are what you need to know. All the locks and tools and techniques you see here are my own locks that I graciously, when we're in person, allow everyone else to use, that I exclusively use for teaching myself and others on how to pick and bypass these locks. They are not used to secure anything. It's literally a BDMS club for locks, and it's just there so we can all learn. Yes, committing burglary is bad. Capiche? Good. All right, so today's episode has been... real quick. First of all, if you like the content that you're going to see tonight, or you're kind of hyped for some of our other shows, we recently debuted a show last Wednesday called Circuit Breakers, which I don't know if we're going to do any later this month, but we're definitely going to go back to in April. Or you're excited for like G.I. Jack's show, Archvile Linux Perspective, where he looks at Arch Linux systems, or my other show this upcoming Saturday, which is about cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies as code and technologies, as well as our meeting, which I believe is, let me check the number today, I believe it's the 19th again, is going to be the 19th of this month, and it'll be our 4 years anniversary. Yes, we have been doing this bullshit for 4 goddamn years, and we're going to celebrate. It's going to be a big party. We're going to be posting details sometime next week, as early as like Tuesday. Somewhere between like Tuesday and Saturday, we're going to post the details. But if you want to know about all those things and you like what you see, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. So hello everyone out there on Facebook who are seeing us through, Facebook, as well as hello everyone out there on Diode Zone, and everyone watching YouTube via Nvidius on Tor. Hello everyone out there. Subscribing to us, we don't charge any money. This is all free. It gives you alerts when our shows come on. That way you don't have to keep looking at our social media, although I also encourage to look at our social media. If you want to know more about us and our social media, you can go to the website that's below here, which is defcon201.org. We're also all over all sorts of social media, where our main big thing is our Twitter at defcon201NJ. We're also at defcon201 on Instagram, the hostux.social instance of Mastodon, and other things. And this is where I'm going to do a quick volley of links in the chat, and then we are going to go right to business. So again, and you also get to check out my rat nest of a hair. Thank you. Hi, Dulce Demona. Thank you for the happy anniversary. I hope to see you there. It's going to be a public thing, so you'll be able to jump on, talk, and interact during that meeting. So it's not going to be a full, like, one-way live stream, by the way. So there's our website for those who need a clickable link. Again, we have so many different live streams and social media that I'm now going to post a link tree directly in chat. So you can go check out this link tree link, and you can find all of our socials there, but still stay tuned, because we're about to get into the meat and potatoes of everything. It's going to be, I have a feeling it's going to be a long but good episode, long and good, just like I like it. And also, for anyone who's actually watching us on Facebook, there is a way to interact with us with chat, but you have to go through a completely separate system. So for everyone else stuck on Facebook, where Zuckerberg gets to watch you naked, you can click on that link and go directly to there. So this episode has been a long time in the making. In fact, I realized that I forgot to add a video that I do have, but I forgot to add it in, so you're going to probably see a bit of that during that while I'm being Mr. Magoo blind. So you might remember the first episode of this year. We've been going on since May. We're going to have a big May anniversary coming up in 2 months, because I can count, unlike certain politicians, even while drinking those. So anyhow, they're thankfully out of focus. It's all water up there, by the way. Water and orange juice. So, what do you call it? And you might have remembered that there's a bunch of stuff where I showed how my kit has progressed. So far, it's slightly over half complete. It's just the remaining stuff, and this might have been my hell, is stuck between importing things from other countries, thus going through U.S. Customs, and going through the United States Postal Service. Now, first of all, congratulations to anyone who is working out there in the United States Postal Service. I've had friends who were in the Postal Service or still currently in the Postal Service. It drives everyone insane there. You're doing a great job. Remember, let's step out of the way, there is no place like 127001. And we actually found that, by the way, and someone threw that out on the side of the road, so now we own it after we, like, sprayed it down with sanitation. But that's going crazy. And you can ask anyone in Locksport right now. I'm amazed. I unfortunately got a lot of buying this type of stuff like late into like mid 2019. So like most of the stuff that you see out there, people got like 4 years ago. And between U.S. Customs and particularly very recently DeJoy screwing over everything, I will often be like, tomorrow, next episode's going to be this, and then we do that topic 2 months later. Not because I'm lazy, but that's literally how long the mail takes. This, I think, literally took nearly 2 weeks to send in, despite normally the shipping time was supposed to be like 3 days. So that was the hell I was going through, but we have it here now, and I've done a bunch of modifications. So with that, and we're also going to test out new streaming equipment. So without further ado, I'm going to tilt the camera down, and you might notice something slightly different when I do this. So here we go. So you might notice there is a giant, as I go to sit down, blurry thing in the way. And that is because, and we're going to switch this momentarily, we have this awesome new device donated to us through one of our DEFCON TOOOL members called Cell, who is in the other room. Thank you. By the way, I love talking to chat even though I'm currently blind. So if you have any questions, if you can't hear me, if I'm too loud, you want me to repeat something, if you have something to shout out, as long as you're not being a complete, as long as you're not typing in hashtag #BlueAnon or whatever, or doing something stupid, or linking us to like Rick rolling or whatever. I love talking in chat. You can comment anything in chat and I'll be able to read it, especially on the big screen over here. Otherwise, I love lurkers. Keep lurking and keep learning, as I say. So speaking of learning, again, we have this machine donated to us. It's known as an Elmo. It's really freaking awesome. You may have noticed before when we would do close-ups of stuff, that was actually my phone. This phone right here, which has a focus function, but it's wishy-washy and not the best. This thing we're going to be using for future Masters of Unlocking, as well as for the new show Circuit Breakers when we look at circuits, because it's really good at focusing and zooming in on details for tiny things. This is normally, I believe this was used in an actual university environment from Norway. So we got this. We're not going to say what the price is. You can go bother Cell on Twitter for that. But before we switch over to this lens and do most of our episode here, I'm going to explain what's going on. If you, again, remember that first episode this year where we went over the kit, and I was talking about what I'm going to do to expand this kit. And one of those things, I think it was the first thing I mentioned, is, and we'll go into details in a moment, this is a kit from Sparrows. SparrowsLockpicks.com, I believe, is their main website. And you see how blurry this is? It's not going to be blurry when we get to the Elmo. And in here is what's called the Sparrows Reload Kit. What's so awesome about Sparrows, and I actually can use this as an example, is that when you get most of, if not all, their lock products, all of them are these S1 Schlage keys. This is an older model, but this is, if you've ever seen what I like to call the diamond shaped key here, and it usually says SC1 through, I believe, SC5 or maybe SC3. All of them are that keyway and lock type from Schlage, meaning that you can order products from Sparrows to repin all of their locks to give yourself a new challenge or to expand your knowledge. And one of the things that they sell here, which we're going to look into in a moment, is called the Sparrows Reload Kit. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to take some of their progressive lock body sets, which I really like. Unfortunately, I couldn't grab my other kit, but you've probably seen them earlier. Instead of the tiny, just like literally the actual Bible and tumbler part of the lock, which is small and hard to grip and it cramps your hands, they put them in these full lock bodies, and we're going to look at this here in a moment, that allows you to better grip them like they're actual padlocks, and thus they're easier to use, and also they're bulkier so you don't quite lose them on the table and such. And and you can take them, and using the reload kit, you can repin them so they become, so that you can turn them from beginners progressive locks to what I would like to call beginner intermediary or beginner intermediary practice locks or challenge locks that will teach you more advanced techniques. They do it more advanced tools. But what I wanted to do in addition to doing this was to add a little twist to it that you probably are seeing now, and we're going to see as we turn the Elmo. So overall, today's episode is, long story short, Yes, SC1 to SC20 is, yep, the range for the classic blanks. So tonight's episode, we're going to be learning about pinning and repinning locks. We're going to go through what you need, as well as like cheap and DIY stuff you can do, what I did unique to this lock set, and we are going to first pick these because these are still in progressive lock mode, and we're going to gut them, repin them to their respective keys, and then even though I'm probably going to fail at it because I'm missing certain tools, I am going to pick the new versions of these locks. So that's what we're going through tonight. Now we're going to turn on the Elmo machine. Just let me also remember to hydrate. Drink your water, hydration squad. So this is going to be a huge improvement, and we're going to turn the Elmo. I'm going to do a quick shout out, and then cross your fingers that everything works here. So let's see. Being Mr. Magoo here, we are doing the close-up. Hang on. Why is this not showing? Oh, duh. I'm in the wrong thing. Let's switch over. Oh, this will also allow you to see my face at the same time, this new one. So I'm actually going to bring this up here. And here we go. This is how I set this up. Ta-da! Let's turn on the light here. This thing is so cool. So yeah, I'm going to just test for the focus right there. Okay, so it's in focus. And the first thing I want to do before getting into this, you probably saw me, again, I know the frame rate's kind of odd, but again, this will allow you to see way better detail because we're going to zoom in for a thing. No good reason SC22 is tacked on for the W wafer. Well, yeah, first of all, I feel like for most lock companies, like wafer locks are second-class citizens. That's something I've noticed. And two, yeah, you don't have a professional lock anything unless you have absolutely confusing numbering systems. It's just like software versions in real life. Everyone saw the Fallout video game series and the Windows number series and thought that was a great idea. So I want to shout out this particular key here. We're going to attempt to zoom in. Remember, I'm still getting used to the controls here, so that should be good enough. Let's do the focus. And again, I'm sorry if I'm giving everyone motion sickness. Actually, I probably have too much of the background here, so let's... There we go. So I want to give a shout out to Yellow Glasses, because we're going to show this again at our anniversary meeting for finding this key. Yellow Glasses pointed this out to us on eBay. I believe we got this for either slightly under or slightly over $2. This Schleg is a 6-pinner, classic metal. Like you could actually throw this at someone and it would hurt them. And this was used for a old-ass hotel key. Let's try to get this in frame here. Sorry if I'm making everyone sick. For Holiday Inn. Now, that's kind of really cool. Flintstones profile, ID profile, yep. But, like, you know, that's cool. We have a hotel key, but let me show you why they recommend this to us, and this is why this is my favorite find. So this was a 6-pin Schleg Holiday Inn hotel key. So I'm still getting used to where this is located. Located at, let me do the refocusing again. There we go. Done at 2600 West Main Street in Norman, Oklahoma, room 201. So this is the official both 201, aka DEFCON 201, and 2600 Schleg 6-pin hotel key that is now part of our collection. So thank you. I don't know if I can put my thumb. I probably have to zoom out a bit here. So thank you, Yellow Glasses, for finding this guy. So let's get into things. So a couple of things before we begin. So we're going to open this package here, and I want to point a note out. You might notice that we're in a giant plastic, not plastic, this is actually solid glass, but you can also use plastic, like clear tray. You're probably wondering why we have this. Well, first of all, I don't have a giant pinning mat. There is something in here that will help with that, but the second thing is, even if I had a giant pinning mat, and especially if you don't have a pinning mat, it's a good idea that if it can fit, to put it in sort of like a container with a little bit, like a ½ an inch or more wool, because these pins, as you've seen in the past, are so incredibly tiny that they'll either roll out, or my favorite, they will fly across the room and lodge into your eyeball or into your hair or hit your roommates or your partner or whatever. So to prevent that as extra protection, particularly for tonight, and considering how small of a tool set we're going to be using, I'm going to be doing this over this tray so that if a pin rolls off or something, it doesn't roll off the table, and then my Mr. Magoo blind ass is not looking all over the floor for that. It's not completely required, especially if you have hand dexterity, but especially in this case, this is going to help. So I just want to put that's a trick there. Before we get into these lock bodies, we're going to go through the Sparrows Reload Kit here. So here it is. And I also just realized that, hang on, this is like sideways here. So I'm trying to figure out which way you would turn. Aha, okay. Because we had it correctly last night. There we go. Now we can see everything. And that means I'm actually going to move these guys up and around. And yes, I am going to wash this later. So this is the Sparrows Reload Kit. We're going to open this on air here. And again, this was mainly designed to show off documents, so I'm sorry if the frame rate is like 15 frames per second, but I think this is sufficient enough for what we're going to see and do here. So you get all sorts of goodies in here, and I'm going to take them out. And what you get, and we're going to do this in reverse order. I'm just going to take most of this stuff out so we can go through this. So what's really helpful with this, you get basically everything you need to repin any of the Sparrows Schlage locks that you get, whether it's the practice locks or the revolver or whatever. So you get all these baggies. Now, first of all, this is exactly what I was talking about with earlier episodes. I'm actually going to bring this up here because the light's really bright. Where one of the frustrating things about going through customs or just walking around with stuff in your pocket is when you order stuff from a lot of lock companies, particularly Sparrows. If it fits, they tend to put all your lock supplies in these tiny baggies that most people do not think of for lockpicking, but instead think of for drugs. So I've gotten questions over the years when people pat me down or scan me or whatever of what the hell are you carrying, even though now it's a little bit better because weed's legal in New Jersey, but not anywhere else, unfortunately, and have to then show them and explain that no, I just have lock parts for stuff, and make the conversation even more weird and uncomfortable than it already is. Niall just wrote, the normal Schlage Classic keyway sometimes is C, C, E, 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 F, 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 G, and G. I feel like I just read an entire sound scale there. Then the sectional masters, H fits C, C, E, and E. J fits E, 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 F, and F, and K fits F, F, G, and G. And finally L, which fits in with all the other keyways. First of all, now I know my ABCs. Now, next time, why don't you sing them with me? And second of all, shout-outs to Night Owl in chat. I've learned lockpicking from a lot of different things, but I've known Night Owl like years before. I used to help him out with a lot of tool things, even though I wasn't a member. And then when I finally got into this hardcore about roughly 3 years ago, I've always asked him for advice on how to further my skill and questions about building things and stuff, and I would be nowhere here without him. So please hit, if you're in chat, W to cheer him on. Also, again, if you like the content you see so far, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Particularly at DLive, we're trying to, you may notice there's a bar that says 84 out of 100. We're trying to hit 100 followers because we get to have a category called Crypto Superstar, and that will allow us to do a lot more with the DLive account for everything. So if you're especially on DLive, it's free to subscribe and follow us, and we are excited to do that. And if you have any questions in chat, so it doesn't become the Night Owl show, even though Night Owl is awesome, and I wouldn't mind a Night Owl show on here. You can let me know in chat as long as you're not being a complete dick. Otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking and keep learning. So let's go into more about what's in this kit. So first of all, like I said, you get the infamous drug baggies of lock goods, and this is actually really important because you get a bunch of cool things in here. So actually, I want to see if I could. I want to see how dark this gets when I turn the light off. Okay, so that's like really dark. Now A was originally Schlage wafer key, B was the Schlage's first pin tumbler keyway, which was discontinued decades ago, and W, which we asked to put in chat, was a later addition to the Schlage wafer system, reduced reusing of the A key bidding, and that's why everything has become full circle. But getting back to this, so I'm just going to try to angle these in the light the right way. So you get a lot of really awesome stuff to essentially put into your lock. So the first kind of most important things is you get, if you don't have any springs, like if you're using like empty Schleg cases or whatever, Schleg Bibles, they give you and also again, because locks are spring loaded, this powers your lock. This is the reason why you can turn the lock upside down, whether you're from the UK or United States, doesn't matter. Whatever your version upside down, that's whatever. But that's why you can turn it in the opposite direction and like the pins don't become useless or fall out, is because these springs provide tension on the key pins and driver pins to hold them in place. Obviously, when you disassemble that, they now have room to flex, and this is where you get stuff launching in the air at you and your friends, harassing you. And so just in case you lose these springs or for some reason you don't have them, they give you a ton of these extra type of springs. Now, I want to get ahead of myself and mention something neat here. These are, from what I understand, all the same spring type. They're the same spring design and the same sort of pressure and resistance and flex. One of the what people don't talk about a lot with when they make challenge locks or trying to upgrade the security to locks is you might know about security pins and things like that, but another way people make locks harder to pick is they put different types of springs with different types of tolerances in the Bible where the driver pins are holded. So they might make one security pin with a spring that's really squishy. They might make a standard pin, but it's extremely wound up, and then that combined with the bitting and other things will make everything a lot harder. So we're not going to do that. We're just using the default springs that that came with the kit. Speaking of those, you get a ton of normal driver pins as well as security pins. So I'm going to try to let's zoom in a little bit more. Still getting used to this. And then we're going to focus. There we go. So it might be a little bit hard to see here, but and I'll put these out on the mat later, but we have spool pins of different types. We have different types of serrated pins and mushroom pins, and basically a galaxy of different types of standard and security driver pins here. So that's one thing that comes with the kit. Now we're going to go and refocus. This thing is so cool. I want to marry this thing. Now the Chicago Lock Company used a variety of spring strength in their Ace 2 locks to increase manipulation resistance. Yes, that's again, because I often hear about security pins and all these other crazy techniques, but I think what's not really said as much is how people manipulate and change different resistance and types of springs being used. And throwing things off. If I also remember correctly, what a lot of professional pickers get thrown off at is if you make it really squishy and it throws off their feel. Now, another thing about this that I found fascinating is that, again, this was normally supposed to ship in like 3 or 4 days, and instead it took a week and a half. So I actually wonder if maybe it's because I order a lot from Sparrows, or maybe they felt bad for me. But it actually came with this extra baggie, and while there's more serrated pins in there, it actually comes with bits of the check pin set that LockNoob makes. Sparrow, one of the things that Sparrow does is they have LockNoob design these special driver pins that are basically kind of, like that fish on the wall that goes and talks to you, where he makes them in different shapes. So they have the chest pin, different from check pin. If I said check pin, ignore that. Chest pin set, where they look like little chess pieces, so I can see like, I see a rook in there, I see a pawn and stuff like that. Also during December, he usually makes the Christmas pins, and they also have ones that look like various ammunition from firearms. So I wasn't expecting to get a baggie with some of the specialty themed pins in there from Sparrows, so I don't know if that was like a makeup gift or they did that by accident or what, but thank you, Sparrows, for giving me an extra baggie. We're not going to use these today, that's why I'm going to put these aside. Maybe we might use some of the super spool stuff, but I'm going to put that aside because we're mainly going to focus way later on the security pin part. And then, which is actually really important, are these bastards. So let's see if I can get into focus again. So something you're going to notice on these locks is the way they're designed in the back. You see that little pokey boy right there? That is a special type of elongated pin. It looks like a 45, it looks like a, what do you call it, 35 or 45 nano caliber rifle bullet or something like that. It's a super long pin, and that holds this crenulated lock core in place. And we're going to show you how you dismantle that in a moment. But so there's a pin in there and a spring holding tension, kind of like the way the inside of the pins are. Now, as I said, these are all spring tension, and these springs are super, super tense. So this is the one in particular where if you're not careful, maybe you might see this on stream, maybe you won't, where if you do this wrong with how much tension there is, I've literally seen these go 2 rooms over or like bounce off the ceiling or whatever. And this is also why, even though I might wear some shades later to help with this, you might also want to look into getting safety goggles when you do pinning and repinning, particularly for Schlags, especially with these sort of setups. So they know that you're going to possibly lose these, so they actually give you a bag with extra. They give you 5, so 4 of the training locks plus an extra of these retaining pins, as well as the springs that hold them in, just in case you lose them, because that is a common thing. One of the things I really do like about Sparrows, every single lockpick manufacturing company has their pros and cons, but one of the things I really like about Sparrows is I feel like, I don't know if it's they interview people in lock sport or locksmiths or whatever target demographic they go after for their different sets, but I often feel like they really look into how people do their jobs and what's the common mistakes and how people do them and how they work, and then design around that. So you can probably tell that a lot of people complain about particularly the holding pins flying everywhere, so they made sure to include an extra bag set, because that's a common thing, which I think they would only have gotten back either by trying this themselves or getting feedback from the community. And I see that with a lot of their stuff. Again, Sparrows has their own cons and stuff like that, but I do appreciate that from my experience from ordering stuff from them. Analysis, that's why you get the special tools to remove the retaining cap. And speaking of that, one of the things that this comes with is something that Night Owl mentioned, which is this tool. Now, the only negative side, I've never had problems with this one, but the only negative side about this is that this is plastic. You can get metal ones like these on eBay and other shops, which will last you pretty much forever. Like, you'll die before these things rust unless you are really heavy-handed for some reason, or you're the Hulk. But this is a combination of a plug follower. So this is what you're actually going to, and we'll show this later, that when you disassemble it, you push this through so that way the key pins and driver pins separate without them falling into the holes, and then you can continue picking lock. That's how you remove the core. And what makes this one so special is on the back, Schlage has, Schlage repinning kits include extra retaining pins and springs. I just want to mention that because there's other products that they have, like the Sentry and stuff. Or again, I've often bought stuff from them to do a specific thing, and then I'm like, oh, this is so clever. Like, they probably know, or I've heard of stories about people, what they do and how they're using it, because I feel like they're designed that way. So I just wanted to shout that out, because again, they don't have to do this, but they did do it. Because trust me, I know it's like buying stuff from companies where you would think they would include a certain thing, but they don't. And what's kind of so special about this is the opposite end of the plug follower. And by the way, this is one size. This only does Sparrow's own locks. Obviously, there's different plug keyhole sizes. You could actually go to Sparrows if you want and get these in a 3-pack with different sizes. I've also seen people, you can again get these in metal. You can also, if you're cheap, use wooden dollies at different sizes, or my favorite is that with this size, from what I understand, is the equivalent of a AA battery. So if you're at home and you don't have this for some reason, like you didn't get this kit but you want to repin a Schlage at this sort of hole size, you can possibly use a AA battery. A lot of trying to disassemble these locks is figuring out what size plug follower you should use to remove the core. One of the cool things, which you can check out later, is Lock Noob has a really cool modding hack. There we go. Modding hack where he used a telescoping selfie stick and modified it so all the because he realized that the one he got, the different tube sizes so it can telescope, were actually the same size as a lot of the common cores he was removing the cores out of locks from. So he basically carries this one object and it fits most cores. So there's a lot of different options, but in this kit, it does come with, you use one side, this sort of chunked out edge as the follower, and then on the other side is this crenulated area, which you will actually use to more evenly open these sort of Schlage locks. Really important thing in here, and I particularly ordered one with this kit, which made it a little bit more expensive than normal, is you get a pair of pinning tweezers. Now, in a pinch, or if you're doing this at home and you're broke, because trust me, I know what it's like to be broke, especially right now, you can pretty much use any form of tweezers, but obviously the better tools you have, the easier it's going to be to do what you need to do with. So while technically any tweezer that's sufficiently long enough will work, I recommend that if you're going to use normal tweezers, get tweezers that have little like rough cutouts on the inside of them so it gives a texture so it can grip better. Or, which is why I ordered it with this, the Sparrows one, if it can do a focus here properly. Let's put this like this. And that way you can lift the fingerprints directly off my hands. If you'll notice, they modified these tips, and you're going to see this later. They're curved. So actually, let me use the black background of the... Yeah, they're curved. I should have did this beforehand. So they actually fit around most key pins and driver pins at their exact shape and size, so it's just a little bit easier to manipulate there. And you can find these not only on Sparrows websites, but a lot of lock picking and lock sport companies will sell pinning tweezers, as they're called. And unfortunately, I lost a little band on here to permanently hold these together. That's why I put this in upside down, so it gives a little bit more of its elasticity here. Night Owl wrote, by the way, Night Owl is a practicing locksmith in New York City, so I'm expecting him to comment a lot and potentially correct a lot of my mistakes, because while I do this type of stuff for a hobby, he, even though it started, I believe, out for him as a hobby, he actually does this for a living, so just want to clarify there. So I'm going to read what Night Owl wrote. Schlage and many other manufacturers use a normal 0.500 plug diameter, so 1.5 inch dowel or brass tube. I almost forgot you can also use brass and other plastic tubes that are around the same size will work. Some slightly smaller, and Corbin Russwins are sometimes larger. That's why they usually come in 3-packs when you get them from lockpicking and locksport and locksmith websites, because there's like 3 common sizes, and then occasionally you'll get that one lock that has an uncommon size on purpose just to fuck with you. So let's see, Night Owl wrote, you can also use round needle file to cut the tips off a pair of drugstore tweezers to make some pinning tweezers on the cheap. I've also seen people take tweezers and use, whether it's, torch, blowtorch fire, or basically metalworking, and actually, because that's what Sparrows does, remember correctly, is they use normal high-end tweezers, and then they actually use metalworking and bend them into that shape, so that's another complicated option. But as Night Owl says, you can also use a round needle file to cut the tips of drugstore tweezers if they're thick enough to make that sort of shape if you're on the cheap too, because we're also about on the cheap. Speaking on the cheap, the second to last thing, and then we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of what I did with this, and you probably can notice, and this is probably my favorite part of the kit, besides the fact that it has this cool holding tray that I can hold the equipment in, or put like, love letters or cryptocurrency wallet passwords on, and this is going to be a godsend, is it comes with 2 mini pinning trays. So these are 2 tiny trays. They fit and they can carry with you. You can technically put these in your pocket. One tray is sort of like a work mat, and this is probably where I'm going to put all of the retaining pins on for the Schlage so that they don't roll off everywhere. And you can like dump pins on here, line them up, hold stuff. And then this other tray here is to put driver pins, key pins, and wafering systems or other unusual combinations up here. As well as other stuff, so that you know what order you're putting the various pins. Sorry, the bottom ones are for where where you, normally why they're this long is because this is where you put the springs. So you put the springs here, the key pins, the driver pins up here, or you can use this if you're not using a master wafering system, which we'll get into a future episode. And this allows you to line up your pins in an order so you can individually pick them, or if you're disassembling a lock, you dump them on this pad and then put them in order on the other pad. You can store some pieces here and stuff like that. Now it says, that's how I made all my tweezers we sold at Hope a few years ago. It's doxing tool there. That's great. No, you're allowed to do that. Again, you know, we want everyone to kind of get into this hobby. So while it's nice to make some money, particularly like if we ever finally open up a DEFCON Tool 1 like donation page or something, almost pretty much all the money is like we're not going to make profit off it. It's going to go to like get better equipment and stuff like that. So that's always helpful. Niall says those trays are great. I carry one with me all in my small pockets, my tool bag every day. Very handy when Master King in the field. Yes, these are very good if you're on the go, or again if you're cheap and you want good quality mats. I will say that while people sometimes question the different types of tools, especially some of the more esoteric tools that Sparrows makes, the two things I've never heard people complain about or rarely complain about is I constantly hear how great, which is true, their cases are, especially for the cost ability of them and like how well they're designed, and how good their pinning trays on, because they also make a full-size pinning tray that you probably have seen in a lot of other lock sport and lock picking videos out there on YouTube and Instagram and the TikToks and stuff like that. You can get these both at Sparrows. There's also other companies, probably now I'll post them in chat, of different pinning trays you can use. Two things if you can't buy pinning trays. Thing number one, super simplest thing you could do, take one of these type of dishes and put a paper towel down. That's the minimum to make sure everything doesn't roll around everywhere. But the better thing, cheaper thing to do, which I didn't have time to set up, but just go with me here, is you can find cardboard where when you look at it from the thin angle, so you're not looking at the flat plane, you're looking at it so you can see it, and it should be like thin piece of paper cardboard, then the actual cardboard part where they have that weave that goes in an S shape, like it snakes through the middle, and then the other flat area. Find that type of cardboard. It should be thick. It's usually common on a lot of like Amazon packages and stuff. Get one. You can make them any size. You can make mini ones. You can make a flat piece, and tear the first outer layer of the paper out, because when you do that, the inside of the folds of the cardboard will very much look exactly like these ridges here, and you can use that to put the different pins down in order and dump pins on and stuff, and they won't go anywhere. So that's a fun DIY, really cheap trick. You just get some beefy cardboard, rip the first layer off so you can see that S wave underneath, and that is the exact sort of ridges, deep enough and everything you would need to put pins down. And then we're going to go into the meat and potatoes of this once I read from now. The long grooves help when you want to dump and decode a cylinder. Yep. If you have more space, Lab and Sparrows makes, full-size work mats with the whole thing built in. It would eventually, I'm going to get probably the Sparrows one because I've used it before, where it covers the entire desk. Also, another cool thing, if you are high-tech and you either have a friend with a 3D printer, like 3D printing companies, or you have a 3D printer, I'm probably sure you can go on Thingiverse. I know LockNoob has designs on Thingiverse for this, as well as there's a website, I believe, called 3dlockpicks.com, and you can either order or print yourself your own pinning trays. And what's also neat about that is if you know CAD software, you can also modify it to like put your own logos on there or tweak things around and such. So here's the options. You can either go buy pinning trays from like Labs, Sparrows, or other things. You could get the mini ones for super cheap. You can get the big ones. If you get the Reload Kit, it comes with these pinning trays. If you like to be high tech and customizable and you like 3D printing, you can 3D print your own trays. If you don't have a design, you can go to Thingiverse, and again, you can go to LockNoob's channel because I think he has his own trays that you can print out, whether in your own home, your friend's place, or a company. And if you're super cheap, again, shallow tray helps, like a shallow sort of flat like cooking bowl like this, or like a cooking tray, and take a piece of thick cardboard, peel out the first layer, and use those ridges. So you have a lot of options when it comes to pins not rolling around everywhere and putting things in order. There's a lot of 3D printed trays. A1 RIP made a decent pin tray. Yeah, Lockmasters has a nice one. He just put in the now put in the chat the URL for 3dlocksports.com. And you can also find 3D printed ones on eBay, or again 3D Locksport. That's what it's called, not 3D Lockpicks, 3D Locksport, because we follow them on Instagram. I might have to rehydrate in a moment. Actually, let me use the super secret drink that's totally not sponsored by this. That woke me up, even though I need to hydrate more. So, let's go into what I did unique for this that I'm sure someone's probably done this. I have never seen anyone do this before. I've actually been commented by other lockpickers, especially since I constantly have to say that I train people. Like that's my niche is, or my niche is training people on how to how to pick locks and different lock topics. I'm not a wow, that was a KKK phrase. I'm not like a poobah master of everything. I'm not lockpicking lawyer. I'm not Bosnian Bill. I'm definitely not Night Owl. Thank God. Not that I wouldn't want to be Night Owl. I'm talking about in terms of skill level. And again, I shave a lot, so I don't have the beard with all the knowledge for it. But look up that joke at Hope from a couple years ago. It was funny. That's my niche. I've been commented a lot by not to toot my own horn, but I've been commented a lot by the lock sport community, lockpick community, and locks in general, especially starting broadcasting this about how I teach and me trying to build like an effective training system that I can take with me on the go, because I go to different tool meets and our normal DEFCON 2-1 meets from back when it was physical and people weren't like sick licking doorknobs and rubbing their buttholes on each other like they've been doing for the past year. And so one of the things that, and this is probably the core thing here, is that again, all this equipment is designed to repin practice cores. These practice locks. So what they have in here is these little baggies, and I'm actually only going to take, I'll go them from one by one, but they have different colored Schlage SC1 keys that, again, work on most of, if not all of, Sparrow's own lock equipment. And these are the keys you're going to be pitting them to. And now they're also smart because they also include the key pins at the exact heights that you would need to repin. So you're not looking through a mass bag of pins trying to figure out which ones work for the key pins. You have them all here. You just have to put them in the right order. And they give you 4 of these. And that also says you probably don't want to be, I'm pretty sure feelings mutual, Night Owl, especially with my Mr. Magoo butt right now. But let me go through a couple of these. So what we're going to be looking into, and this is what we're going to be repinning. We're going to be repinning 4 locks, and we're going to go in this order. The blue shiny key here, if I can get it because the light's really strong. Let's try to do, because I have to hold at an angle where it's more dull. There we go. And then focus. God, I love this thing. Let me actually flip this upside down to a different angle. There we go. So this is known as the Big Blue Raker. I said raker, by the way, R-A-K-E-R. And what this is supposed to do, and we're going to test this, is supposedly this is a little bit for beginners. Like if you just started out, maybe you got up to 4 pins. This would be a little tricky to pick. You'd be kind of at it for a little bit for single pin picking. But because of how it's just a slight slope, it's easy to rake open. That's why it's called Big Raker. It teaches you that, yeah, you can single pin pick every lock, but sometimes if you're stuck, you might want to use a rake, especially if there's like no rules like competition or it's just in the field. Try rakes, and this kind of teaches you how to rake, and that's what this blue one is. And then we have this green one, and by the way, 3 of these are 5 pin. We're going to get to a special one in a moment. And this green key is what's called a high-low-high. Now, you probably remember episode, I believe, 3, and I think I redid it on episode either 5 or 7, where I went through how lock companies and locksmiths actually increase their security, aka do not look at the master lock security rating system. It doesn't mean anything. It's kind of like they hack-proof labels on different social website portals. That doesn't mean crap. But that doesn't mean there's not actual ways to secure locks. On the contrary, there's many different techniques. And again, you'll probably a lot of times heard about security pins. We kind of went over about spring tension. There's also a bunch of other crazy stuff. But a really common, simple way, even if you're using basic pins, and this especially throws off new pickers, and who knows, I might even be challenged by this because there's skill involved, but there's a certain tool I would like that would help with this, because in April I'm making a completely new EDC or everyday carry kit that's going to replace most of what's in this guy, even though I love these tools to death. They were donated to me. They were amazing. I got to add some things, but yeah. But what you can do is, so the cuts on the different lock, like this whole groove up and down, that's what's known as the bidding. And what you can do is a lot of simple keys have very flat biddings, like they'll be mostly even and 1 or 2 will be off. And all you have to do is push those 1 or 2 pins and the whole thing opens. So not only do you want variations in your bidding up and down, for higher security, but there's techniques, and the green one teaches you what's known as a high-low-high. That means the 2 pins in the front, 1 to 2 pins in the front, are set up very high, so that means they're either the key pins above the shear line or they're so short that they meet the shear line. But then the 2 mini pins, your soup is ready, and you're gonna have to ballerina dance around me. That's our roommate, our co-founder cooking soup. And he can't hear because he has headphones on. So the middle pins here, probably the middle 2 or 3 pins, are lower. So they dip down further, which means that pretty much that the driver pin is below the shear line, and those you're going to have to push up to meet. And then behind them, possibly slightly offset, are another group of pins that are at least as high as the 2 front pins. And what does that mean? That means you'll go in, let's say you're going to front to back, and you'll set the first 2 pins, and then you have to, like, depending on the binding order, reach around those lower pins. You have to give it a reach around to get these 2 high pins in the back. And it's also designed so that if you try to do that and you don't have the right finesse or you don't have the right tools, you're probably going to either overset these middle lower pins, so that their key pins go higher above the shear line, they're stuck, and you have to remove all the tension and try again, or basically ease off the tension, or as you're setting these back pins, the middle pins, or more likely the first 2 or 3 pins, will drop back down out of place, and you have to reset them, and you're going to have to keep going back and forth like this. So just by doing that variation, 2 high in the, like this is 5, so I would say like 1 high in the front, 2 low in the middle, and 2 high in the back, you've thrown off beginner and even immediate pickers just by using standard driver pins and key pins. And again, I don't have a lock that's particularly like this. That's training, meaning it's not a over-the-counter lock. And this is why I got this set, to teach concepts both to myself and people who want to learn these sort of things. Hey, privacy. Oh, wow. Privacy and tech tips. How are you? Jesus Christ. I didn't know you followed us. Wow. Okay. Hi out there. Yes, I'm continuing the stream, by the way. I'm basically blabbing what's going on here. In a moment, I'm going to focus. In a moment, try that again. You can do it, Nikki. Maybe if I move my hands. There we go. God, that beep is annoying. Are you done killing swamp rats? Yeah, I'm still going on the stream. We're almost done going through everything that is in this set. And thank you, Kevin Dawson 13, for following us on Twitch. Thank you for that. In a moment, we're going to actually go through the pinning part. I'm going to walk very slowly through this first part, and then I'm going to casually talk and set up the other ones. So we're basically slightly almost halfway there. So I'm going to keep going on. And again, thank you for following us on here. And if you like what you see so far and you want to check out future episodes of Master of Unlocking happens every first and third Sunday of the month. So the next one will be on the 21st. That's 2 days after March 19th, which is our 4-year anniversary. We also have other shows such as Arch Analytics Perspective. We debuted a new show called Circuit Breakers, where we're going to be using this type of camera system but for soldering and stuff like that, as well as certain specials that are coming up, because there's going to be so much hacking stuff this month. You can hit that bell, click like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. Also, hi everyone out there on watching from Diode Zone. Hi everyone on Facebook, which again I will repost if you are on Facebook for some reason, and because I know we have a group on there and you want to go and chat. There's a special chat system you have to go through, which is this. You know, if you follow us, you get alerts for our upcoming shows. If you have a hard time following our social media accounts, or you have a bad memory like I do, and if you want to see some of our social media, as well as like know more information about like our upcoming anniversary, which will be posted in a couple of days and things, you could go to our website, defcontool.org. Also, again, as we've been doing so far tonight, if anyone has any questions or comments in chat, if I'm too loud, too soft, just right, you want to know more about my hair, what's going on here, you need me to repeat anything that I say, or you want to shout out something that's not completely stupid on like Twitter, and does Gab exist? Yeah, unfortunately Gab exists, even though they got blown out of proportion. Their code is available. They're truly open source now. Good for them. Yeah. You can shout that out in chat. I love talking to everyone in chat, despite me being Mr. Magoo right now and not being able to see. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So after we go through all this, I'm going to rehydrate real quick. I'm going to put on some quick music, and then we'll go back and actually repin all of these, and I'll show you how to do it, and we'll go through each one. Actually, rewind back. After I come back from hydrating, I'm going to pick these because these are still pinned as the training lock set. So you can see how they used to work, because I'm going to get into why they're like this in a moment. Then we're going to core and repin them. Then I'm going to attempt to pick these with the measly tools that I have. So that's what's going to happen. But let's go through. So again, as well as all these lock-picking equipment here, comes with these keys. And as I said, the blue one, kind of standard for like single pin picking. But because of the way the bitting is ramped on these 5 pins, apparently it's easier to rake than it is to single pin pick with standard pins. The 2 other colors go through different pinning techniques that even with standard driver pins will cause trouble with people trying to pick, because you have to reach around pins. You have to literally give it a reach around in order to set certain pins. Otherwise, you risk either oversetting pins or having previous pins that you set drop back down. You have to start all over again. So the green one is known as a high, low, high. That means 1 or 2 of the pins in the front are set probably on the shear line up high. 2 to 3 in the middle are set low, so they're deeper at the bottom, and then 1 or 2 in the back are set as high, at least as high as the first pin, so it's a high, low, high, so you have to reach around the middle in order to get those 2 back pins. You need certain tools for that and a certain amount of finesse in order to get those. And then the red one is the exact opposite, and this one, if I can get to focus again. Let's try that one more time, because I guess the lights aren't. Yep. So let me angle it this way so you can see the big. I'm going to take them out of the packaging in a moment. Is a low, high, low. So this is the first 2 or 3 key pins are set super low. The one in the middle are set mid-level to high up in the chamber. And then the ones in the back are set super low, nearly as low as the first one in this case. Meaning you have to reach around the first ones. I mean, you can kind of go all the way back and get those second 2, but especially depending on the binding order, because it's different every, depending on how the lock's cut, and that's an inherent flaw in all locks. See I think our 3rd episode when I had to redo the episodes again on how to basic lockpick and how locks work in general. Meaning you have to, instead of reaching around the middle, you have to reach around that first one in order to set these 2 in the middle. So you have the risk of oversetting these first pins or having the ones in the back drop when you try to do that. And again, even with standard driver pins, no security pins, this is a tricky thing, particularly for beginners to get around. And then last but not least, everything is always better in black. Now, there's nothing really that special about the bitting or the shape of the key per se. As you can see, there's some up and down bitting, but it's mostly flat. And thank you, CDH Shaolin. CDH Shaolin for subscribing to us on YouTube. I hope you check out. We have a ton of our past videos. I'm going to upload a couple of them that never made it on, so we have the full set, and we're going to be streaming a lot, and that's one of our archives. There's a lot of ad blockers on YouTube, but if you hate ads or you want a more Libre experience, we also have a PureTube on the Diode Zone instance. And again, if you go to our link tree or our website, which I'll post right now, I'm going to post the link tree. That has the link to our PeerTube as well as how to view us through Tor and a bunch of other methods. We're also eventually going to update all of these on Internet Archive because we do have an account there. Just giving people options and to make sure that none of our shit gets permanently deleted. But what's neat about this is all of Sparrow's locks, their Schlage rocks, are actually 6-pinned Bibled and cored, so there's 6 holes drilled in them, even though most of them, including these progressive locks, only go up to 5 pins. So there's actually an extra hole so that all of their locks, except for the clear ones because you can't modify them yet, you can add an extra pin and make them into 6-pinners, and that's what this black key is for, is the 6-pin. And what we're going to do here when we finally get to this bad boy, or girl, yeah, I'm going to call it bad boy, is... especially since, also, here's a fun joke. Not only is it black, I don't know if it's because it's black, but because it's 6 pins, it is actually longer than the 5-pin key. So not only is it black, but it's longer than all the keys. The jokes write themselves. Stereotypes. So, what we're going to do here, especially since how flat the bitting is we're going to actually put this one nothing but security driver pins. And we're going to do a little twist on that. And what I also like about this, if I flip this over, is not only do they give you all 6 key pins to pin this up, but they also give you an extra spring for that chamber so you can actually properly load that chamber. Again, Sparrows, I felt, especially with this kit, really thought things through with this. And so before we go on quick break, and trust me, it's only going to be a minute because, again, I'm low on water here, everybody, is that I've never seen anyone do this, is... Okay, so let's actually see if I can bring this up on the browser. Funny enough, I'm pretty sure, yep, I typed in SP and Sparrows instantly popped up. So we're going to see if I can bring this up on the browser, because I can show you what they originally, where's the link here, looked like. So what we were using, and I'm going to switch out on this in a moment, let's do some focusing. Let's scroll down to here. And let's turn on the browser mode. So, sorry again. I would normally be faster at this, but I'm Mr. Magoo. Things are slightly blurry from the distance of the screen to my control panel to my face because this is what's left of my glasses. Funny thing I'm actually thinking about, I'm actually going to look into seeing if I can modify this metal bit into a slightly usable lockpick. Not that I would be using this like as an EDC or something, but just to like, you know how like people who get shot often and survive it, they'll actually wear the bullet as a necklace. This is like me processing the trauma of glasses that I had over 10 years, which is why I'm overdue for an eye exam, and actually make this broken thing into a lockpick. That's something I've been thinking about, especially since in future episodes I'm going to be making lockpicks on this show. So let's see, did I pick the right browser here? Let's see, get rid of the close-up. Yes, so when you order them, this is what they look like. So this is the Sparrows Progressive Lock Again. They have these solid lock bodies, and they have these interesting, and I'm actually going to pull one out here, rounded handles, so it makes it easier to turn, because again, these are for instructionals, and they're Schlegs. Each one has a different bidding on them, so in addition to the amount of pins, 2 through 5, which I can show by doing this image, 2 pin, 3 pin, 4 pin, 5 pin, red fish, blue fish, because that's not canceled yet, like I care. But read the sneeches. But yeah, in addition to that, all of them are different bidding, so they're all not bidded the same. I don't know if they get progressively more challenged. The bidding gets more challenging like they do with the excellent Lockpick Extreme ones. Also, Tool, even though they're all keyed to the same key, which is really good for people who do instruction like myself, so that way you're not dealing with a million keys trying to figure them out. They're all bid the same key. Tool also has really good quality picks that go actually for 1 through 6. These are only 2 pins through 5 pins, but again, good lock body. You can get them for relatively cheap. And this is how they came in. They were solid brass with this type of design. Now, as you can probably see, and now we're going to switch back to, I'll also go into like more tools and stuff that you can use for pinning later. Let's go back to here. In addition, okay, so when I got these locks in, what you don't see here, I'm going to show you this with one of the keys, is that normally they are solid brass, but you'll probably notice something. Let's go into focus. Okay, you notice how shiny, focus again. Notice how shiny the brass is? If I can get it. It's probably because my hand's twitching everywhere. There we go. That's about it. So you notice how shiny the brass handle is? And notice how solid black this part is, the inside. Imagine that soot on this outside and the entire lock. They were almost black when they showed up, like they went through a chimney or something. So I had to, which is another recommendation when you're doing this sort of stuff. First of all, which I don't have on me right now, is utility gloves. But the second thing you should probably have, and where did I put the goddamn thing? Did I leave it downstairs, or did I put it? I put it somewhere. So I don't know where it is right now. I have the other thing, but what you want to get, and maybe I'll grab it on break, is get some sandpaper. Now, my recommendation is to use whether it's for polishing or sanding to smooth out your picks, especially crappy picks, like some of the ones that I get for really cheap, just because they're really cheap. Or getting rid of all that smudge on there when you get picks like that. I a lot of times I hear, and Night Owl could chime in if he wants, 2000 grit. I found instead of getting them in sheets, which is totally viable, and you can also stick them in a book and use that to like shine and wipe things off, especially the picks because they're flat. I actually found I believe it's a 1800 grit sandpaper sponge, and that way with a glove I can easily manipulate it around lock bodies and picks, and it also does that job. So I have it, but I think I left it downstairs where I did the other thing I'm going to bring into. And the last thing, by the way, to deal with that sort of stuff is, I'm going to grab it from the bathroom. Now, I should have taken a picture of this, but you should see how dirty my hands got cleaning these locks and the keys. Whoop. So, let's focus again. So, let's see. Yes, the book bag is usually better for flat-sided objects. I personally use both just because I'm used to that. I'm better holding stuff with my hands than trying to do things flat. Again, you can imagine how dirty my hands got, and particularly, even though you should do this after you do this, normal hand soap does not work with this type of brass soot. So what you're going to want to do is go to probably AutoZone. I think certain automotive sections in grocery stores might have these, but AutoZone should definitely have these. Get blue shop towels. That's optional, but they work. But the thing you really need when you want to do like repinning and polishing and stuff is get you this. This is called lava soap. This is the bar form. You can also get it in a liquid pump form. It has granules in this, and that extra texture and the type of liquid it uses for your hands, the type of chemicals, will cut through grease and grime. Like, it's designed to cut through like automotive oil and stuff. So definitely that brass soot that you'll get sometimes when you order in different locks and like lockpicking training stuff that you have to like polish up or clean off. This will get your hands not dirty. I'm actually going to put this to the side. Also make a habit of cleaning your hands, and just like I said before at lockpicking, if you are picking locks or repinning locks, it's the same thing with soldering. Do not pick locks, and especially do not repin these locks, especially real-world locks, and then eat a sandwich while you're doing it. Don't do this and touch your eyeballs while you're doing it. I also just quickly washed my hands, by the way, for this. Because all that soot and metal pieces and probably germs from other people's hands too will go in your mouth and in your eyes, and especially the metals will sit in your brain and cause you stupid stuff until you die. So if you have to touch your face, especially your eyeballs, or eat food or do anything else, stop, go to your lava soap and your antibacterial soap, wash your hands, do that, dry, make sure they're dry, then come back, okay? Especially with lock sporting and this sort of hobby stuff, especially when we get back to in-person meetings, we're all still going to be here. And we'd rather, again, it's just like with learning. Take your time. You can go wash your hands and stuff. We'd rather have that than to get yourself ill and sick and everyone else ill and sick. And again, it's not anyone's fault. I'm actually shocked, especially in soldering stuff. I'm probably going to be saying this a lot of times on circuit breakers, how many people do not do this, and particularly how many instructors don't bring that up when they should. Because, again, I think we're so used to this that we forget that that's a thing about germs and metal and paint and brass soot and stuff like that. So, focus on doing this. If you have to do anything else, touching your face, touching your kid, petting your dog, eating, whatever, jerking someone off, whatever, go stop, wash your hands, antibacterial. If there's soot, lava soap is a godsend. Dry your hands, do that thing, then come back to that. Your stuff will probably still be here, unless you live in a weird apartment like we do. And everyone, if you're at a tool meeting or you're live streaming, will all still be here. Now says lava soap is very good, and Jack Manufacturing Concentrated Magic. I know that's a real thing, but I'm going to make this joke. I doubt. I'm pretty sure Jack's magic, but I don't think it's manufacturing concentrating magic. I describe it as more drunken pirate magic, but that's just me. I'm not saying if it's good or bad. It's just drunken pirate magic. So, the unique thing that I did, and then we're going to go on a short break and I'm going to rehydrate. I've never seen anyone do this, which confuses me, because this is the first thing I thought of when I saw these, is I often see people just buy either the Sparrows Progressive set, or they have empty Schlage cylinders, and then they repin them with this kit. And my problem is, as an instructor, I already have enough problems trying to remember, if they're not labeled, which key's going to what. In fact, if you want some comedy, if they allow you to do this, next time the tool meetings open back up again, whether it's your local chapter, again, you can go to tool.us. None of them, from what I understand, are meeting because, pandemic. But when they open back up, and when hacking cons like Hope and DEFCON are physical again, hang around during cleanup, and I guarantee, besides looking for drop picks and pins and stuff and bitching about carrying all this shit, half the time closing down a lockpicking meeting is trying to figure out, okay, this key goes in, nope, you're trying 8 million locks with this key, because even though this is like a certain type of quick set, we have 50 locks that are that type of quick set. And even in my own kit, I have so many different keys. So I'm like, why would you just repin the base stuff when it's just like, yes, playing the home game. How do you know which one of these keys go to what? Especially since the lock buys, you're not going to rely, maybe you put 2 or 3 or 5 on here? How do you know? You can't do lettering because you have a blue one and a black one. How do you? So I'm like, I'm going to buy the Progressive set, and I'm going to spray paint the lock bodies to match the color of the keys. Now, I'm trying to develop an alternative technique, just in case I deal with, because these exist, colorblind people who don't know the difference, but at least for currently my own keepsake and most of the general public in its current state, because I'm looking for colorblind options too, maybe a little sticker on the back or something. When I'm trying to pack up at the end of the day, I go, okay, the black key goes into the black lock body, the green key goes into the green lock body, etc., etc. And so that's what I did, is I went through, and now these aren't perfect. I didn't do a perfect paint job here. You'll see some mistakes on here. I can actually tell you what they all are and stuff. But yeah, I took those brass lock bodies, and I went and I hunted for different types of spray paint. And let's see if I can get it to focus again. I know this. I'm also happy because I didn't seek out shiny ones, but the way I had to pick out the colors on these is I actively looked at, I had to take the keys and I held them in the light a certain way so that they go completely dull like this. You can see that when I hold this up here. I had to take the key and hold it like that and then figure out what color it is, because the gloss will throw the color off. Because naturally when you paint this stuff, a lot of times if you pick the right paint, even if it doesn't say it's going to be shiny, this is brass, it's going to be shiny. So yeah, I repainted all these lock bodies. It took me, I did this in 2 days. I was originally going to give it a week, but I was running out of time due to personal issues like my glasses being destroyed. And again, these aren't perfect paints, and I'm probably going to go over a bit of it again. I don't care really about imperfections, like this was because of the surface materials on. I'm going to probably scrape most of this off and repaint it. I just wanted to get the color right, so that, because the whole principle of this is, you're going to be holding this in your hand and picking. I don't really care about how good the paint job is per se. I just wanted to make sure they were the right color so that they matched the right keys. And I did that to every single one of these. And I'll show you a video real quick and then tell you, this probably came out the best, how I made them. So what I did was I had to take out the circular key, and I'm going to store these keys, but we're not going to use them anymore after they're repinned. And what I did was I took masking tape, and I outlined this circle, cut it, tested a couple times, and I put one in the front. I'm actually glad how little the paint got onto these. And I also did one on the back. So again, I wasn't even really concerned about this getting painted, although I like the visual look of the original brass contrasting with the color of the lock body. My main goal was to make sure none of the paint actually got inside of the lock or obscured the keyway front and back to the lock structure, which, success. So I put that on there. I put these on pizza boxes in a well-ventilated area of this building, because I couldn't do outside at the time because it's freezing, raining, and snowing all at the same time, because welcome to Jersey City. I also like that the Sparrows indent is so deep that it actually still shows up after I sprayed them. But yeah, what I did was even the ones that were supposedly came with primer, I sprayed these with a basic gray mate type primer. That was an entire day of just that. And then I used a cup to cover, disposable cup to cover each one of these so that they didn't cross particled on the what do you call it, on the cardboard mat. And and again, I have to touch this up, but then I sprayed them, and it took me again. I went to we went to Lowe's, and it took a while on the test spray mat, as particularly this black one, to figure out. And this one came out really well, except for one side. But I actually like this side's a little dull gradient, but I actually like this two-tone here. But yeah, this it took a while for me to match the colors. I had to go through so many different test sprays, and particularly, I'll give you a tip. If you want one this solid black with a slight shine, go for the black satin type sprays. A lot of the natural black sprays still come off as gray after they dry. Like, you'll spray it and it'll look shiny and deep black, but then when it dries, it gives more of like a grayish matte hue. I found the satin labeled ones of different companies actually give you this jet black with the slight shine, just like the key does. So when there's like no light, it's like really like a giant black void. So yeah, that's what I did here. And I'm gonna, if I can, because I forgot to do this earlier, I apologize. I'm gonna quickly load up the video of this. We're gonna take a short break where I rehydrate. And then I will show, we're actually going to repin all of these. Because again, you get a lot of stuff in this tiny kit, and I can look up the numbers again, but I believe this kit sells around, I think, like, suffers like $16, $20. Yeah, it's $16 on Sparrows. I'm actually going to put the product link in the chat. And again, mine was slightly more expensive because I wanted the rounded tweezers, and I just wanted to have pre-made specialty tweezers. So that was an extra $7.95. But even for like the mid-20-ish price when you add it with the tweezers, I honestly think this is a very good bargain, especially for people who here I go, put it in chat, who are starting out with, I've never repinned a lock before. Whoop. Let me test something here. Did something happen? Okay, I'll resend the link again. Apparently Twitch was slightly off. There we go. That happens occasionally. But yeah, especially like as I show you here, if you're a beginner and like you want a plug follower, test mats, pinning tweezer optionally, all the security pins, the keys already made, and then you either get like normal Schlegs or what I recommend is this progressive set, which also sells, and I'll put the link in here. And again, I'm not sponsored by Sparrows, it's just I bought this from them, and I get a lot of equipment from Sparrows simply because I feel that they're the best midway between affordability and like quality. You know, because there's some, and I'm not going to mention them, that are lower quality or higher quality than others, or or cheaper or more expensive than Sparrows. But I feel like they're like a nice middle ground. Why won't this copy pasta? But yeah, the training picks. So the training locks from Sparrows, which goes from 2 pins to 5 pins. I'm actually going to get probably 2 sets of them way in the future, just to there we go. Just to have more, because you can never have enough practice locks for your students. Those were $27.50 currently, so combined this was like roughly like mid-40s, $50 before shipping, and it's $5 shipping. But I still think that if you want everything pre-made with 4 locks that match up for the 4 keys, the keys already made, everything's in order, you have the correct pins, extra pins, springs, the pinning mat, optional tweezers, the plug follower with the crenulated end and stuff like that. This is a good bargain, especially if you've ever looked up like professional pinning kits, because I'll tell you this, if you hunt on eBay and other websites, overall I feel like they're less expensive now if you know what to look for. But in general, lock pinning kits, because they're mainly designed for, and Night Owl can correct me if I'm wrong, they're mainly designed for not lock sporters, well, some of them are, but they're mainly designed for locksmiths, meaning that they have a business with a business expense, is that you often pay what feels like $1 million for a galaxy of 8 billion pins, and especially if you're a hobbyist, you're probably only going to use 3 or 4 of the trays of those pins. So you're basically spending a huge amount of money for pins you will never use. I'm sure I can't think of anything right now, but there's a lot of tech products, both hardware and software, that are kind of the same way, where it's like you're paying money for a bunch of like features in a security network tool you're never going to use when you just really use the one scan function. And like, so I feel like for everything pre-made and the value that comes with, this is an honest bargain, especially if you're a hobbyist starting out and you either want to learn how to repin, how to make challenge locks, or both. This is great. Niall says, yeah, most good pinning kits mean professional locksmiths. Yes, exactly. Like I said, I'm gonna show the video real quick of me spray painting these, because I'm gonna quickly go over how I spray painted them, and then we're gonna go on a short break. And then I'm sorry that it took so long, because it's already 9:35 and we started at 8. But we are gonna go directly into how to repin and, in essence, pin a lock, particularly these Schlegs, and then we're gonna go into it. And then we'll do all of these, and I'll try to pick them and probably fail and everything. I do want to add 2 more things. If I was generally trying to repin locks, as remember, the crenulated thing and those holding pins are particular to Schlegs, or common Schlegs as the laymen call them. Here's the other 2 tools, one I have here that you probably will need. Get a particularly, hopefully double-sided, if not 2, screwdrivers of 2 different sizes, because a lot of the locks have screws in them, especially padlocks. To disassemble them, when you open them, there's like a hole, and you go in and you unscrew that screw that's inside. You're going to need a Phillips head screw, and then you're going to want to have a flathead screw, and or Sparrows sells a thing called the gut wrench, because a lot of locks, especially door locks, are held together with what's known as C-clips, which these don't have. So instead of that crenulated back end that you see here on this lock, which is what we're going to use, try that again. There we go. What we're going to use the crenulated side of the plug follower for, instead it would jut out a bit more, and there'd be a C-circular piece of metal holding that in, and they're usually put on strongly, and they're a big pain in the ass for a lot of people to go off. So you can either use, and Niall might have some better alternatives, but a flathead screwdriver, try to pry those off, or like if you have a paint scraper or just something, not knife-like, you don't want an X-Acto knife, but something like metal solid that's flat and sturdy to pop off. Or Sparrows sells a thing called the gut wrench, which is shaped in a cut-out C-circular shape with different sizes all around it, so you can just pop those C-clips off. So that's really common. A lot of them are screwed in or have C-clips holding them together. So even though we're just going to use the easy crenulated thing for Schleg, which is probably one of the reasons why Sparrows go through these, because these type of Schlegs are a little bit paracentric, but still wide open keyways, and they're easy to, in this case, with this crenulated thing, reassemble, disassemble. If I was generally doing this, I would have this plus 2 screwdrivers at 2 different sizes, and eventually, which I'm going to get for myself, the gut wrench just to pop those C-clips off. Now, kind of like buying a multi-function printer for a hobbyist, HP Office does a job. You don't need, a Xerox Dual Center in terms of like getting the whole pinning Galaxy set. Mortise locks use 1 Phillip, number 1 Phillips. Padlocks and door locks usually use up a 2 Phillip, among other things, various sizes of flat drive screwdrivers. Sometimes they're Phillips heads, sometimes there's, again, it's good to have the dual-headed or even dual-headed and dual-side, if you can, screwdriver, and then either use that flat side, or if you want to get a gut wrench or something similar to pop those C-clips off if they have C-clips. That way, if I got any lock, I could almost pretty much repin them. And then, of course, I'd also have a lot more variety of pins. I would probably go out and try to find the cheapest galaxy-wide pinning set, or do some better research just to have more pins, because I wouldn't know what lock to get. That was right. A pocket flathead screwdriver from your local hardware store works well, or some key gauges. Oh, that's neat. I actually didn't know about that, because I've looked at key gauges. We're going to kind of get into what that is when I come back quick from break, but apparently some of them actually have C-clip remover cutouts on them, so that's good to know if you're looking to shop around. So real quick, I'm going to add this video because I'm an idiot and I forgot to add it before. Let's do some focus so that people don't think. By the way, when it's out of focus like that, that's what my vision looks like from a distance. So there we go. So that's how blind I am. How blind I am. And we're going to load this file, and I'm going to try with my, like, the total Mr. Magoo moment is, like, I'm going to try to load up this video, and I'm accidentally going to load, like, Commodore 64 ASCII porn or something like that by accident. Let's see here. Here we go. So this is this. We don't need the audio for this, and I'm going to pause this here and quickly resize this for the screen. So this was me spray painting these. Now, I'm pretty sure people who spray paint might realize a potential mistake, which, yes, normally that's not an issue, but there was a mistake in that because I basically underestimated how well particularly the primer paints actually grip. Oh, I dragged that a little bit too low. How well they grip, so I made that mistake. But this is just showing you for anyone who's not familiar with spray paint. And this is just some general tips. So I don't have the cans with me, but one, just follow the directions on the can. The directions are there for a reason. So this is how I spray painted the lock bodies. Niall wrote there's a newer one from CLK and Lock Monkey that has 3 different clip removers, a knob remover, and 8 or so. So that's good. I'm going to look that up. Thank you, Niall, for that. I'm actually going to look that up. Also, I wonder if Lock Monkey... Yeah, I've heard of Lock Monkey, but I always wonder if he's related to Puking Monkey. But that's a story for another time. So follow the directions on the cam. But anyhow, so what I did was, and this is kind of how you generally do painting, spray painting, because I'm not going to say legalities or not, but I used to do graffiti art styles with spray paint, so I mostly know what I'm doing. Is first of all, cardboard surface, whether I sprayed these flat, if you're going to spray something upright, put cardboard in the background because you're going to actually want to shoot past it on the background. You don't want to paint everything else, including the person who's helping you behind you. But what you do is you get a primer. You can, there's certain details, but in general, you can probably get any primer. You probably want more of a flat shape primer, and the more it digs in, the better. In this case, because these are metal, the other thing I had to do, well, in general, you want to wash the surface, so I actually washed the outside body without getting stuff in the lock, put a little bit of lava soap on the outside, made sure it was around the entire body, washed it, cleaned it, let it air dry for a couple hours, and then, even though I kind of already did this thanks to me trying to clean them, take the sandpaper, highest grit you can, and sand the crap out of all the sides that you actually want the paint to catch on. Because with metal, it's designed to be flat. So by sandpapering it, and besides you're not going to see that part because you're painting over it, you're going to want those grooves so that the paint can catch and the primer can catch. So once you have it washed and sanded, particularly with metal, you'd use your primer. Now the primer that I use, and I'll probably go downstairs really quick when we go on short break and bring them up, I used a type of primer where, in my opinion, especially with metal, even after you sand it, the more it describes with the chemicals that etches into the metal and holds, the better you want. Because again, these are metals, particularly brass. I've polished a lot of brass in my life. Literally, I did that as a job for many years, among other operational stuff in buildings. Funny enough, not lock stuff, even though I did own keys. Self-doxing, fun. But yeah, even after you wash and sand them down, you want a primer that's going to dig in as much as possible. And again, you don't really care what color, unless you're being really advanced and a specific thing your primer is. Just make sure it's a primer and that it works. And you're going to treat it like a spray paint. So when you put this on, you're going to leave it overnight, do all the sides you want to do, and when it's completely dry, you give it a couple of hours. It usually dry faster a bit than paint, so I think it's usually dry to the touch after 30 minutes to an hour, unlike most spray paints, and then you want to leave it out minimum 3 hours. I usually do 12-hour intervals at a time just to be safe. But you do all that. I have pictures I'm going to put later on Instagram and Twitter of what they look like with the gray primer. And then once I had them all done, and remember, I also had all the surfaces you don't want to do, masking tape, ideally painter's tape or artist tape. You do that over. Do not use duct tape because the glue will ruin your original surface. To make sure not only did I not paint the keyhole covers for aesthetic reasons, but make sure paint did go in the lock. So again, washed them, sanded them, put masking tape or painter tape, artist tape covers over the parts I didn't want, which was the plug core. And once that was all scratched and primed and I sprayed it, then I went through with the colors. Now, what you're going to see me do here, and I'm going to narrate, is, again, you have all that cardboard, whether it's on the, if you're spraying from above, which normally I don't recommend, but I mostly know what I'm doing. You do it above. If this was from the side, which is usually how you do most objects, in these cases it's really tiny, that's why I did it from above, you want you're going to go with the cardboard. And so the way you want to spray paint an object, not doing graffiti, is you want to first grab a piece of cardboard. I had an extra box laying around where, and you do a spray test, especially because of the paints I had to find. Each paint was from a different paint manufacturer. That's how crazy this color hunt was, meaning that all the nozzles were designed differently. So you want a spray test when it's ready to know how it sprays first. Kind of like if you don't want to blink or get used to a gun, you want to, like, at a practice range, fire the gun a couple of times at like a blank area, the thing you're not going to shoot at, but still safe to shoot at, that's approved by the shooting range, and then try to shoot the thing that you want. Because in training, again, you want to get used to that gun and be like, okay, this is how it's offset and how the sights work. Then you want to do the thing if you want to actually focus on your target. And similar to here, where you want to know how the spray is going to happen and what direction. Like, you don't want to start spraying and realize the nozzle's pointing the other way, or it's too thin or whatever. In general, you want to hold it about a foot away from what you're spraying. And again, that test spray is going to help. And lastly, when you shake the can, once you shake it and you hear that clacking sound, you're going to shake literally for a minute. I usually count to a minute and then add 15 seconds just before it's primed. And every time you spray, or every 2 sprays, you're going to reshake the can for a couple of seconds before you spray again. And this is how you cover, and you're going to see it in the video, is you want to go past the object where it is on the cardboard, start spraying, and when it's a consistent spray, you just, not too slow, not too fast, evenly, swipe across. If it seems too thin, you swipe again. If you have to do another angle, do that angle, provided it's hitting the cardboard in the background, and swiping. You always want to start off past the object, glaze from past the object to over the object, and then past the object. That way, because you can see some of the paint catch because it was a bit more drippy than I thought, but that way the spray goes even. You also want to do it again in light wisp, because it's better to have a thin layer like what I did here for the most part, and add more on if it seems like it's not really catching that well, or you need it to be thicker, than to put more paint on and then you have to, like, use steel wool and sandpaper and try to get it off and try it again. Or to remember it better, you know how if it's cold outside, it's better to have multiple layers because you can remove them than to go outside and not have enough layers and you're fucked? It's better to have less paint and add more on than to dump all the paint and then realize you need less paint. So you're going to see me spray this here. So I have it all set up with cardboard in the background. So I'm shaking it. I've already shaken it for a minute. You're gonna see. So I put the cap on the other one to make sure that other particles don't float over for it. That's specifically for these guys. Otherwise, you'd want to use one at a time. You'll see I go off center and I spray it directly over. And because I'm spraying all sides, I do one from that side and then the other side. And then I'm just going to do a quick, well, I wanted to add another on the top because they didn't catch that well. And go close up so you see how that covers it. And you're going to see me quickly spray all the other ones in quick succession. And of course, after they dried after 12 hours, even though they were dry to touch, I think after the first hour, I flipped it to the other side, did the same process again, and then it was all done, and that's where I have these guys in. So that's how you spray paint the locks. And again, which you'll see later when we repin them, these are pretty much almost, unless you're really super good with your eyes, unlike me right now, exactly the colors of the lock bodies. So now we know which keys go into where. By glancing at them, I am going to work on a different, slightly technique, maybe a little marker or sticker, just in case, you know, we deal with someone who's colorblind, because I'm literally the opposite of colorblind, but I want this to be applicable for everybody. For me as a trainer, that's fine, because since I'm not colorblind, and when I pack up, I'll know which keys go in where, and eventually all these keys are going to go on one key ring, and they're going to go into one bin, and I have little boxes for them to put into, because even when I spray it, which is what you should do last with a clear sealant, I don't want them clacking around everywhere. They'll chip faster and everything. You know, that's good for me that I know which ones, but I am working on a technique to put something small on here so that even if you're colorblind, you'll still know which key goes to what and not get confused. So yeah, so that's the, so again, we went over real quick, and there's going to be more. Don't go anywhere. The Sparrows Reload Kit, and it comes in this tin, and they give you a whole, as Hunter S. Thompson once said about things we can't talk on air, a whole galaxy of different driver pins and springs and such. I added the tweezers that are curved. You can also make your own. Comes with these two really convenient, especially when you're starting out or you're very mobile, pinning trays. This plug follower that has the particular crenulated end on one side for opening these type of Schlage locks, because everything in here is compatible with Sparrows sells, so it's SC1 Schlage keys. And then you get the different colored keys with different bitting, and each baggie comes with the exact pin, so you're not searching for a ton of key pins. You just need to figure out what order they're in, which we'll get into that in a moment. And for extra, because I'm extra, just to note, I colored the lock bodies so that the keys, especially when you dull the color, match. See, you can see it here. The key color matches the lock body color, so now I have an easier time figuring out and knowing which key goes to where, which I've never seen anyone do this before for some reason. So now that we've gone and we've spent 8 million years, like 2 hours going over this set, because again, it's a lot, we're about to get in the meat and potatoes of, you're going to see me disassemble this lock, and then we're going to repin the keys and drive. So actually, sorry, first we're going to pick these progressive locks just to show how they originally were designed, even though now they're painted over. And I can't see the numbers on them. That's going to be fun. And then we're going to, I'm going to remove the core out of these. We're going to completely repin them. So we're going to place the driver pins and the key pins, put it back together, and then I'm going to try the best of my ability to pick these new sets. So stay tuned for a moment. I'm going to put on some cool, relaxing, sort of chill, maybe EDM music. Let's see what we get here. Yeah, we're going to put on some chill EDM music and just give me like a minute or three. I'll be back. I'm going to get some water, grab some more equipment, and then we're going to get right into this. So stay tuned for actually repinning the locks. Enjoy the tunes for a moment. And we are back. Going on the face cam in a moment. I told you that would be very quick. I'm just going to double check to make sure. Yep, the music is turned off. Let me scroll down over to here. Actually, here's a good question. Let's do... Oh, come on. Where is this? There we go. So yeah, that one that took 2 million years was just going all over the stuff I had and what I did. And as I said before, welcome if you were tuning out for a moment. Master of Unlocking. I'm Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. We're the DEFCON group that's based after Jersey City, New Jersey, hence the Hudson County area code 201 in New Jersey, the first public official area code. That wasn't a test code or anything by Bell Labs, which is the basis for all of our phone systems. And we are a hacker tinker collective. We normally meet third Friday of the month, and because of the pandemic and the people being stupid around it, we've been doing live broadcasts instead of the meetings. And then we thought, hey, let's do some shows. And this is one of our shows, which is one of my two shows at least, which is called Master of Unlocking, where I teach lock sports and lock picking, aka physical security weaknesses. We look at locks, figure out the weaknesses to them, how they're built and constructed, and then try to exploit them. We won't be doing really that much in this case, but this is more of like a locksmithing thing, but it's pretty neat still. And if you're excited about this show, if you like what you see again, and you want to see some of the upcoming shows, I know particularly this Thursday will be Archvile, a Linux perspective, where our co-founder our other co-founder GI Jack will be looking at Arch Linux and probably playing video games on there because he loves showing people how Linux gaming is a thing, and it's freaking awesome. As well as my other show, Crypto Barons, where I look at cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies, which will be this Saturday, as well as our upcoming 4th anniversary meeting on the 19th. And we're going to be doing a lot of specials because there's so much hacker stuff this month. And you're curious about it, you can hit that bell, click that like button on, and like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube. When you do so, we get notifications for those. And if you want to know more about us, you can go to these websites I posted in chat, which is, here we go. That's our website, defcon21.org. And if you want to check us out on, like, for example, Twitter, which is defcon21nj, or on Instagram, or Mastodon, or whatever, or look at some of our other streams, like Twitch, D-Live, YouTube, Facebook, Diode Zone on PeerTube, and how to view us through Tor. Here's the link tree that has more than enough links for you to look at. And again, if you have any questions, because we're going to go into the tutorial part of this episode, after going through that lengthy first part. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, you need me to repeat something, if I'm speaking too soft, if I'm too loud, if you can't hear me at all, or you want to shout out like hack the planet or something in chat, as long as not something, do something funny stupid, not stupid, because we live in America, we see too much stupid. We see already enough stupid on the New Jersey Turnpike. Let's leave it at the Turnpike. Let's not bring it in here. But if you want to talk about stuff, even though my ass is currently blind, love talking in chat. Especially since I know you're out there, but even if you're, some days I don't want to talk in person or online, but you want to learn about this, perfectly fine too. Keep sticking around, keep lurking, and keep learning. So we're going to go back to the screen mode here on the Elmo, and the video started playing again. My bad. This is where I'm Mr. Magoo. There we go. That's the Elmo system. I love this. The only problem I have with this Elmo is that I keep trying to tickle it, and it doesn't laugh. Oh well, you can't have everything. Otherwise, it's a pretty good thing. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to move these colored locks to the side that I painted, and I'm going to spread this out better. And I'm going to be working at an odd angle here. In the future, I actually might put the chair off to here, so even though I won't be able to, we'll figure something out. How to repin a lock. And if you know how to repin a lock, you'll pretty much know how to pin a lock from scratch. So you get 2 in 1 here. This is something that, so fun story. My actual, because you have to list your location when you join Tool. So even though when Tool opens back up physically, TOL, the Open Organization of Lockpickers, I'm actually going to attempt to type that in chat, and you can see the close-up details on my furry pipe cleaner arms. So, hang on. That's toolwith3os.us. You can find cool equipment there, your local chapters, meetings, legal stuff, etc. I'm listed from New Jersey, and the New Jersey meetings are really awesome, even though they're, even for New Jersey standards, they're usually out in the middle of nowhere. So, hence New Jersey. The second meeting I went to, and I was completely new at this. I was just like you watching right now. How the hell you do this? What's his name? My brain's dying right now. Hydrate. The Rabbit was teaching how to repin locks. That was the main meeting topic for that day. In addition to the normal, like, how does one pick a lock? And I remember he was sitting there and he's going through his introduction and he's having a really hard time to explain about what this is like for beginners, where it's like, you get used to it after a while, and he was like, but in the beginning, with all the different tools and equipment and things you have to remember and terminology, it's like, it's doable, but it's annoying, and a lot of, particularly if you're just in lock sport and you're not a locksmith, you don't want to do this, but then when you want to get it more challenged, and you had a hard time, and I blurted out something as I usually did, and I thought I was thinking it, but I said it out loud, because my background, which I'm getting into with circuit breakers, is soldering, and I went, oh, it's like desoldering, but for locks. And I was like, oh crap, I said that out loud. I went, oh, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. And the rabbit goes, no, Sidepocket's correct. It definitely feels like you're desoldering. but for locks, like, because if you haven't known, people who solder hate desoldering. Like, even if you're used to it and you can go through it quick, it just drives you mental that you have to do it. And again, when you get used to this, I do this most of the time, especially now that I have the proper equipment at home to do this. This is not difficult to do. You can do this. I'm a giant idiot. If I know how to do this, you can do a lot better than I did starting out. Just like in real life and in a lot of tech, you just need someone who is not going to bullshit you on instructions. And that's what we're going to do here. So again, we have all of our equipment here. We're not going to focus on these bags right now, just in case these guys fly out and hit someone, which we'll get to that in a moment. We're going to put these to the side. We might need these extra springs, so I'm going to put them over on the left-hand corner here on the screen. And we're at the end, we're going to get into this security pin stack, because we don't really need these right now. I might have to grab some of the standard pins out of here, but if I do, that's this. But we'll deal more with this bag near the end. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to space everything out like this. Put my tweezers here, the crenulator here, and we have the different keys. And we're going to start off with the blue raker, not only because it is it's flat but at an angle, so it should be more difficult to pick, but it's designed to teach mainly how to use raking equipment. And actually, before I get into this, let's do something here. So I'm actually going to go and grab a piece of equipment that is off to the side here that you don't see, because one of the reasons why I'm making a new EDC set, or everyday carry, is because I lost some of my tools. So I have to compensate with some other tools and do with what I can here. But let's actually pick these. And again, these are still keyed up. Again, they have the original Sparrows little, it's like these weird, like it's an actual Schlage key, but instead of this wide back area, it has this circular, too much light, let's try that again. It has this, well, this is good enough, it has this circular design to it right here. And that's just to help with turning, and also makes it more easy to identify that this is this goes to the practice lock. Now, I think I already know what color is what number order, but originally, as you saw with the image, and this is just me being stupid, there we go, there is usually a number that is spray stenciled on here, but the issue is that, again, I already had to paint these over in order to get the episode. So real quick, I'm going to go over with, if you find a lock, if you're doing lock sport, and obviously if you don't know what the lock type is, you probably don't know, especially if someone's modified it without your knowledge, you probably don't know, let's try to focus it again, you don't know how many pins are inside the lock. So I'm just going to go over the technique again. So you take a lock pick that ideally has a flat back. In this case, what's really good for this, besides zipping and other techniques, is this is a half diamond pick, which means that it goes all the way flat. A city rake will also do. And you do it flat side up. So this is the top of the keyway where the pins are. That's the bottom of the keyway. We're going to do this entire flat side, not the bit up that we would normally use to pick this. We're going to do the flat side up facing towards the pins. And we're going to push this all the way to the back of the lock. And let's do focus one last time. Okay, and we're going to put this all the way back, flat side facing the upper top pins. And we're going to push all the pins up. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to pull back on this tool. Now at home, and if you're at home and here, and if we were physically here, you're going to feel this. Now throughout this, you're going to hear sounds, and those are a good indicator if you're in a quiet room. But if you're at a convention or in the field, or you have like a crying child, or the cat's bothering you or something, you're mainly going to feel this. But because it's mostly quiet here, and I'm doing this remotely over live stream, you're going to hear the pins drop. So I'm going to slowly pull it out, and I'm going to feel them drop, but you're going to hear it. So let's count how many drops. Really slow pulling this out. Hear that? That was 1. That was 2. So let's do that again. We put the flat edge facing those top pins all the way in the back. And by the way, this is completely dry. That's why the paint's not coming off. Push all the pins up, slowly pull out, and we count how many drops we're going to feel and or hear. You are going to hear them. I'm going to feel them. 1, 2. Actually, let me just hold this up to the camera again so you can hear it better, because that's where the mic is. 1, 2. So this is the 2-pinner, the one that started out with. And we're going to pick these to the best of our abilities first, just to show how they were originally like at the practice locks with this bitting. Now, funny thing is that the blue key, and I can show you this in a moment, is so flat, and because we're only dealing with those first 2 pins, that ironically enough, if I put that blue key in there and I angle it correctly, it's actually going to open that lock, even though it's technically not the right key. So we're going to use what's called a L wrench, and I prefer, that was the that's the reset key for something else and some of my tools. Come on, why are you doing this? See, this is another reason why I'm updating my EOD. I hate this case. It came free with the donated pick, so I can't complain. But yeah, so what we're going to be using here is simply for these just my standard short hook in what's known as 25, let's angle this, 25 thousandths. Standard short hook, and we're going to be using what's called an L wrench or L tension wrench, and I prefer, for me, the ones with the twist in them, partially because I honestly feel like you get, for at least me, slightly better feedback, but it's really all up to you, because just mostly for this, it's comfort. When it's a straight edge, it digs into my hands a lot, and I feel like because it's flat and it's not digging into my fingers as much, and more comfortable to hold, that I can tension stuff better. And that's just me. Your preference might be different. Just like in real life, everyone has different preferences. Now, here's the funny thing that I noticed with these. And actually, let me go in. I'm going to get the slightly larger, longer tension wrench for this. The super thick, long one that I believe is 25 thousandths instead of 20 thousandths. I went back and I think I experimented with, I have like practice cutaway ones for to demo spooled and serrated pins, and even though I could manipulate most of them to the shear line, I could never get it open. And originally I thought it's because I was doing something wrong or I lacked the tools, and there's still better tools that I want, But what I actually found out is that normally, because this is how I comfortably hold, and this is honestly how you should hold a lot of these type of locks, and again, I apologize for this being upside down. This is normally, and because I'm right-handed, this is how you would normally have it, but just imagine it the other way. And I might actually be able to look into flipping this image in a moment. Let's actually check something here. Can I flip the image? Let's see, loop, restart this. Oh, no, different thing here. I just want to check to see. Automatic, Windows match priority. Let's see, capture cursor, multi-adapter compatible. Okay, so I can't flip the image, so we're just going to have to deal. But normally, when you hold this, you put the bottom of the keyway tensioner at the bottom of the keyway, and I would hold the lock body so that the meat of it at the top here with all of the pins facing up goes into the meat of my hand, and I would put, I actually have to angle this a different way, or I actually might have to, there we go, and you pulled your finger out like this to do the tensioning, and I'm left-handed, right-handed, you would hold it the other way, and that's going to be an interesting bit here. To me, not only can you control the tension much better, but this is way more comfortable and easier on your hands, so you can go in with your lockpick here and pick. And for a while, I was tensioning this and picking, and they feel way too squishy, and like I couldn't figure it out, right? And then I decided to do something random, and I don't know if this is all Sparrows locks, but these and the other ones that I have work. So normally with padlocks, you want to tension it right. You want to turn the lock right. On a doorknob, you are turning the opposite way of wherever the bolt is. So if the bolt's on the right, you're turning it left. If the bolt's on the left, you're turning it right. You're turning the torque away from it, right? But for most padlocks, and usually practice locks are set up like padlocks, you can technically tension them either way, but for comfortability and because most people are right-handed, you tension them on the right side. But what I realized was that I got opens almost all the time if I tensioned it from the left side. I don't know why that is. I don't know if that's a design thing in here because I've already looked through these physically or whatever. But yeah, normally I would hold it with this with my index finger, and I recommend that, but there's other ways to tension it. And so don't try this at home, but for me here, I'm actually going to, because I noticed this, I actually have to tension it, turning it counterclockwise instead of clockwise. So I'm going to use my thumb here, and it should just be the first two pins. We're going to do light tension. And get those in order, and watch, this now doesn't work on cam, but we're gonna a little bit paracentric here. Yep, and we got an open. So I was like, literally, it's like it only has 2 pins. I've been here for an hour. Why is it not opening? I'm doing all different tension strengths, and that was just very light tension, and it wouldn't open. And maybe night owl is a different thing. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. But in my experience, all the Sparrows locks I've gotten so far tension way better when you're turning it counterclockwise, so the bottom of the keyway or top of the keyway tension wrench is turning it left than doing it right. So that was the 2-pinner, the original 2-pinner. Now I believe the red is the 3-pinner, but again, we are going to take our flat edge tool and find out. Again, we're going to go through all of this so that you can see how these are pinned differently when we repin them, as well as just I want to go through all the practice locks. So we should hear 3 clicks. If not, then that actually means it's a 4-pinner, and I believe the green one, the green and the black, will be that. But we're trying to feel and hear 3 pins here, so let's do this. Pulling out slowly with the flat edge. 1, 2, 3. Yep, those were 3. Let's try that again because you always want to do repetition. It's like scientific method. Three pins. So again, for some reason, it's way more successful in my opinion if we tension it counterclockwise, because normally, and for most locks, especially beginner locks, or beginner area, most locks in general, I would, unless it's a door lock, I would tension it clockwise. So with it facing, if you're right-handed, you hold the lock in your left hand and you do it right way, and that's most, if not all, padlocks. But for some reason, all the Sparrow stuff I've got that are Schlegs, I get way more success and actual success tensioning it counterclockwise, or the tension wrench going left then right. So now it says when you're dealing with just a cylinder with no bolt, you turn whichever direction is the easiest for your handedness. Yes, that's what you would normally do. For most people, again, because a lot of people are right-handed, I would tell them tension it to the right. And I've also had people who are left-handed where they try to tension it the other way. And then I put them, like what I'm doing now with the thumb, on the opposite way, and it works because a lot of locks in general are designed right ways. But these should go either way. But for Sparrows, I'll show you here. Literally, if I put this right, the bottom of the keyway tension, because I could also do top of the keyway, bottom of the keyway tension on the side I normally do, and this is the comfortable picking position, and I go in, I'm doing the same light tension, get around its slight paracentricity. By the way, sometimes I do the pick this way. You're really supposed to, it's like a surgical tool, you're supposed to line this up with your finger and doing it like this. Yeah, I literally can do this all day, and I never get an open, and I'm not over-tensioning or whatever. It just does not happen. Now watch, we're going to do the same thing again, but I'm going to tension on the other side. And now sometimes when I do stuff on live, it won't open, but I'm going to bet this will open really goddamn fast once I get around the paracentricness. I'm just going to go for this because right now I'm in comfy mode. Try to reset, do that again. Yep, and we have an open. See, that's what I mean. For some reason, when I do it counterclockwise on all the Sparrow stuff, because I even went back and did the spools and serrated, I actually got them open doing it counterclockwise and clockwise. So you might get a set where it will be normal and you do it clockwise if you're right-handed like me, but your mileage may vary. Basically, with any lock stuff, always try to experiment. If you're tensioning it one way and you know your tension and you're doing it all sorts of ways and it's just not working, try tensioning it the other way. Try a different tension tool. If you're using a top of the keyway, actually try to use a bottom of the keyway tension. See if that works. In lock sport, especially when you're new and exploring new locks, this is going to be a whole thing. Now we're almost done because we're going to get to the repinning part. I just want to see how far I can go. This should be the 4-pin one, and we're going to find out because we're going to do the same test again, the flat side of the tool, and I'm going to put it all the way back, push all the pins up, flat side facing the key pins, and we're going to pull out, and I'm going to feel the drops and hear them, and you are going to hear them at home because unfortunately I can't simulate the feedback of them dropping. Now it says you get better control when pushing on the turning tool with your index finger. Yes, that's why I normally do that, but again, counterclockwise and I'm right-handed, that's why I was using my thumb. That's why I'm telling everyone, don't do what I do, especially if you're a beginner and using a thumb, just because I'm usually really good with tensioning for the most part. So I know how to do it, holding at different angles and different styles, and you'll learn which is comfortable for you. But the reason why I'm doing it in such an odd way than what I normally do is because I found out tensioning it counterclockwise with my thumb, I have way better, it'll actually open. I can work on hours the normal way I do it, and it will never open. So we're going to count here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that was 4. Let's listen for it again. I'm not going to count. You're going to count and hear them at home. So this is the 4-pin. And this is actually also kind of important because doing that also kind of lets you know how deep all the pins are, because sometimes that throws you off in anything. So again, just because of the way these locks are designed for some reason, how I ordered them in, I'm doing counterclockwise with my thumb. Again, normally, if you're doing bottom of the keyway tension way, and particularly if you're right-handed like me, whether each hand, you want to put the lock body with all the key pins in the meat of your hand here, you grip with the thumb, and then grip the rest with the rest of your hand, and then use your index fingertip, and that will give you more control, and this is just way comfortable. But because I cannot get success with these like this, I'm doing it the weird way. So here we go. And as Night Owl says, in the field, you have to turn in whatever direction is required by the bolt work. Again, a lot of things out there are clockwise. Let me actually adjust something on the computer. A lot of things out there are clockwise. Most padlocks, if not all padlocks, are clockwise. Doors is the opposite direction of the bolt, but a lot of them are installed where you have to. The opposite direction is the clockwise. If the bolt's the other direction, again, you're turning away from the bolt, you want to do counterclockwise. And I'm just having an odd issue here. Here we go. Here we go. All right, so getting around that. Again, I just want to go through this quick because I know everyone wants to actually, there we go. Everyone wants to see me do the repinning part. Also, again, like I said, a lot of people, because think of these as surgical tools. They actually teach you this in dentistry. You'd want to hold your pick, for those who didn't see the beginning thing. Most people, you use your index finger and your thumb to grip the meat, and then you use your middle finger, like you're telling the lock to go fuck itself, to balance and for finesse. It's basically called a modified pen or pencil grip. The side here, and you want to angle up and down. I do that half the time, but for some reason, I'm also really good basically to balance. I'm holding it like this and moving this because, again, I've broken one disc detainer pick that was super cheap, and that's literally why it broke. I'm eventually probably going to break a normal pick because it's inevitable, but I have never broken any pick in like the 4 plus years I've been doing this. Yeah, 4+ years. Even though I do this in a not holding it the surgical way half the time, sometimes I get more success personally by, this is my weird technique where I basically grip both sides, use the rest to meet, and I have better feel and control doing that. But that's just me. And again, like with the tensioning, I'm really good at not, if you're super, which sometimes, a lot of times, that's why if this was high security for me, I would be holding it like you would with like a dentistry tool. But for me, for the most part, even sometimes with high security where I'm using 15,000ths of an inch and stuff, I can actually hold it like this, do it, get it open, and won't break it. But that's just me because I'm really good at control. Some people are naturally heavy-handed, and there's actually a thing that will happen that happens to all of us where it's even you'll go back to even an easier lock, and you're like, why can't I get this open? You realize, oh, I was so frustrated and or distracted that I've been over tensioning because as my frustration goes, I'm pushing more down and doing more tension than I need. So just as a quick recap, because I don't want to go through my beginnings of picking a lock again, but these are just stuff I'm thinking as we go on, ooh, this feels so nice to the touch. Because, again, these are different types of paint, and I'll show what they are when we get to the repinning. That a lot of times when you can't get it open, you can't get it up, or you can't get it open, it's because you're over-tensioning. So you want to ease up on that tension or add more tension if you're doing too light tension and do all of that. And actually, even though I'm pretty sure this is the 5-pin lock because it's process of elimination, and in fact, 2, 3 is off screen, green is 4, and this should be 5. We're still, just for best practices, take that flat edge, pull all the way in the lock body. This is the one I might not be able to open really quickly on air, just saying, so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do that one more time. I'm not going to comment. You should be able to hear this. Hold this slightly off camera so it's better towards the mic. You probably didn't hear that last one, but this is the 5-pinner. This is the max one. So this one, I'm going to try picking it open real quick, and if not, I'll just try to rake it open real quick. Because, again, I'm not going to stand here forever and pick all these, especially since it's already 11:23. You're here for repinning. We are going to get to repinning. I just want to show what these originally were pinned, and that these were originally the Sparrows training locks. Hold on. Before we actually repin them, and then you're going to see when I try to pick these new ones, especially with my measly tools, that these are very, very, very different. 1 out of 5, yeah. I'm having a weird thing with my mic. I will go through it again, but this is definitely the 5-pinner because I could feel and I could actually hear the 5 clicks, but the microphone, I think, had a hard time picking them up for some reason, so I will do it again after I try this. And again, I'm giving myself like 30 seconds to a minute if I can't do it. And I think it's because I'm over tensioning. I'm just going to quickly attempt to rake this open. just to show that you can open these and that nothing's a problem or whatever. Although, funny enough, when I got this one in, there was something slightly off about it, so I actually had to disassemble this one and correct an issue on it. So I think this one overall is a little off on it. So that should be interesting when we try to do this guy. So yeah, I can't do it open. I'll do the counting again real quick, and then I'll see if I can rake it open. And if not, we're just going to go on to the repinning part. So yeah, so let's try this again. I'll hold this up to the camera here. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it better. So we're pushing all the pins up at the flat edge. Let's pull out. You should hear 5 drop. Just listen real closely. And hopefully Jack will not type his keys. Okay. You know what it is? That back one, I believe, is a super shallow pin, and that's why you're having a hard time hearing it. So let's try. That was the one. Again, that one's so shallow you couldn't hear it drop. The next one you will definitely hear. Let's go back again and do that. I didn't give it enough space. This one you'll hear. Or not. Yeah, for some reason the mic, I think because I know the bitting on this one has a lot of upper shallow pins, so it's not going to be as hard as a drop sound, but this is definitely the 5-pin one. I'm just going to see if I can quickly, just for time, rake this open. I'm going to do the city rake and then either the triple peak or the S rake, because there is 5 pins, so this should be able to cover it. If not, again, we're not here for particularly the picking, we are here for the repinning, so just want to show you that you can open these. So let's try. City rake, you wiggle this around. Now, I think with the bitting on this, I'm not sure if I can actually get an open on this. We're going to try with the city rake. I'm pretty sure probably a strike pick would probably work really well on this. Maybe we'll try zipping it. The main problem is I have to do this at a slight angle because of the warding here. And again, also I could just sit here for like a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds and get it open, but again, I want to show the repinning. That's the meat of it. So I'm just going to try, let's actually try the double peak, and if that doesn't work, I'm not even going to use the S rake. We're just going to get right into it. But note that I have picked this one open. It's a 5-pinner. I've single pin picked and raked this open, and I've had issues with this one before anyhow, but you can open these, that you can open this one, and it has nothing to do with like the paint or whatever. Like no paint got inside any of these. It's just I'm kind of pressed for time right now, plus my honest to God skill level, because I'm pretty sure once I become an uber god I can probably do this in like half a second. Also, there's been locks where normally they're super easy for me to pick or rake, but then I actually get on the camera and then it just doesn't want to do anything. So yeah, in the interest of time, just know this is 5 pins, and you can pick this open. They work as the normal progressive set. But now we're going to get into what you are all actually here for, and we're actually going to repin them. So I'm sorry this took this long. It was like 2 hours and a half, but I had to get through that. These are the practice locks, and that I respray painted them and all the stuff in here, and now we're going to do this as I like rotate. I'm going to stand up and do this. I'm going to rotate my arms. You can't see this, but I'm basically doing an exercise thing here. And honestly, as I forgot to tell you this in the beginning, whether you are picking or repinning lock, it's good to either have like a grip machine and or like a stress ball, and to take breaks with your hands so that everything, because a lot of times if you're over tensioning again as you pick, and this doesn't help if you're like me and you're like an old person and you're starting to get arthritis, your hands will start going crazy. This is lock sport. You're in your own home or at a meeting. If this is post-COVID, stop. Wash your hands. Go eat something. Piss. Talk. Take a break. You can chit-chat, especially if you're at a tool meeting. Not just about locks, but your day and hobbies you like and stuff. And, yep, locks, even simple locks can get camera shy. And then go back to it. But in the interest of time, even though my hands are a little wonky, we're going to do this, because I will say also this: if your hands are shaking too much, which they're not, like this is my hands right now, but if they're like being geriatric and stuff, don't pick locks, take a break, take a nap, or whatever. Also, you'll note, and I'll see if I can do the zoom here. If I can focus. Yeah, you see, this is from me touching those keys that were gross on the inside. My hands, this finger is already blackened. That's not from the paint. That's from the inner of the original keys from the brass. So, that, again, lava soap. Lava soap. Not sponsored by them, but this will get all that crap off, okay? So, let's get into this finally. So, as I said, I originally hit these with this is called this is from Rust-Oleum primer, and it's self-etching because, again, I'm dealing with brass. You're dealing with a surface like that. That's not a Microsoft surface. That's going to be a whole thing. And the first one we're going to deal with, that's one reason not to use graphite, yes, is we're going to deal with what's known as the Big Blue Raker, because it's supposed to be like, if you're a super beginner, tricky, or a little difficult to pick, especially if you're only used to, like, if you haven't gone beyond 4 pins. But this is done at such a shallow angle that you should be able to easily rake this open. We're going to test that later when it's fully repinned. And just to note, the one that matched this color is the gloss protective enamel. This is known as Lagoon, and that's what I originally sprayed this blue lock body with. So let's try to get everything in there into there. So let's see, I'm going to try to super zoom in on this. Yes, lava soap is made by the WD-40 company. I'm going to move this slightly over. I can. Oop, other way. And focus. Probably going to do that a lot. All right, so now that we're super zoomed in here, let's look at this guy. So what we need here is the lock body and its original Schlage key. So the first thing you're going to do, this is where I start getting nervous on cam, is remember that plug follower. This is going to be your first tool for the first half of this. So this is, you're going to take that crenulated edge, and we're going to refocus on this guy now. Yep. And now I've seen people press this pin down because it's being pushed up by the, this is where my hands are going to get really dirty because how disgusting it is on the inside for these particular ones. And use like pieces of metal and stuff to open this, but it's just easier to actually get the Schlage crenulated thing and open it. Niall says a light machine oil is better at ensuring a lock operates smoothly. Yep, and helps prevent corrosion. WD-40 I've used in a pinch, and particularly on automotive stuff, automotive wafer locks, that will work. You've seen multiple times where we've had to deal with a wafer lock that was either in storage unit or automotive, and we couldn't open it for the life of us, and we just spray a little bit of WD-40 because it was like on the shelf being like humped by a raccoon for 15 years, and then it like instantly opened when we actually picked the wafers. But what do you call it? Focus one last time. There we go. But yes, they do make, and I think Master Lock also makes this, like actual lubricants, machine oil lubricants that are specifically for locks. So especially if you're like redoing Master Locks and American Locks, they actually make a certain lube that works for the lock itself, which I'm also going to get my hands on soon. So here's what you're going to want to do here. So what you're going to do is you're going to match the crenulations from this little thing that's holding it together, this little cap, and you're going to press in, which will push the pin down. And remember, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So we're going to push down, we're going to turn left. And when this is about halfway out, maybe after like 3 turns, we're going to, yep, the WD-40 can help get a lock working sure in the short term, but it's terrible for long term, yeah, because you eventually wear out a lock. I found out the hard way with an American lock. When you're doing with pin tumblers, yeah, you'd want to use actual, what's known as lock lube. Not to confuse with Lock Noob, by the way, who also looked over this Sparrows Reload Kit. So you're going to take the crenulated edges, you're going to match, and you're going to push in, which will push that pin down, and we're going to turn left, because lefty's loosey, and we're going to, and by the way, I'm going to put my finger on the opposite side of the core so that I don't accidentally slide this core out, and we're going to remove this cap. Now, here's the thing. So after about like 2 or 3 turns, you're going to want to not only remove this cap slowly, you're going to want to slowly remove this out of the control, because you note I'm actually angling it away. Normally I'd angle it towards me. The reason is because remember, those tight ass springs, this is the pin that's most likely to shoot out and hurt you or someone else. And I'm doing it slightly upper left because, upper right, because I'm not going to point it all the way right, just in case G.I. Jack comes out and is like, hey, Jim Bean, and this goes launched directly through his eyeball into his skull and kills him instantly, which would be an epic way to go, but I don't want to test that out anytime soon. So now that, so just really slowly, so I think this is open, we're going to just slowly remove that. And see, it didn't shoot out. So now we can actually just remove this cap. And which I forgot to do beforehand is get the pinning tweezers out. Because I could do this with my hand, but I'd prefer to use the tweezer for this. Now it says Tri-Flow or Houdini. Yes, Houdini is a major lock lube manufacturer, or better lubricants in general to use. Some manufacturers have their own recommended ones. Again, it's similar to... I'm trying to remember what products these are. It's similar to, actually it's similar to paints, which is, you know, oh, it's like razors. Like, you want to probably use a Gillette-made gel on your face or your body for shaving, man or a woman, with a Gillette razor. Like, you can mix and match, but it's better to use the same product brand because they've tested them with their own brand. So, yeah, it's similar to locks. So I'm going to take this pin out slowly. That was the retaining pin, and we're just going to put this on the mat over here. And then the spring, I'm actually going to angle and dump it out. Yep, and that was this spring that fell. That was the super spring in there. I'm going to put that right next to its retaining pin. Now, basically, this core is loose now, and here's how we're going to remove this core. If I can get it in the center here, there we go. So I'm actually going to move this if I can. There we go. So. Niall wrote, Jason, yes, SE Lock and Key, white tag there. There's a series of videos testing out lock lubricants. Check that link out. Open a new window. Don't go away because we're in the middle of doing this. So now that you got, now, again, with, I think, quick sets and some other things, you might have to take out an actual screw with a screwdriver or knock out the C-clip. But because this is a Schlage, we use the crenulated edge opener. And we got that open, including taking the retaining pin out. So this whole thing is basically loose now. Now here's what you're going to do. Now this won't, if I'm going to test this, fall out because all the pins are at different parts of the shear line, meaning that's holding the lock body in place. Here's how we're going to remove this, and I'm going to show you the careful way because in reality, even though I'm going to save these pins, I don't care how these fall out because I'm either going to repin this lock or I'm not going to use these again. I will store the parts, but I'm not going to reuse them. But let's say you're repinning a lock and you want to save those pins because you're going to use those pins and keys on a different, let's say, Schlage lock. So you want everything like kosher put in. What you're going to do is you're going to stick the original key into the lock body, right? And that means it's all at the shear line. You're going to turn it about 30 to 90 degrees is kind of overdoing it, but 30 to 90 degrees. So now the key pins are at one offset angle away from the up and down completely 90 degrees driver pins. So they're not connected anymore. I'm going to actually read what Niall says in a moment because I just want to finish this part. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the plug follower. So I'm going to hold this carefully because I don't want it to drop out now that it's loose. I'm going to relock it just to make sure. So we're going to do that offset, right? 30 to 90 degrees. And I'm going to turn this behind, refocus. So you can see it's at an angle. We're going to take our plug follower here. There we go. And we're going to use the non-crenulated, edge of the follower. And here's the thing. You see that gap? That's usually there for not only different Schlage back and different lock types, but also to hold the pins. We don't care for that. So we don't want the gap side. We want this thick upper side. I can see it if I turn it on its side. There's like a gap up here where my thumb is right next to it. We don't want that gap. We want the upper circle part. So we're going to line that up where the key pins and driver pins are. So we're not doing it like this with the gap pointing up. We're doing it with the non-gap side pointing up. And what we're going to do is it's a plug follow. It follows. So we're going to, and I'm doing this facing the angle towards us. I know this seems like a lot, so we do it at a 39-degree angle facing towards us so that the key pins and drive pins are separated from their shear lines. and we're going to follow this all the way out. And that basically, the follower is going to hold all of those driver pins in place. You can see how disgusting the inner body is, so that they don't go out everywhere. And because we have this at an angle, you can now see the key pins, which are also not going to go anywhere. And as you can see, because this was the 2-pinner, this only has 2 pins. See, if I remove them, they go deeper, so it's way past the shear line here. You can't see them poking out. But when I push the lock in, you're going to see them jump up and down, and now they're at their shear line. Now again, I don't really care, and I'd have to figure out what order it is anyhow. So what you're going to do is, in order to jump them out, we're just going to dump them out. If you only wanted to do certain pins, you're going to see me do this later. You put your finger over the holes that you don't want the pins to fall out, and you can use your other hand if you want to do a single pin, and then dump them. But just because we want to do all 2, I'm just going to safely dump them out on the mat here. See, and they're all on the pinning mat over here. Sorry, the lock's weighing this down. These also have rubberized grips at the bottom so that they stay in place. So yeah, those are those guys over there. I'm going to take the tweezers and I'm going to line these up better. That's what mainly I'm using this mat for, is the dumping process. And by the way, from what I've understood, most people have it keyed so that the front is on the left side, the first pins, and then the deeper you go is to the right. I personally do it the other way when this is in the correct way that I'm used to pinning these. So I would usually say it's up to you, but if you want to do it like apparently the way the ultra professional locksmiths and repinners do it, left is the front of the lock and right is deeper in the lock. So this is pin number 1 and pin number 2. Zoomed in too far to see. Actually, it's more like I need to focus. There we go. Because it normally auto-focuses, I can like trigger the focus by doing that. Because that's the mode. But thank you, Night Owl. Again, if you have a hard time seeing something or need me to comment or whatever, we could do that. In fact, I can zoom in all the way in. Move this mat over. And focus so you can see the pins better. So as I said in my training video, if you notice, and by the way, the light's throwing it a bit off, but you can see they're kind of shaped like little bullets here. And this is the top and this is the key pin, so these would go inside the actual lock cylinder itself. What's held in, and I'm going to zoom all the way back out, or a chunk out, get that right there, is over here. Let's zoom out a bit more. I'm still getting used to this thing, but I freaking love this thing. Focus. Is the driver pins. Now, what you have here are springs tensioning these driver pins down. And again, because of this plug follower pushing up against it, they're not going anywhere until I remove this thing. So the way I do this is I kind of, well, you don't necessarily have to do this step, but remember that gap I told you about? I try to orient it towards there. And if you want to be really careful, you can hold the lock body basically downwards, either face down or at an angle, and you slowly slide this out, and the spring is going to force out the driver pin with the spring usually out from the bottom and eject it downward. It's really forceful, so you might want to lean back, and this is the part where you wear safety goggles if you weren't already wearing them for the retaining pin. I don't really care what order it is again, and again, all of these driver pins that we're going to be using, particularly for the first 3 colored locks, most driver pins and all these are all the same height, just for this. There are variants where you can have them at different sizes and stuff, and obviously different widths depending on the manufacturer, as well as the sizes are like short ones, tall ones, is how much like different types of crazy security you want to do. But we don't care about that right now. So technically I could just pull the whole thing out and have it pop out, but I'll just do this really slowly for demonstrative purposes. So I'm going to hold it like this, and we're going to just slowly do it. It should be those front 2. You're going to probably hear and possibly see it shoot out here. You heard that? That was the one, and that was the second one. And then if I shake it a bit, the spring should come out. Sometimes one spring came out. You have to kind of sometimes tap it. Another cool thing about this light is we should be able to see, even though it's all dirty black in here, the lock body. If not, I have kind of a video for this, but there's one spring in there. Should be one spring in there. Yeah, only one. Oh, sorry. See how crazy that was? The other spring popped out and we didn't even see it. It flew all the way over here and it went so fast we didn't even see the spring. So yeah, this 2-pinner, this was the original order it went in. I'll zoom up for that. And before I focus, I'm actually going to put the blue key to the side. God, I love this thing. So yeah, this is the original thing. So you had the 2 key pins on here. These are these bottom ones. If we had a bit more detail, you would see if I like held it super close in focus, which I might do actually now with this super long one. The way you can tell it's a key pin is not only do they come out of that core body. Let's try, because I know it can do it. I just have to hold steady. I actually might have to zoom out a bit to see it. Actually, let's try that. Oh, yeah. That's all the way out. Let's try this again. There's also probably a lot of light, so I'm actually going to do this on like a back. I need more of a matte black one. Actually, I could probably do this on the pad now. So I'm going to lift the pad up and try this very carefully. So yeah, it's just there's a lot of reflective light here, but you can kind of see that the key pins are shaped like little bullets at the bottom. They're rounded. These top ones look like cans. That's what I nicknamed them for. That's how it's. So when people think driver pins, they're can shaped. The key pins are usually bullet shaped at the bottom. They're curved because they have to rub against the key and thus glide up and down on them. But yeah, that's the order they go into. So we just cored out this simple 2-pin lock, and we're going to go much faster with the other cores. I'm just going to kind of walk through stuff and chat because the next 2 ones will be very similar. So as you can see, we have the 2 key pins, and this is going left is the front, right is the back, traditional style. Honestly, I don't really care each way, but that's how the professionals do it. So we have the 2 bottom key pins here, and then we have the 2 driver pins at the top that go in the lock body Bible, and then the 2 springs that hold them in. And I'll show this with the repinning, but I'm going to show you how you do this. So that's that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this pad to the side because I'm going to use the same baggie because, again, I want to actually store, besides the retaining pin and the screw, all of the, I want to actually store these because I might use them in the future, and it's always good to have more pins. But what we're going to do is we're now going to use this mat. I'm going to move it slightly here to get it better in. Oh, not that way. Come on. There we go. I'm going to get this better in frame here. Focus. So yeah, we're going to use this mat, and again, we're going to go and do this blue key here. Now, the first thing we're obviously going to do is we're going to take the key out. And, you know, this is actually probably going to be the hardest part because I clipped my fingernails earlier stupidly, so I'm actually having a hard time opening these little drug baggies that, for some reason, lock companies like to send most of their lock supplies in. So, yeah, this is the key, and I'll show it zoomed out later, but yeah, this key matches kind of the shiny blue of the metal, like, pretty spot on. So I'm pretty proud of myself for that. So what we're going to do here is what's in here are the key pins. I'm just going to... We have a little bit of a textured surface here. I'm just going to dump these out at the bottom. Now, so those are all 5 pins. Now, and I'm going to put these in what I think the order should be, because it should be smaller ones in the front and longer ones in the back. Now, there's many different ways, especially professionally, you can do this. Remember, these are all key pins. These are not the driver pins. We're going to deal with the driver pins later. In fact, we might reuse some of the driver pins in here. There's many different ways to try to figure out what goddamn order these go into. Some locksmiths use micrometers. There are also measuring kits, and also a lot of times when you get these pins, they come labeled what their different lengths and sides are, and a lot of times modern ones are color-coded. But I'm going to show everyone the quick and dirty way of figuring out which order these key pins go into the key cylinder. So hopefully we should be able to see this. I might bring this up on the other cam. So what we're going to do is we don't really need this key anymore. So we're just going to put this dirty ass key to the side as my fingers get more dirty. And we're going to take the new key and we're going to insert that into the lock body we want to pin. It's a little loose, so I have to make sure I hold this to get this in here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and refocus. And so what we're going to do is front, closest to the key to the back, we're going to go in order, and we're just going to, now I think I know what the sizes are, because again, the ones in the front should be shorter, and I did this kind of in reverse order by accident, but we're going to drop these pins in, back to front or front to back, depending on what order I had this in, and we're going to see which ones stick out or stick in. Yeah, the color coding wears off pretty quickly under regular use. Yeah, this all had a couple of scratches, and you can see underneath it, but I think for what I'm using them for, again, this is mainly to repin them and to just show that these locks actually do open and work. These are mainly going to be picked by my future students as well as myself. This should be fine. So again, I'm actually going to do this. I should do this in a different order, but I'm going to take the longest one. We're going to take the tweezer. We're just going to plop these into the holes and see what fits and what doesn't. So the way this should be is it should be what's called flush. Come on, you can do it. Again, it's probably just all the reflectiveness. Or I have to zoom out a bit more. Okay, let's I think in the future I'm going to invest in a negative version of this so it's black on white. Let's try this with the case and see if it. Maybe I have to like completely blot it out. Yep, I had to completely blot it out. So what you're going to want is this to be flush. And what that means is when you run your finger over it, there might be a little tiny bit of an edge, but it should be smooth to the touch. Like you can feel that if you turn this in the cylinder, it would go over. I'll show you what it looks like wrong. What you don't want is this to jut out so much that it's going to bind up the lock body. And you also don't want it too short because when you put the driver pin on top of it, it's going to now be shorter than the shear line and thus bind up the lock body. And actually, I'll show you how that looks right now. So even though I believe this is the correct pin, I'm going to dump this out. I'm going to put in the wrong pins and show you what I mean. So we'll take the super short one and put it in the top. See, we can't even see it. You can see if we look up, if I turn the side, it just disappears. That's too far in. I'm going to take this driver pin and show you what I mean. Because if we put the, let's grip that a different way. If we put the driver pin in, see how it's like, it's kind of like stuck in there. It's going in because the pin is so short. That means that that's how you bind up a shear line. This key's never going to work. And I'm going to dump this one out. And I'm going to put a long one in the short end here and show you, super long one, show you what that looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try that because I'm doing this at an odd angle. So you see how that like jets out all the way? Even if it's like 2 millimeters up, it's going to be too tall and blind the lock body, so we don't want that either. That's what you're trying to avoid. And again, if anyone has a hard time seeing this, I know we've been having, this is a lot better and easier to use than my phone. And I know we've been having issues mainly with all the reflectiveness focusing, but if anyone needs to ask, just let me know here. So what you want, and I'll put what I believe is the correct one in here. We're going to find out as we go along. Is again, might be a little bit of a lip edge, but it should smooth over. And again, we're going to try different ones here. I might have to swap these two out. Because again, they just give you the right pins, but they don't tell you what order. Okay, so that one went a little too deep. Okay, so I'm going to dump these out. This is the experiment part. We're going to try these in reverse order now and see if they work. Because I thought it was the super tall one in the front and the short ones in the back, but that might not be. Okay, that one is way more flush, I think. Let's try this second one. Now we're going to keep experimenting until this works. Okay, that one went too deep again. I'm going to try that because I know that these first three here are really long, and my hands are really getting dirty. So we're going to try this one in the second one, see if that one is, no, that one also goes too deep. Interesting. We're going to have to experiment a bit here because this did not go in the order that I thought this was going to go. Again, this is why we do this stuff on this show. So let's actually try this one in the third one in the first chamber. Ooh. See, that's why you have the bowl dip, because you see how I dropped that? So instead of it going on the table and rolling off, it just went into the corner here, so I can easily go in, pick that back up, and put it on the mat. And again, if you had a bigger mat or you're using like cardboard and you take that first surface out, that will catch it. Schlage specifies tolerance of plus minus 0.001. Yeah, again, this is why lock picking tools are considered precision tools. Because a lot of times if you're even just 1 millimeter off, you're going to like destroy the whole thing. So I'm going to try this. Okay, so the third one actually looks super flush. So let's try the other two. Maybe I did this wrong. That one went in too deep. I think that third, what I thought was the third one is actually the first one here. So we're going to dump that out if I can. I'm actually going to use the tweezers for this. Okay. Let's try what I thought was the first one in that second one. Okay, that one went flush. Okay, so that means the one that I thought was the first pins actually should be the third one. Yep. And now it should be the second shortest one. Yep. And the super short one in the front, because that was the ramp. It's short in the back and then it goes tall in the front. So this, I believe, is the correct flushness for this lock. And again, worst comes to worst, I might have to disassemble to refigure it out again, but this should work in the lock body. And honestly, that's kind of the easy part. I'm actually going to put these two together so I can put this key down in such a way that hopefully everything won't fall out. Because now we're going to do the hard part, and the part that might be the most hard to see, and that is pinning up the inside of this core. And I'm actually going to show it in the front first. So hopefully, despite how terrible it is, you should be able to, let's see what angle. There we go. You should be able to potentially see this. If not, I will quickly load up a video showing what it looks like inside. 0.001 is, yeah, 0.0254 millimeters, yeah. So especially if you're 1 millimeter off, it's like less than millimeters. Sorry, again, I'm actually nearly almost done with the water here again, so might need to go on a second break, but we'll get through this. So I'm going to try to demo this right here, but if that doesn't work, I'll load up a quick video, just because, again, I don't have any of these, and obviously for this purposes, I don't have them in cutaways, so you're not going to be able to see this. So what you're going to do is, wherever the Bible is, where it's normally at the top, right? So I'm going to hold this up the correct way. Like this would normally be the top. That's where all the driver pins and springs go. You're going to want to hold it upside down, so everything's facing down. You're letting gravity be your friend. And what you're going to first normally do is you're going to put springs all the way up. I'm actually going to try this on the reverse end just because you might be able to see this better. You're going to do reverse. You're going to put all the springs in first. So I'm just going to use the previous springs just to show you, and then we're going to spring this up the correct way, okay? So you normally take your spring, and you would do this from the back. I mean, you could do this any order, but I would normally do it back to the front. And you're going to just drop those springs in the hole. And if this was gravity, yep, it just goes right in. You can't even see it anymore. And so you put all the necessary springs you want to put in, right? And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your plug follower. And again, what I'll do regardless, if you can't see this, is I'm going to load up, I'm going to quickly search online and load up a video that will definitely show this off. And you're going to want to take the edge, and I know it's black on black, so it's hard to see, but you're going to take that plug follower, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to take your driver pin. Now I'm going to dump this out. This is just for demo display purposes. This is going to be odd for me. So you're going to want to put it slightly in and then push on the back of it so it's being held in there. You see how the plug follower is pushing up against that pin that's like barely 1/5, 1/4 of the way in, just to hold it there, right? And you're going to go from back to the front. So in this case, this is drilled 6 holes. We're not going to do all 6 holes, otherwise the lock will be off. We're going to skip 1 hole in the back and do the 5 holes back to front. So after all the springs are in, you put the first driver pin you want in the back, And I'm just doing it up in the front so you can see. And that has the spring at the bottom, the driver pins at the top being slightly held in by the plug follower, because you're pushing the plug follower against them. I'm using my pinky here just for demo purposes to push so it's being held in there. And this is where the curvedness of these tweezers help a lot. Let's try to attempt to refocus. Okay, that kind of helped. Let me actually try to blank background this as much as I can. Okay, I think that made it slightly worse, but whatever. I think you can kind of see what's going on here. Anyhow, this is where the curve of the tweezers will help. But you're going to take your tweezers, you're going to clamp them closed. You can technically do this with a lockpick, but it's very easy with tweezers. And you're going to use the tip of them to, as you're pushing the plug follower forward, you're going to push this all the way down. It's like you're picking the pin until it goes to the bottom, and this plug follower will pass right over it. And that, the pressure of the plug follower pushing down on the driver pin, which is pushing down the spring, is going to hold that into place. You're going to do that from the back to the front. I'm just doing the first chamber just so you can see it. So again, we have that spring at the bottom. Let's just assume this is all springed up. This would be the first one from the back normally. I put that one a fifth to a fourth of the way in, so the plug follower is holding it, and then I'm going to press down until it becomes flush, and this plug follower is going to pop right over the thing. See? And now that that's in there, it's going to hold that there until, which is what I'm going to do in a moment, remove that plug follower, and I'm going to do it from the back to the front. Just because of, and I'm going to just dump this here. Just because, look how that spring came out like a stillborn right there. Oh, see, this is why I have the bowl, because again, these springs fly everywhere. Just for everyone at home real quick, I'm going to switch into, I'm not actually going to switch in the browser mode. I'm going to load this up separately. There is a video that I probably should have prepped beforehand, but I was hoping that, it's not even the light that's the problem, it's that thanks to the soot from the brass, it is so dark, so dank dark in the lock body. That you can't see quite as well looking into me repinning. So what I'm going to do here is, and I probably should have did this earlier, so give me a moment and I'll do the spiel while I do this, is I'm not going to air it from here because it might eat up too much bandwidth, but I am going to go and get this video from Bosnian Bill over at Lock Lab, because unlike me, he had the time and the energy and the effort to cut a cylinder in half with proper lighting so you can see it, and I'll narrate over it. And then I'm going to properly do this, even though you won't see much detail of me pitting up the Bible core. And we're going to, we're then going to do it, and then I'll show you how to put these, the core and the lock body with the Bible back together with everything properly set up. And then we're going to do that consistently really quickly and consistently for these next two colored locks, and the black one we're going to do last. So again, I just want to mention we're not done yet, but thank you everyone for, hopefully this goes quick. Yep, it's going. Thank you everyone for watching me at the Master of Unlocking, and thank you for also putting up with not only my stupidity, but we're dealing with this Elmo. Again, I'm still getting used to the autofocus and stuff, but I really, really like this. This is going to be this is already a godsend for what I have demoed here, and it's going to be a big godsend for the electronics. While this is properly downloading, I'm not doing cocaine or something. My nose is just congested for whatever reason right now. It's probably all the stuff that's in this lock. But if you like this show, Master of Unlocking, and you want to check our next episode, remember we're the first and third Sundays of the month. Our next episode is going to be the 21st at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. God, what's going on? I'm going to have to blow my nose in a moment. Wash my hands, then blow my nose. But yeah, if you like this show and you can't wait to see the one for the 21st, you want to get reminders or catch our other shows like Archfile Linux Perspective, future episode of a new show that we just debuted called Circuit Breakers, or my other show, Crypto Barons, where we look at blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies as, I'm going to use my other probably arm I didn't use, technologies as technologies, as well as all of this crazy specials we're going to air this month. You can hit that like button, hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube, and also hi everyone out there on Facebook and watching through Tor and the Diode Zone on PeerTube, which we absolutely love, and we're so glad that PeerTube V3 you can now stream to, so we have a decentralized FOSS type way of streaming and archiving our videos, and Diode Zone's been really awesome about doing that. They follow our similar beliefs and policies on tech and ethical practices in tech. But yeah, you can go like and share that. Again, I get notifications from when you do so, especially if you're on D Live, because D Live, we're trying to get to 100 followers for Crypto Superstar, which means we could do a lot with the D Live account. Same thing, by the way, if you send us bits, super chats, which I think I'm still trying to set up, or lemons, I have alerts for all of them. We very much appreciate that, and you'll get notifications when we go live, even though I'm telling you once again that the Master of Unlocking is first and third Sundays of the month at 8 p.m. Our next meeting coming up, which is going to be our 4-year anniversary. We're going to be around for 4 effing years. Doing all this crazy stuff. 1 year doing this completely live stream, which I can't believe that, is going to be on the 19th. I don't know if it's going to start at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., but it's going to be super casual. We're going to hopefully have some good special guests come in. I'm going to do one very special talk that I've been wanting to do for a while right now that's not going to be lock-related. Maybe a little lock-related, but not lock-related. And also, just to say this month as I eat some airtime, as this video is done doing its stuff, we are also going to, what do you call it, there's a lot of hacker stuff this month, upcoming next. Unfortunately, we submitted stuff in, didn't get accepted, which tells me the stuff that did get into PancakeCon is going to be insane. So, I don't know if we're going to be live streaming our reaction to PancakeCon, but we're definitely going to at least make a blog post and social media post on to go check that out. We saw it last year. PancakeCon is it was one of the first online conventions that was purely set up to be made online. This is not a convention that had to convert to be online. This was purely done for online stuff. Really well, cool done conference. You get to learn a InfoSec thing and then a non-InfoSec thing. So you'll get to learn, like, how to use Ghidra in red teaming and blue teaming scenarios, and then learn how to make your own pickles. It's what the hell? Okay, it's things like that. And then the two I know we're going to do. I don't know about NJ Maker's Day. I'm taking a break right now, and something went weird with the video, so I'm still doing this. Is that we are going to check out 2 days of what's called Libre Planet, which is sort of like, that's the Stallman group, as I like to call them. They're run by the Free Software Foundation and all those peeps up normally in Cambridge, Massachusetts, but for last year and this year, yeah, the video's going. They're doing it live. We'll do it live. Literally the day after our meeting, and then that afternoon, the day after our meeting, because time hates us, we are going to be doing, what do you call it? We are going to be doing DEFCON China Party, which is going to be in this weird VR thing, and we kind of get to see, like, all the people, all the cool hackers over in China, and it'll be like some of also the stuff you normally see at DEFCON stuff with like DJing and everything like that. So, and then Nahamasec is also going to happen, which we're going to restream on our Twitch channel. So this is a nuts month for like hacker and maker shit. So yeah, it's going to be really cool. Okay, finally I can do this. So we're going to have, at least for 2 of those, we're going to be doing live stream reaction specials for. So if you want to know more about those, again, you can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you want to know more about us, you can check us out at defcon21.org, as well as our social media, which we do have on our website, such as defcon21nj on Twitter. That's a big one. We're also defcon21 on Instagram, GitHub. We used to have a TikTok that we probably really need to go back to, even though that's skeevy as hell. We're on the hostducks.social instance of Mastodon. We're on a ton of things. So now that this video is moved over, couple more seconds left. The reason why I stalled for that is because I'm trying to get this video, again, this is my fault. I should have knew that the lock body is going to be so soot-filled in this case for no goddamn reason, because brass is really annoying to work with. And whatever technique Sparrow uses, again, Sparrows has its ups and downs that you can't really see inside the lock body with the light and everything, despite this light working really well. So what I'm going to do is we're going to load up, and it's going to look a little funky, but we're going to load up a video from Bosnia and Bill over at Lock Lab, and I'll probably share the link later on this. So it's going to look a little funky, and then I'm going to fast forward to a certain part just so you folks can see, and then we're going to go through the rest of these locks, I swear. Let's get this going. Ah, my belly. Yeah, see, that's why I mean. Now you can't even see me. Bosnia Bill's signature WTF, what do you call it?
Well, guys, I'm starting to think the Sparrows has a full-time employee doing nothing but reading the comments you guys are leaving and going through the forums to try to pick up on some of the things that we'd like to see introduced in the marketplace. So I was surfing around the other day, and really I was looking to buy a set of the all these
what it looks like on the inside of these, so you can see what I mean about the lock Bible part, right? Because this is unfortunately the part I can't do here yet. So yeah, I'm going to narrate this. That also
the lock with springs, and drop a spring into each of your cylinders. Try to do this through the camera lens.
Here he is putting in all of the springs that you would use, and he's going from, if I remember correctly, back to front on these.
And there we go. That was the easy part. Now what we're going to do is take our follower, and you're going to begin at the very back of the lock. You don't block that first hole just yet, but get it riding on the lip of the lock. And that way when you put a pin in there, you can push it up and cover and keep them popping out. So I'm going to grab the first pin. I'm going to reach in through that little cave of the lock, partially set them in the hole, and then push against your follower to hold them in place, and then take your tweezers and push them down the side of there. And you're going to do that for each of those pins. Just stick them down the side of the hole, push the follower against him, and then shove them down with your tweezers. Again, it makes it very nice to have these formed tweezers, nice and wide, so you don't have to pinpoint anything.
Plug follower completely goes through.
And the last guy, push him in, push against him, put him in place. And then shove your follower all the way through the...
Because I'm a moron. So we're going to do this properly. Now, again, I want to save these. So I believe we have a bunch of springs here. I don't know if we have enough springs for each and every one of these. We might have to reuse some of the springs on here, but we're going to find out. So I'm actually going to do something kind of naughty. And I'm just going to dump all these springs in the corner here on the pad that you see off screen. Probably should have ordered extra strings. I'm just going in and kind of, some of these got tangled up, so I'm kind of, this one got really tangled up, so I'm trying to like hand separate some of these. Probably in the, whoop, that flew. Probably the shipping caused them to fly around everywhere. I can actually tilt the camera over so you can see what I'm doing a bit better. I think is it towards me or away from me? Oh, it's towards me. Okay, I'm still getting used to this. Hang on. So a little bit like that so you can see part of it. But yeah, some of these got super tangled up in here. So that's probably going to unfortunately be most of the time right now. Because again, once you get used to this, putting in the driver pins in the lock body is pretty easy, but sometimes when you get the pins, because these are flying on jet airlines and stuff, and especially with DJoy having no joy in being in charge, as you hear my stomach rumble, because I'm definitely going to pig out after this very long but very informative stream. Actually, now that I see these untangled, I believe we actually are going to have enough springs. Because again, I'm pretty sure Sparrows thought this through for all the pins that we're going to be using. And these are all going to go into what's known as the Bible, or the space that's above the driver pin in the lock body. That's why it's called that. The Bible, sometimes known as the Bibble. I'm not going to be particular with these, just because I'm just going to be grabbing them willy-nilly. So yeah, that's what's going to be that. Now we're going to zoom in a bit more, and we're going to refocus. And I'm going to do what you saw in the video, and again, it's going to be a hard time seeing this. So let's see. So I'm going to go from the back. So that first hole. And you know what? I'm actually, even though this light's normally really good, my phone has a more hardcore directional light. Why is someone messaging me right now? Oh boy. Okay. I have to contact the Neo later. That's going to be a fun thing. So I'm actually going to use the bright light on my phone. See, now you can actually kind of see in here. So actually the light on the phone is way brighter, so you can see all the holes now. Except I have no way to hold the cell phone while doing this at the same time, so you're going to have to use your imagination. Then that. Now this is actually going to be... Actually, hold on a second. Hey Jack, can I borrow your flashlight? Can I borrow your flashlight? There we go. Thank you. So this is super bright so I can see in here, because the thing is I just need to hand hold this. Normally I'd probably hold this in a vise or something. I'm actually going to unfortunately go off cam here, and you'll probably see this on the other cam. I'm just looking through the lock body because I just want to make sure that the plug follower is going to go past that 6 hole, because what we need are those, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, we need those first 5 holes. We're not doing 6 holes. Hi, Dark Arts. Don't worry. I mean, you missed much, but you didn't miss much. Because it's so dark in here, I quickly did a video about what, because it's hard to see with this, and I'm trying to find the angle. What it looks like inside of a, let's do it this way, lock body here, and it's drilled for 6 pins. But, let's see what angle I can do this at, because I can see it. It's just, there we go. It's 6 pins, so I just wanted to do this right so I can cover that 6 hole so we can put everything else in. And again, what we're going to do, I'm going to hold this with my neck here, is, again, we're going to drop all the springs in first. So let me just check. See, this is what I originally wanted, and I'm probably going to tell Cyril this, because we have a lamp desk, but we thought the light would be, oh, got stuck. We thought that the light would be so bright that we wouldn't need this, and apparently, as usual, I was wrong. Just want to make sure I have, oh boy, this is where, sometimes when you do this stuff, you really, really wish you had like a 3rd arm or something to make things easier for you. But hey, Dark Arts Lockpicking, we follow them on, they have their own YouTube channel, and it's pretty awesome. And we also follow them on Instagram. Damn it, I did it again. Yeah, this I have to be like kind of careful and probably grab the, whoop. Okay, so that haphazardly went in there. The top of these, because the way that back one, that's tricky. Actually, unfortunately, while this is going to be off screen here, where did it go? Oh, it went in the hole, okay. My question is, it went in the right hole. Now it fell out, okay. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this, and I'm actually going to try it, let's see. Oh boy, this is where having a desk lamp would really goddamn help. So Cyril's, I think, asleep right now. I'm going to definitely have to bother him, because I'll put it this way. If this was my flashlight, I would literally put this in my mouth and hold it, but this is not my flashlight. So unless someone wants to come out and hold a hand here, I'm just going to have to do this neck style, which I don't particularly like, but it should work. I'm going to go in. We're going to pop the springs. That was hole number 5. Back to front. And this is also, whoop, this is harder for me to do without my glasses, and it's also risky for me to do because we're not over the bowl tray, which I normally would be like hovering over the, whoop, and I just dropped the spring. See, once again, this is why you have the bowl tray, because you're trying to, there it is, you don't want that to happen. So hang on a moment. I'm actually going to put this on standby mode, and I'm going to do the smart thing, and I'm going to see if we can actually get a desk lamp going. So just give me a moment, and I'm going to put some music on, and I'll be right back because this is an unforeseen consequence. So here we go. Give me just a minute or two. This is frustrating.
Hey, can you do me a favor real quick?
What?
What's it called? I was about to, what's it called? When you're done, can you turn the dishwasher on?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night.
I'm on standby mode. Here's my cell right now. Either I need it or I need to because I can't hold it with my neck and try to drop these in at the same time. Because the light from the machine is good for the camera, but it's not strong enough. Or if you have like a crane clamp or something, I can do that. Actually, hang on, I just got an idea. That's not gonna work. Pee real quick. would have been convenient. That was probably way too loud as a media source too. I forgot that I had the video still running. Let's fix that. There we go. Okay, so one roommate is going to bed and the other one cannot wake up. So what I'm going to attempt to do here is, the reason why it seems like everything's brighter is because I have hung with a piece of equipment the flashlight off the Elmo. And so while you might not be able to probably see what's going on, and I could try to actually bring this light closer to, whoop, that's not going to do. Okay. Yeah, because the front part it's way heavier, isn't it? Yeah, that's not going to work. So I actually have to hold it in the middle for balance. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to have to do it like this. So you're not going to be able to probably see this on cam properly, but I'll be able to at least do the lock bodies this way. So unfortunately, again, DIY stuff, this is sometimes what you have to do, especially when your friends can't wake up and help you try to do something like this. So I'm going to try to, I believe I have to stand up in order to do this, so I'm going to angle this a certain way. Where did the pinning tweezers go? Here we go. So I just want to make sure that I covered, there we go. So there should be there should be 6 holes. Covered that first hole, and we're going to go in and we're going to plot, and I'm going to do this in reverse order, just because it'll be easier for me and I should be able to do it quicker. I'm going to plop all the necessary springs we're going to need for this 5-pin raking lock. See, I guess one of the things I'm going to need to invest in is either we're going to get a dedicated desk lamp, or we're going to get a it's going to be the hard part. What do you call it? Like a clamp robotic arm that can hold a flashlight like this. I want it to fall into the wrong hole here. Because what we really need for this part, and this is normally what I would do not on camera, is we really need like direct light, in my opinion, in order to see. Jesus Christ, what am I having? I'm like having like, again, this is why you have the tray and this is why you have the bowl, because I'm just gonna go for a different spring because he seems to be way too excited. Let's see what's going on. So trying to find the right angle here. So barely see it, but that should be the 4th hole. There we go. And then the 5th one is all the way in the back. And again, I apologize that you're not able to see this on camera. I I take the L for this one. This is simply, and I'm actually going to do this the easy way, and go from the back so I can see in. This is a miscalculation on my part. I thought the original light here on the Elmo, which now I found a weakness for the Elmo, would be strong enough. It is not. Now I can turn this thing off. But yeah, we have the we have all of the springs in here, and so now what we're going to do, and again, that's why I showed you the video, because I'm probably also going to have to do this via the weird jerry-rig light I have here, is we're going to go back to front. And honestly, we could really go either way on this lock body, but I'm going to assume this is going to be the back. Actually, no, because that's the, yeah, that's where it screws in, isn't it? I believe. Hang on. Or not. Let's find out. Yeah, this is the part. So this is actually the back. Okay, actually, shit. Because of that, unfortunately, I'm going to actually have to do all those springs again, because I want to make sure that, because I forgot this was the front side, I want to remake sure that we're doing these in the correct order for the right holes. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to do this smart way, and again, I'm sorry that you can't see this on camera. Again, this is a flaw on my end. I'm going to actually start the first two ones in the back at this angle, just because I can see everything better, especially without my glasses, which is definitely not helping here. And now I'm going to rotate this around and do the three in the front. So let's do that first one. Oop. I think that was the crazy, tricky one there. Second one. And then there should be that third one in the middle ground there. And now we have all the springs in. So now that we've done this the correct way, because we've left that 6-hole blank, we're going to do what they should Bosnian Bill to do, which is I'm going to find the right angle here, and we're going to cover. Where are you? Good. So, all right, I actually have to do this, but whoop, and my holding device just fell. Hang on. Sorry about that. Hang on. I was hoping some of the springs didn't fall out. Again, this is the ungrateful part of doing all of this. And one of the springs, so for the third time, because my friends are useless, we are going to do this all over again, but the more you do this, the faster you get at it. So again, I'm going to do 2 in the back and 3 in the front. Because my issue is that I want to make sure, because it's always that first, aka deepest hole, that is the most tricky, in my opinion, especially when you don't have an over-the-shoulder light thing or someone to hold the light for you to do. So did I just do this wrong? Hold on. I shouldn't have done the first hole. It needs to be the second to first hole. Yep. Slippery, slippery, slippery. Okay, so I'm skipping that hole because that's the last one. So that was number 5. And to me, this is always the hardest part when attempting to pin or repin a lock. Right, I know. That was the large lip that I believe that the Schlage cranial screw should be able to slide into. And again, I apologize. That's why I showed Bosnian Bill's video, because I apologize that you aren't able to fully see in this lock body. But yes, that should be, especially if I angle this correctly. Because my problem is that I'm even have a hard time with angles. But yeah, that should be, so just 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that should be those 5 ones there. So now what we're going to do. God, this was more difficult because of this lighting situation. It's always all about lighting. This is like more difficult lighting than I thought. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put this down, and I'm going to temporarily remove how I've set up here for the light, because to me this is the most crucial part, and this is the part that you're not going to really see because I have to like aim directly down it, and I can use my pinky for this part. Is we're going to slide. Yeah, it's there for the core to push through, and it's also there to prevent shimming of the core from the front. Yes. Thank you, Dark Arts. Let's see, I'm going to count 3, 4, 5, 6. So what I want to do is slide this up a little bit and cover, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, there we go. That was that first pin. So again, you're not going to be able to see this with the type of light, unfortunately, because I need a directional light here. And what I'm actually going to think of right now is I'm going to move some of the stuff aside, and provided it doesn't roll off, I'm going to attempt to hopefully put something that I can build up. This this box might do. Wow, we finally found a use for this. Again, this Kevo box. So I can place this, yep, as flat as I can in the other direction. And that way I can use my free hands for this. And again, I apologize. I might be able to tilt down a bit more, and you might be able to see what this looks like here because I don't have the best direct support. So yeah, if I get the right angle, yep, those are those 5 pins. Those driver pins. And so what I'm going to do here, and this is the part where I probably also screwed up, is I need to get normal driver pins from this baggie. So I'm actually going to take this core out. Again, these were the unforeseen consequences. And I'm going to plop these mixed bag of driver pins. I probably should have did beforehand, but I wanted to be fancy. I'm going to move these springs over manually. There's only 2 remaining here. I think we have them for all the locks, but we're going to find out. I'm just going to dump these, and these should all be, especially the normal ones, the same height for the drivers. They look like it. And we're just going to put, these are all going to be the normal driver pins. Okay, and there should be nothing in that one. Good. Dark Arts just wrote, 90% of the videoing is lighting. Yes. And again, I thought that the light, because I really like this Elmo, but I thought that the light would be sufficient enough, but it turns out it more has an omni light, and I need a directional light for this, and I didn't notice that beforehand. So yeah, so now I have this so that that first hole is blocked because these are drilled for 6 pins, and what we want to do is put in 4 just normal driver pins. This is going to be tricky for me, so I'm going to go in. I'm going to actually, this will help me. I'm going to turn this so that groove crenellator there we go. That way I know it's going to be dead center. There we go. I'm going to take this. It's the unglamorous part of doing this type of a show. That in there, and I'm going to line it so it should partially fall in that 5th hole. Should back a little bit more. There we go. I should be able to push this. See, is it stuck slightly, or it should just? I need to pull it out a little bit more. Now it's beginning to fall in, so I should be able to push that down and push it forward. And what you might or might not be able to see in here now, I don't think you'll be able to see it, but yeah. But I do have it so that the plug follower is over, and I push it right over, and now that's in there. So now we have to do that just 4 more times. And then on the Elmo, I will actually show you how. I actually might have to reuse some of the driver pins from the OG. I'm actually going to save. I'm going to save the key pins from the original progressive set, but I actually might have to use reuse some of their driver pins. There we go. Because I'm not sure if we have enough driver pins to do this entire set, so I think they might actually count on the fact that you are going to reuse the driver pins, some of them at least. And actually, I'll do these last two with them from the original set. So we're going to line this up. Yeah, and this, I'm going to do the last driver pin. Whoop. Let's regrip that. I'm going to do the last driver pin because that one the Elmo should be able to properly pick up. And it should be easier because they're going to keep getting more shallow. I'm going to turn this light off. Let's see if we can find the right angle on the camera and then focus adjust. I have to bring it out a bit more. Let me actually sit down and do this. Okay, I think you can kind of tilt this up a bit more. You can kind of see it in there. There should be a, because I'm trying to figure out still which way. There's a hole right there. So I'm going to take the last driver pin. I'm going to put that in there. See how it kind of like half slid in there? And then I'm going to take these, the rounded part of the tweezers, push this down, push the plug follow over, and now it's over it, so it should slide all the way over it. You can see it's kind of half in there. When I push it over, that's all 5 pins for this one. So I'm definitely going to save the key pins and the springs from those two. And now we have, what we should have is our core should be fine. I just want to experiment, swap these front two and see if I swap them, there we go, if they better line up, because I'm just curious here. Or not. And maybe that's how they were supposed to go in the first place, but we're going to find out. And again, one of the reasons why I like doing this is because let's try it the other way, is that, you know, a lot of lock stuff that you see online is pre-recorded, which is fine, and that's really good for like the nature of what they are. But I also feel like it gives like a false impression that, okay, so I think it was the other way. It gives kind of a false impression, in my opinion, that that like everyone in this scene is like a freaking master of their, you know, like there's no mistakes and that they nail this stuff every time. And one of the reasons why, not just for Master of Unlocking, but that we do this sort of, let me tilt the camera back up, why we do this sort of live streaming format is because we want to show flaws and all on how all of this works. So I actually want to try and experiment with something with the original key here. So I'm going to remove that. I'm actually going to dump these two out again. This is me being really like super thorough, right? Because I actually want to put the original key in here, which should make the whole thing look really weird. Yeah, they're not aligned. But I just want to double check something because I know that the original key for this 2-pinner, and the new one is so similar that the blue key actually opened the 2-pin lock originally. So I just wanted to see how these fit. Okay, so it does seem like it was the long in the front and the short in the back for the OG one. So that's what we're going to do here. So, because they're so similar to each other that I'm pretty sure that's where. If not, I just have to open this and repin it again. Oh, wrong key. Put the new key back in. Let's try this. Yeah, it looks like it works because if I look at it, yeah, the front one is slightly lower than the second front one is slightly lower than the ultimate front one. So that should be the way it is repinned. So we have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pins, and this should be pretty flush to the core. Dark Arts says it's also important to make sure that all pin stacks are equally balanced. Yes, that's also a very important thing for here. So now if we did everything correctly, we have our core with the correct key pins, and we have our, let's see if I can get this more in focus, just zoom out a bit. There we go. I think that's as good as it gets. Let's try that again. So we have our core, and we have our core full of all 5 key pins for this big blue raker that we just repinned, and that's what we did is we put the key in and we tried the pins at different points. Even though if we look at the bitting, we could tell that the long ones are the deeper cuts and the shallower cuts are the shorter pins. And then we put all the normal springs in the Bible of this one and did the difficult process, especially if you only have 2 hands and you don't have a good directional mount lighting, putting in we just using standard driver pins and placing that all in there. Now the first thing I'm going to do is, because I did use that indent in it to help line up the pins, I'm going to do it so that curved side is facing towards all 5 driver pins with the springs loaded in there, right? And we're going to do the reverse order of putting this in. You don't want to put this with the key pins facing up exactly where the driver pins are, because if you do, those first driver pins with the springs are going to push into the deeper part of the lock, and your lock gets stuck, and now you're going to have to pick it open again, and it throws it all off. So what you're going to do is, like the same way how you pulled it out, you're going to offset it. You're going to turn it clockwise, 30 to 90 degrees. I prefer 30 here. And we're going to line it up exactly with this core shim here, this plug follower, and we're going to push this core plug follower out as we push the core in, and that should make a seamless transition for everything to be lined up. And once that core is out, we should be able to turn the key back, and if we're able to move the key like normal, that means we pinned this correctly, and hopefully we don't have to pick it open. So yep, this turns 90 degrees each way, so that works. Now here's the key. I believe if we, that's what we didn't want to do. Okay, so this still turns. When we take this key out, because everything will not be at the shear line, it will stick. Now there's 2 ways you can go at this. You can leave the key in offset, go around and put and we'll do it this way with the next lock that we'll do, and these will go a lot faster. We can put in this part that's escaping my brain right now, and screw this back in, put the retaining pin, screw it back in, and then turn this thing and pull the key out. Because here's the problem: if we pull this out with the key in there, and we don't have that back part on, and we just pull it out with me holding my left hand with the lock body and my right hand on the key, it's going to move the core forward, which means the pins are going to be offset again, or even worse, I'm going to pull the entire core and all the stuff in the Bible and the core, all those pins and stuff that took forever, and springs will go flying everywhere, and we're going to have to redo everything again. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do the first method is I'm going to turn it so it's lined up, key pins, driver pins at the shear line, and then I'm going to use my fingers to hold the front of the core in here, and I'm going to pull the key out if I find the right angle. And now that's in there. See if we put the key in again. Works. I'm going to hold that core with my fingers, pull the key out, and see now that they're lined up, it's off the shear line, so it's holding them all in, so this won't fall out. Now all you have to do is just put this back piece together. And this is, again, the easy part. It starts easy, ends easy. That middle part, especially with the Bible, is hard to do. So we're going to put in the spring that we got from the retaining pin. And we're going to put bullet. Note how it's curved like the way a key pin in. You put it the tapered side up, or the bullet point side up, as I call it, in, right? And then we're going to take our back piece here. cranials facing out. We're not putting it this way. The ridges have to go inside. So we're facing the ridges towards the lock body with these cranials facing out. And by the way, eventually I'm going to disassemble this core again and then we're not going to do it this time. I'm going to take the sandpaper and see how much of the excess paint on here I can take off, even though I'm really proud with the paint job. I'm going to put that in so it lines up, and then we're going to go back to our crenulated plug follower here and do the reversal left. And remember, righty tighty, lefty loosey. We're going to turn it right to tighten it. So we're going to line it up with cranials, press down, and screw this in until it's, whoop, that was a slip up on my part. Thankfully, the retaining pin didn't launch out. Until it's in there. Now, here's what you want also. You don't want to over tighten this. Oh, and I probably should have put my finger back here, but if it's off, I'll just disassemble it and redo it again because you want to make sure the core is still in the front here. Otherwise, you can also do it on a flat surface for these. You don't want it all the way turned because that will lock up the entire lock body, so you actually want to half turn it out. Let's do a half turn out so that this core can freely move. Now, if I did this correctly, I should be able to slide key in, and we have a working repinned lock that is now completely different from the original key that we used. So yeah, that was the really long, especially when we got through in the loophole of the lighting, way we did that, and that was the blue raker. Now we're going to spend the rest of the episode, so probably a little bit past midnight, and thank you for everyone sticking with me on this, especially through the little kerfuffle we had there. These should go faster because I'm only gonna barely narrate. I'm gonna take the original baggie here and I'm gonna save the original springs and pins because I might reuse them for a different Schlage lock or just a different lock altogether. Now I'm going to put this in a special area off cam so I know that this was, I mean, I could also just look at the pins, but this was the 2-pinner. There we go. And now we just have 3 more locks to go. Now again, this should go way faster because I'm not going to be like narrating step by step, but I already know about the lighting issues. So that's our first blue raker. He works consistently. And I'm just going to lightly narrate the other 2. So, quick question for anyone who's still in chat, and guys, thank you for sticking up for me in chat. If you like what you see, again, you can follow at Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. Like, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell. I do get notifications for those. Same things if you send bits, lemons, or super chats. And if you have any questions, if I'm too loud, too soft, you need me to repeat something, or you're confused about something, you want to shout something fun and not stupid, say so in chat. I love talking in chat. Otherwise, keep watching and keep lurking. Keep lurking, keep learning, I mean. So I'm going to ask in chat, even if only one person answers, which one do we want to do next? We have 2 Christmas colors here. We have the green one, which is the high-low high bidding, and we have the red one. No, this is the bag full of the driver pins, which is the low, high, low. So we're either going to do the red one next, or we're going to do the green one next. I want to pick which one. So this is the most green. We're going to put in all the votes here. Otherwise, I'm just going to randomly pick one or use the one that has the most amount of choice. Again, what we're choosing here after this weird off angle, and I'm actually going to push this if I can downwards a bit so it's off the table slightly. I'm still getting used to all of this. There we go. So we're going to either do, we're going to do red next or green next. Right now we have 0 votes for red and 1 vote for green. I'm going to give it a couple of minutes. Again, what we've been doing is repinning locks. We had a little bit of a kerfuffle with the light, and I'm still going to do some things off camera, unfortunately, because I wasn't expecting, I thought this light would be enough. Turns out I actually need a directional light for this, which I'll now know for future episodes. Let's get that back in focus. Otherwise, I really do like the Elmo. This is going to be very invaluable for future lock picking and circuitry stuff. But yeah, we went in and we took this original 2-pinner out of this progressive Sparrows set, which are all Schlage, and we repinned it to what is known as the blue raker, which teaches you how to rake a 5-pin lock that is like decently difficult, especially for beginners to pick, but easier to rake. And this completely works, and this is how you repin and or from scratch pin a lock. So let's see. I'm going to give it another minute. If not, we're going to end up doing green next, which will be the high, low, high. If we get more votes for red in the next couple of seconds, we're going to do the low, high, low next. Do 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 do. Again, I'm sorry for like the whole thing where we had to go like a quick intermission or something. That was simply because again, I normally when I'm doing this myself, I would have a flashlight and aim it. But in this case, and also I would help if I couldn't do it by myself, I'd have someone hand hold it because I need both hands, or have a desk lamp. And I originally thought, oh, we don't need a desk lamp because this Elmo light would be solid enough. But now I know that the light is more of like a general disbursement because it's trying to cover the entire image, aka the document. It's not that great. We need a directional light for if I want to really look in the lock body. So now I know that for the future, but we're going to get things faster. So because there was no other votes, I'm going to put red, which I believe was the 3-pinner, to the side, and we're going to do green, which I believe is originally the 4-pinner. So we're going to do a super fast version of what we originally did for this blue raker here. And that one's done, so I'm going to actually turn it and put it over here so it's out of the way. So again, because these are Schlags, they have the retaining pin in them. Let's see if I can get focus again. They have that retaining pin in them and the crenulated edge, and thankfully the reload kit, and you can also get these in metal on eBay and lock stores, is not only the plug follower that's the exact width for these, but actually has the crenules in it to match. And that retaining pin with its own spring pressure is holding that whole thing in. So what you're going to do is you're going to match the, I'm actually going to take the original key out. We're going to match the crenules to the lock body here. And we're going to push in, which should push that retaining pin down. That should give us enough room. Now remember, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, so we're going to turn left. We're going to do we're going to do like 3 or 5 complete turns here. And now we're going to slowly remove this, very slowly, because again, that pin is under so much pressure that it can easily, maybe rotate it a little bit more, launch into space and hit yourself or a friend or into your eyeball or whatever. So we safely took that back part out, and I'm going to use the tweezers here because I want to be all professional. Let's move this. Let's move the key out of the way just so I can have room here. And we're going to take that retaining pin out, and then we're going to dump on the mat. It's super high-loaded spring that keeps that in there, which again, Sparrows, apparently my mentor told me that, Night Owl told me that these are standard when it comes to Schlags, but that it comes with a bag of extra pins and these, retaining pins and the springs for the retaining pins, just in case you launch these and lose them. So we're probably going to do the quick and dirty method here in a bit, but what you normally do with this if you want to retain, I'm actually going to do the normal method again. So you're going to take it, because these are all at the shear line now, so it's hard for me to grip because I just put in there, but that means none of these won't come out because they're at that. But when you put the key in, all the pins are at the shear line, just like the way you pick a lock or use a normal key. So what you're going to take it and you're going to rotate it between 90 and 30 degrees, so that's a good 30 degrees. And to make sure those driver pins don't go everywhere, we're going to do not the gap side. If you has a gap, you want to do the full curve facing upwards, so it faces towards the driver pins and the springs. We're going to take that and we're going to push that plug follower. We're going to push the plug out with the plug follower, and that will hold all the driver pins in there while we have a whole Bible full of the key pins. As you can see, there's the 4 practice pins from this original key, 1, 2, 3, 4. We take it out, they're all different shear lines, and then when you put it back in, it's all at the shear line. And of course, we don't really need all these for now, so I'm just going to dump them off in the corner here. And I am going to reuse some of the driver pins here. And again, I'm going to maybe reuse these pins. It's always good to have extra pins anyhow, so they don't need to be in the right order. And we can now put the original key to the side. So now we're going to go in, and we're going to use this other mat just because it's going to be more orderly, and this mat is already really full. This is also the other hard part for me because I unfortunately clipped my nails like 2 days ago, so I have a hard time opening these as I said earlier, because dark art lock picking was not in here, how tricky every lock picking supply stuff for some reason comes in a little green drug baggie. So this is the green key that's going to go into the green lock. And remember, these weren't these original colors. I had to paint them this way. So what we're going to do, put that down south, and that's just for my eyeballs for reference. In fact, if I can, I'll try to rotate this a little bit farther out so we can see the key there. Let's refocus. I just love that. Again, I just wish we had a stronger light, but I didn't know. So we have the 5 pins here. It's going to be high, low, high, which means you're going to have to reach around those first like 1 or 2 pins to set. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're going to reach around those 2 to 3 middle pins to get the higher pins in the back, which means you'll either accidentally overset the middle pins if your hook's not deep enough, you don't have enough finesse, or when you try to pick, as you set those back ones, you're going to accidentally drop the first 2 pins that are high, and you're going to have to reset them again. That's going to put you in an endless loop. So we know it's a low, high, low. So I'm going to make an educated guess here. Is all the long pins are probably going to be in the middle-ish. And again, we don't know until we do the quick and dirty method by putting them in. And then all the short pins, and there's a super short one that I believe is going to be the last one here. So I'm actually going to have to move everything over one place. Actually, no, I have to 1, 2, 3. Actually, let me check. Okay. And then these two are these are short, but not too short, so these will probably be in the front, if I remember correctly. And again, we're going to experiment and find out here, because it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that should be that order. So high, low, and then high. And again, the quick and dirty method of how we're going to do this is we're going to take the key, insert into the Bible, and starting with the front, which is the front of the keyway. And if you forget, it's where this body is in order to turn it. So the closest most hole for that pin. Get some focus again. And you can see the reflected green in the empty pinholes. There we go. And we're going to take that, so it's going to be, in this case, left to right down here. And again, this is an odd angle for me to do at, so we're going to take what I think is the first pin. We're going to put it in there, and we're going to see if it ends up flush. That one went too deep. I can feel the edge here, so I don't think that's flush. I'm going to dump that one out, and we're going to actually try that. We'll try the second one that I thought was the second one, but might be the first one. That one sticks out too much, so it actually might be that first. That might be that little tiny one that's first. Because I know one of these two is probably the middle, because that's the low part of the high, low, high. So let's try this. And again, I'm doing this at such a weird angle here. So drug bags, yes. No, it drives me crazy that like most lockpicking stuff, particularly from Sparrows, if they can fit it, they put those in those little drug baggies. Because again, like you have no idea how many times the post office and stuff is just like, that one's way too shallow. This is kind of strange. Are just sort of like, hi, what are you doing? We just scanned this, and our X-ray showed 8 million drug baggies. Like, what did you get through the mail? Okay, that's definitely the middle. So it actually might be one of the two. Might be my original thing, and it actually might be flush, and I didn't even realize it. So let's try this again. So again, the way I looked at the bidding, that third shortest one, or second shortest one, should go in the front. So we're actually going to put this in the order that I think and see how flush we can get this, because that one definitely jutted out. It's weird because it doesn't seem flush, but it might be. Hold on. Yeah, that one should be deeper. Let me try, again, flipping them. And see what happens. See if we get the same results last time, because the definition of insanity, yeah, that one's too deep, and then this one should be too up, is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Yeah, these are not flush, so it's definitely these two pins, and it's definitely the original order, so Maybe this has lesser tolerances than I thought. I don't know. So I'm just going to assume those are the two that go in there and that they're flush. And we're going to do the rest of this and find out because it should be really noticeable. So this is the second largest pin. So I'm going to stick that in the third hole. And that actually didn't go deep enough. So I'm going to shut that guy out. Let's try the super long one. See, this is so odd. Okay, that one is definitely flush. This is making me question everything. So that means this one should be able to go in the fourth one. And that one actually sticks out. Interesting. Now, I'm just going to jump ahead, and this small one should go into that first one there. Oop. Let me just for visual sake, I'm going to pull this closer towards me and refocus. Yeah, that one's flush. So far we definitely have the third one and the fifth one, but what's confusing me is I think the first one's mostly flush, but that second and fourth one, let's actually do something crazy. We're going to swap them out with each other. So we're going to put the second longest one in that first one. Now that's flush. So it was actually a different order than what I thought it was. That is insane. Okay, yeah, this is flush. Holy shit. I actually had this out of order eyeballing it, I think. I'm actually, just as an experiment, going to switch the first two again. And see if we get, if it's the wrong order, if I had in the right order. Whoops. Because now that I know that 4 had to go into 2, I'm just like super curious. Yeah, that one definitely sticks out. So, see, and this is why you have the pinning tray and why you also have the mat. So, this one definitely goes there, and that means the only one this one should be able to fit into is this first one. And again, we don't have micrometers and measurers, so that should be the order. Let's see if I can attempt to get it to focus. That should be the order that they went into. They're pretty much completely flush. So we have that going for us. Now what's neat about this is that this was originally 4 pins, so we should be able to use almost all the original driver pins for this and its springs. So what I'm just going to do again is I'm just going to point this the opposite direction. So yeah, this was the back, I believe. So we're just going to do that, and that's going to dump all the pins and driver pins out because, again, these are all equal length anyhow. And so, let me just count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm actually going to, I think I'm going to use, which means there might be different spring tolerances. Let me double check something here. So, because we're going to have 3 more locks after this. So that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 2 up here. So honestly, and this actually would help, I'm going to, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'm probably going to use the original springs for the 6-pin one, because that should be 5 pins, and then there's the extra spring. Or I might be able to use, you know what, actually, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that one's going to be a 3-pin. So we either might going to have one, unfortunately, with mixed springs, which is going to make it a little bit more tricky. I want it to be more even. Or we're going to have something where we're basically going to reuse almost all the original springs on here, and we might have an OG spring left over. Let me actually count something here. So 4, and we use 1, and then 3, 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait a minute. This one's merged together. I didn't even notice that. Ah, so we actually had more springs than we thought. Glad I caught that, because that would have been very disastrous for us trying to repin that. How the hell did this get looped in together? What the fuck? There we go. Huh, okay, so this changes everything. So let's see, so we have 5 here. We still have kind of an issue here, but yeah, we have, so we have 5, and then 5, and then this one is supposed to be 6, so 3. So what we actually might do here is, let's see, 5, 5, if we did that, because that's going to be a 5-pinner, so it's just the extra spring. So I think what we're going to do is use these 5 for the other 2 locks, and then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So we're either going to have 2 of the original springs and these new springs, or we're going to have the 2 new springs and keep the originals. I think we're going to do the later, but we're not going to use these guys. So I'm just going to move them over. And we're just going to use the springs they provided us here. So again, this is going to be odd angles. You're probably not going to see anything. I apologize in advance. That's going to be overly bright, and I'm going to dip the camera down so at least you can see what I'm doing in front of me. So again, this is the back because it's deeper. We're going to put, it's 5 springs again, so we're going to put the Bible upside down. And we're going to place, let's see an angle I can do this at. Yep. I'm going to place those 5 springs. Oh, careful. That one went stupid. Why are springs so springy? Fucking magnets, how do they work? What we're going to do is we are going to start from the back. It's just easier for me to see this way. We're going to skip that last hole. It's going to be so easier to do the 6-pin lock because we're literally just going to do all 6 holes. So 3 in the front, 3 in the back. And with this, we're skipping 1 hole and doing 2 in the back and 3 in the front. So let's see. So we have that angle. 1, 2. Okay. Now we're going to flip this around and put the 3 other springs in here. God, I thought they would have put more springs to do like all 6, so that kind of threw me in for a loop. Maybe I'm missing a spring, I don't know. Just to make it easier, I'm doing this just in easy order. So 1 in the front, and the second one from the front. And again, if anyone has any questions or is cheering me on or booing me, you're more than welcome to do so in the chat, especially since we're actually going past midnight on here. I didn't know we were even going to do that. I actually have to figure out what late night dinner might be for me tonight. Maybe I'll get like a late night Domino's pizza, or probably, unfortunately, 7-Eleven's closed. I might have like a heat up meal. I don't know, like a microwave meal. But yeah, we put all of that in there. So here comes the part that's going to drive me nuts. So again, we're going to take this plug follower. If I angle it the right way, so I see there's the 6 holes. And I'm going to angle this so that way I'm going to cover up 1 of the holes. There we go. And we're going to use, let's see, we're actually going to use, since there's 4 in here, we're going to actually use these original crappy looking driver pins. And we're going to do the same technique that you saw in Bosnia and Bill's video, where I'm going to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep, and actually let me, once again, rotate this so, because I like having that little edge gap there to help me guide the pin so it doesn't bounce everywhere. I'm going to put this stand up. 1, 2, 3, I see. I'm going to put you slightly off center here. That's why it keeps flopping around. There we go, in that hole, so I just nudge you up. Why won't you? This one is naughty, it doesn't want to behave. Okay, so it's in there, it's in hole number 5. And I'm going to attempt to press down on it and then slide this plug forward. So now it's covering it and it's going to go over the edge. And again, just so you all can see at home, I'm going to do the last pin because it's the only one that it's going to be the only one that sadly the light on the Elmo that I really like. So it's a little bit unfortunate that won't do that. Should be able to see. Okay, so it's in number 4. Sometimes when you push it in, if you're not doing it right, the spring just pops it back out again. That's what happened there. So that's number 4. That means we're only going to put 1 extra normal standard driver pin in there. So that should be number 3. And then let's see, we might be able to do number 2 and number 1 normally here under this sort of light. See, if I turn off this light, let's see if we'll be able to see inside. For the most part, I'm probably going to have to refocus again. Yep. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to tell, so I'm going to take that original driver pin. I only have 2 more holes to go. They're in the front. I'm going to put that in there. Yep. This is what I mean. These springs are so tense that even though it was about to slide in there and it just popped up again. So I'm going to use that curve. See, it's already partly in there. I'm going to use the curved part of the tweezers, push that pin down, and slide it over. So now there's just this one in the front. I'm going to grab one of the shinier new driver pins because all these driver pins are the same height. We're not doing like super high, crazy security challenge lock stuff. This is just repinning this. So, sorry. So as you can see, it's partly in there, and the spring's kind of holding it half up. Now I'm going to take the curved part of the tweezers. I'm going to push that down and then slide that plug follower over. And now we slide all the way through, and it's all driver pin and springed up. See how faster it was compared to last time, because now I know what the hell's going on. So what we're going to do here is we're going to write this guy up. Write it up for loitering. Let me actually move the camera over again. And we're going to refocus. Perfect. So what we're going to do is, again, I don't want that lip getting in the way of all the pins falling down. So we're going to make sure this is completely smooth here at the top, because those were those springs and driver pins at the top. And then we're going to take our core that should be completely flush. We're going to find out in a moment. And again, it's the reverse of last time. So we don't want this completely straight because the pins will fall in the wrong order and I'm going to have to pick it open and everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it, line it up with our plug follower, tilt it 30 degrees offside between 30 and 90. We're going to push this back, and that should make a smooth transition so everything falls into place. And when we rotate it back up, we should be able to rotate this key. Yep. So that's pinned correctly because we're able to move it. Now again, we could put the back part on there and spin it on. I'll do that for the red lock, for the, which key was it? For the low, high, low. But what we're going to do is we're going to use our fingers here while holding the lock body, grab that front part, because if we just pull it out while holding lock body, all the pins and stuff will fly everywhere and go in the wrong holes and stuff, and we'd have to redo the whole thing. So we use our fingers, hold this core inside the lock body, pull the key out, and now since everything is not at the shear line, nothing will fall out. We can even try again. We're going to put the key back in, completely turns and works. Hold that plug into the lock body. Come on, pull that key out. Everything's held in. I just find that easier so that way everything slides in normal. Now, again, it's just putting everything back together. So I'm going to go back over to this mat, and we're going to put the original spring for the retaining pin in. Falls right in there, and then bullet curve, aka curve pointy side up, flat side at the bottom towards the spring, back in there. We're going to put the cap back on, perennials facing out, grooves facing inwards, and then we're going to take our plug follower, take the resin side, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, so we're going to line up the cranials, push in. We're going to actually use our, even though nothing's fall out, I'm still going to put my fingers here just to make sure. We're going to push in, hold that at an angle, and righty-tighty it, and just turn that so it screws on with the retaining pin pushed down. And again, you don't want to over tighten it. So what you want to actually do is half turn it, a quarter turn it, so that it's loose in there so you don't bind up the key. And now we have we just repin this 4-pin practice lock to a high, low, high. And we can prove that because we can take the original key, which is also a Schleg, put that in here, and it doesn't turn anymore, because now there's a completely different pin bitting. So the old key doesn't work anymore. We've successfully pinned it so that the new key, the green key that now matches the new green lock body that I sprayed it with, completely works, and this is ready for a intermediate training lock to train and pick. So I'm going to put that off to the side, and now, probably even faster, is we now have this red lock which is the 3-pinner originally, and we're going to repin this to this shiny red key that is a low, high, low. Oh, and before I forget, we're going to take the empty baggie that it originally came in, because I want to do this properly. Actually, it was, I believe, this baggie. And we're going to put the original key pins in there, because I might want to load up another lock with these pins. And again, it's always good to have extra key pins. And now I know that that is the 4-pinner. And I'm going to put this in a spot that will let me know it is the 4-pinner. So again, we're going to do this one more time, and then the black lock's going to be special, and then we're going to raid someone else's stream on Twitch and call it a night. Does almost a candy-like red key. Actually, I'll show you this. So again, the green, so the blue lock one, and these are some of them are from the same. Oh, I forgot to tilt this back up again. I'm sorry. There's from the same companies, but they're widely different products. So this is the Rust-Oleum. It's supposed to be rust-resistant. Gloss Protective Emmanuel Lagoon, which matched the color of the blue lock here. That's why I sprayed that lock body with. And then for that green one, we actually had to use Rust-Oleum Farm Implement. It's supposed to be weather resistant, rust resistant. It's supposed to be like for farm equipment and stuff outside. And this was the only one that matched this particular one with JD Green, because there was other JD Greens that did not look like this green. Only the outside farm equipment one actually matched. The red one took forever. This one is supposed to be a paint and primer, but I still use primer anyhow because it's still a good idea, and plus it will extra grip. This is the one that probably ran the most, to be honest, in terms of the amount of paint. And this was the Krylon Color Max Gloss Cherry Red, which beat out the fire truck red because it way more matches the actual red key, which you will see later when it's in its lock body, than the fire truck red one did. And I'll show you what the black one was, which I'll remind everyone again. So again, I'm going to just talk over this, but we're going to kind of go through the same steps. So we have the original key here. I'm going to take the OG key out because the first part is, again, we're going to have to disassemble the back. And again, if you have any questions, you just want to chit-chat, again, I've been having kind of a bad terribleness because I lost my glasses in the middle of the road, and then this is all we found that is left. And I actually want to see if I can make this tip part here into a workable, just like short hook or a half diamond or something, so I can actually use my original glasses handle as an actual lock pick. Not really because it'd be a useful pick, but one, I've never seen anyone turn a glasses handle into a lock pick, especially with this type of like curve shape, which actually, when I held it, when you heard it holding the surgical way, fits actually really nice with the original tail end that's supposed to hold it to your head. And two is just that it's the same way if when someone gets shot, you wear the bullet. That's just going to help me through the trauma. Got a weird text message right there. All right, so and we're going to disassemble the back here. And so again, this is all out of order, so this is not going to fly anywhere. So you have that retaining pin with the spring and stuff. We'll do it like they do in the Discovery Channel, and we're going to line up the crenulations, which will push, and we push that pin down, righty tighty lefty loosey, so we're turning left. And I think this one got the most amount of paint on it, so it's a little bit stiffer to turn, but see that's one where it really could have launched out. But yeah, I'm going to try to more center it. Okay, now it's loose enough, and we're going to just slowly take that off and then slowly remove the cap. So far, we haven't had these launch into space yet, which I guess is the only bit of good luck we've had on the show so far. I'm going to use the tweezers just professionally to take out that retaining pin. And then I'm going to tilt the thing, and the screw should fall out right there on the pad. So that's all of that for the back. And this time, we're just going to do the complete dirty method here. So this is going to be amusing as hell. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take the original key, we're going to offset it, and we're going to just put this downward, and we're just going to turn and pull the whole thing out and let everything fall out in here. So 30 degrees, and then everything should fall out. Oh, in fact, the whole thing might fall out. There we go, because it's only 3 pins. So all that mess, including the driver pins, we have 1 spring that's stuck. Oh, we had 2 springs that were in. Okay, there's the 3 springs, because we have springs left over from the other lock, because we're using a different type of spring here. That means we probably have enough of these springs to do the 6-pinner, so that's good. So that's all the springs there. Which I'm going to reline up. Actually, I'm going to put them just all over here because I don't care. Also, normally, see these 2 holes? This is where you would normally put the key retaining pin in. But just for our workspace, I'm just moving it in the corner here. And then, again, these are going to be that we're going to reuse the same driver pins here. So I'm just going to put them up here. And we don't need these key pins anymore for this original 3-keyed 3-pin practice lock, so I'm just going to dump them out of order all on this 1 pin, and for the time being, we don't need the key anymore because we're going to store that later. And we're going to go through this whole thing again because, again, we have another 5-pin lock here, except this time it's going to be low in the front, high in the middle, and low in the, low in the back. So it's a low, high, low, as opposed to the green, which is a high, low, high. These all sound like country music songs, don't they? High, low, high. Low, high, low. Watch, that's going to become a clip on, that's going to be a meme and become a clip on Twitch. High, low, high, low, high, low. So, you say high, low, high. I say low, hello. After that stupidity, what I'm going to assume is that the longer pins are going to be the front and the back. So if this 5 pin is probably going to be pin number 1 and pin number 5. And then the 2 shortest will be 2 and 4. And then pin number 3 will be the shortest one. So we get that low, high, low going on over here. So once again, I'm going to put this core over here. I'm going to put the key off to the side using the same way. We're going to do this in order. And I'm just going to, I'm going to premeditate here. I'm just going to grab 2 more extra plain driver pins here. So now we have 5. And I'm just going to dump these very carefully over in this section over here. And then we'll organize them into what I think the order is going to be. Because the last couple of times we tried to do these in the order I thought they were going to be. And they weren't in the order, which again shows you that even though I've done this before multiple times, that I am not exactly the genius here. I'm not exactly the sharpest tool in the EOD kit. So again, this is a low, high, low. So I'm going to take these 2 big ones, 3, 4, 5, and that should be there. And then this is the second. These 2 pins are the second shortest, and this is the most shortest. So if I'm correct, this should be the order. So we're going to go front to back. And we're going to load all of these up here. So I'm going to take, and again, this is like weird angles for me, so I'm going to take that first one. Oh, I'm stupid. The way you do the quick and dirty method without a micrometer or a measuring thing is, again, because you guys probably know this better than I do now, probably because I'm hungry, is I put the original key here. You can kind of see the red, the ruby glass slippers. There's no place like home, or there's no place like 12.0.0.1. In there reflected, and now we are going to put these in order because they should be flush at the shear line. So that pin, we might have to swap a few of these. We're going to put in there, and that I think is as flush as you can get. We might have just nailed this one. So that was one of the 2 long pins. We're going to do one of the 2 slightly shorter pins, like medium long pins. That one went a bit too deep, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to flop that guy out. Whoop, there goes flashlight. I'll get that later. I'm going to put you over here, and I'm going to try that 4th one and see if it goes in that front hole. That one was flush. Okay, so they go in a different order. Now, the no-brainer should be, and I'll be shit-shocked if it's not, that smaller pin, because, again, we're doing a low, high, low. Shorter the pin, the higher it is. The longer the pin, the lower it is. So, yep, that was completely flush. That was the high point in the low, high, low. And now we're going to ramp down to low. So that second long pin I thought was number 2 was actually in slot number 4. That's completely flush, and then that last second giant pin should be the last pin, and this is the most flush you will ever see the lock at shear line. Again, if they jut out any more than like a millimeter or so, or like half a millimeter, it's too long. You have to put something else in. If it's sunken in, that means the driver pin's going to sink and go below the shear line, and so that won't work with the key in. It has to be flush. It should be like mostly smooth when you rub this around and get your fingers dirty. So that's flush to the shear line. We've done that. I'm going to stick these 2 in the middle here just so it doesn't roll everywhere. Now we're going to do our favorite hard part again. I told you this part was going to go quick. as I recover the flashlight because I bumped into it. So I'm going to turn that on. And again, I apologize for not being able to see this. We're going to dip the camo again so you can see what I see. You can see what I see. And again, this is 5 pins, so we're going to use these 5 springs here. And we're going to do 2 in the back and 3 in the front just because it's easier on my eyes for me to do. So we're going to skip that first hole because these are all drilled to be 6 pins. So I just dropped that into the second deepest hole in the back. That's what she said. And now this is the tricky part. Is we're going to do the third deepest hole here. And that went in. Wow, that went, actually, again, we're going this pretty fast. So now it's just going to be those front 3. And I'm going to go front to back just because, again, easier for my eyes. So that's spring number 1. And then spring number 2 going from front to back. And then finally spring number 3. And again, because I showed the Bosnian Bill video earlier, wow, that was dumb. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you're handling springs, but you're handling like Mexican jumping beans. Oh, that one went all the way through the hole again, so I have to grab it. What the heck is it trying to do? Maybe I should get, you know what? You're naughty. I'm going to grab another one. Are you better, more behaved than your sister? Yes, you are. You went all the way through. So those are our 5 pins. Now again, here comes the hard part because we have to do this in the exact order. So I'm going to use that slot that's cut out in it because it just helps me personally better to line up with all the pins in there. It's up to you which way you want to do this, but it just helps me line it up so it's not truly flopping around in there. So I'm just going to go in, and there's 6 holes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to block. Here we go. I'm going to block that 6th hole. I'm a hole blocker. So there's 3. And now we're going to do these driver pins, as I said before. And again, I'll put that last one in on the Elmo so everyone can see. So that one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put that all the way back there. Okay, that actually, wow, this red one was super easy to do so far. This is the famous last word. So that's in its hole. So now I'm going to go in, press that down, move the plug follower over it. Yep, now we have 4 more to go. Telling you, she's impressive. She has 5. If he or she has like 5, especially 6 holes, marry that person and also call Ripley's Believe It or Not. That's all I'm going to say. That one's in there. Push that down. So we have number 3. And normally I don't squint my eyes. It's just the angle I'm having to do this at. I mean, that's, wow, this is probably the easiest one we've repinned the driver pins on so far, as I say, as I struggle with this guy. Why am I struggling with this? I'm going to use my pinky to balance. There we go. So now we'll do these last 2 in the front. So I'm going to try to focus this again. And I think I've discovered how to properly focus by using my hand for the exact focus level, which is a lot better than my phone. So again, we're going to put that driver pin, so it's like a 1/3 to a 1/4 in there, and we're pushing the plug against it so it holds it up in there, and then using that same force on the plug follower, we take our tweezers, clamp them together. This is really why the curved use, besides picking these up, are really good because it fits the exact size of the pin. We push it all the way down the hole, and then push the plug follower forward, and that will cover that hole with the pin and spring with it, and that way it doesn't go everywhere. And you'll definitely see it with this front one here. So again, the spring's already in there, as I did before. Put that in there. That's like, actually, it went like a halfway, and probably because, again, it's a low, high, low. High, low, high. And then we take that, pinch them together, the tweezers together, push down that driver pin, move the plug follower forward, and now all of them are in there. You see how fast this is going now that I have like a good light over here? Which I'm definitely gonna jerry rig this thing in the future. And hopefully we can get a desk lamp going at some point. So again, we're gonna flip this guy over so the Bible's in the proper position where it is facing. Yep, there we go, focus. where you can probably see all the grime on my fingers and stuff now, although it's not as bad as it was when I first got these. All the springs are pushing down on all these driver pins, and they're facing the upwards direction. And now we have this completely flush in that same direction. So again, we don't want it completely centered because we want it off kilter. So that way the pins don't go flying everywhere and go in the wrong holes. So we take it, orient it so it's lined up, but instead of pushing it through that way, we tilt it between 35 to 90 degrees. 30 to 35 degrees should be good. So it's off to the side. Oh, and we almost made a mistake here. Wow. So remember that gap? We don't want that because they'll start falling out. We're going to turn that. We want it completely smooth up here. So again, now that we have that proper thing, I'm glad I caught that. This is one of the benefits of this doing it live. Take that, line it up, put it to 30 to 35 degrees, and this goes smooth all the way through in. And then when we turn this key, as we remove the plug follower from the back, let focus again. Yep, this key is completely smooth. And this time I'm going to do a different method. I'm not going to hold this in the front. I will use my fingers to hold this. We're going to actually patch this up. I'm going to do it that way. We're going to actually patch this up. So I'm using both one finger to hold this back here and one finger to hold the key. And I could just push the key itself. And we're going to actually put the retaining pin in the back and then pull it out. I told you we'd do a different method here. So I'm going to go in. I'm going to grab the spring for the retaining pin, plop that in. And again, with the retaining pin, it's the curve pointed upwards towards you on the outside of the lock, flat side, that flat bottom inside where the spring is, aka I always call it bullet point up or bullet side up because it looks like a long ammo shell. And we're going to take this ring, I'm going to put that in there, go back to our plug follower because it has the cranial end on it, and we're going to push that key pin down, and you want equal pressure pushing on the back of the key so it doesn't fly out. Remember, righty tighty, lefty loosey. We're going to righty tighty it closed. Glad that didn't launch everywhere. It's almost good. I can actually off-center this now slightly. Oh, or not. Hold on. Let's put my whole weight of my hand behind it. Perennials, come on. Almost in there. There we go. Turn that back. This is why I normally pull the key out first. So that is it completely lock closed, but we don't want to bind up the lock here. So I'm actually going to I'm going to hold this, take the key out just to make sure. See, nothing's going to fall out. So what we're going to do is, again, we don't want it completely locked, so we're going to half turn it open because we want it slightly hand tight, not completely machine tight. And yep, this completely works. So we just redid the 3-pinner to a, hold on, this is just me being dumb. There we go. To a low, high, low. Yep. See how good that looks in its lock body? So far, we have done the blue raker with the slight incline that teaches you how to rake. We have done the high, low, high, and we've now done the low, high, low. So that was shockingly the easy part, was these 3. Now we're going to get into potentially the big pain in the ass, and hopefully I have enough people watching to do this, otherwise I'll make up my own. Again, this one was originally the 5-pinner. We're going to probably use most of the springs in there, and we actually have a ton of springs left over that we can reuse. And while I clean up the other thing with its baggie, that will help this baggie. So what we're going to do here is this is going to be the 6-pinner. Now again, if you look at the cutting on the key, it's not particularly like, let's find out a better angle here. It's not particularly an amazing piece of bitting. It's almost flat. It has some variation, but it's like literally almost flat. But I have my own, what we're going to do with this one is we're actually going to fill this with security pins. So here's what we can do. If we have enough people in the chat, I'm going to let the chat pick, as we're almost done with the program here, which security pin, back to front, we want to put this in. And if not, I have my own order that I want to try, because this is basically going to be a 6-pin challenge lock, essentially, with different mixture of these type of security pins in them. So we're not going to even use the original driver pins. We're going to have a mixture of normal serrated spool. We even have some like extra serrated ones here, and driver pins. We're not going to pick any of the chest pins though, just to make clear. So let's first get it like how we did this before. So I'm actually going to move this spring over, because we should have enough springs on this side for this. These will be extra springs. So again, we're going to open this back here. So we took the original key out. And again, if you really like what you see here on this show, and Lefty Lucy when we push in here, you can click that bell. You can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. If you do that, and as well send bits and super chats and stuff, or lemons, we see that on air. God, we're having really good luck with these, because again, most people bitch about these retaining pins. We've been having really good luck about them tonight. It's just everything else was kind of stupid. Get that. There we go. There's that spring. We get notifications for them. Some people have followed and stuff already. We appreciate that. It also lets you get alerts for the next shows and meetings coming up. I know that the next Master of Unlocking should be on the 21st at 8 p.m. because we're the first and third Saturday of the month, and I'm still figuring out exactly what I'm going to do on that episode, because this is a big episode right here, super long as you can see. And then I don't know about Wednesday, because we are going to go back to Circuit Breakers probably in April, but definitely this week is Arch Vile, a Linux perspective. And we're just going to let everything fly out here. It's definitely Arch Vile Linux perspective, and you can hear all that stuff fall out. Yep, I think that was all of it. 5 pins right here. Training lock that now is going to be a 6-pinner nightmare. This Sunday is going to be, these can join together, is going to be my other show, which is Crypto Barons, where I teach cryptocurrency technology. These really fused. Cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies as technologies, code and stuff. These are all the OG driver pins that we may or may not use again. Whatever I don't use, I'm going to save. Our meeting, which is going to be our 4-year anniversary, is going to be on the 19th. We're going to hopefully announce details later this week. I hope to get them announced by Tuesday. It's going to be a fun, relaxed meeting. Everyone can go in and interact and stuff. And also, if you have any questions, if you can't hear me, if I'm too loud or too soft, please let me know. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And I'm going to try to use chat interaction, because what I'm going to do is, what I usually do is, we're going to dump all these key pins out, because we're not going to use these anymore until I repin something else. So I'm just going to dump them out over here. Come on, Mr. Uppity. There we go. My fat finger was in the way. Put this key to the side. And we're going to do the same thing here, where we're going to open up this baggie. Wow, that's the fastest we've ever opened a baggie so far. This long 6-pinner. You can tell because that original hotel key may have a thicker metal. It's also a 6-pinner. It's actually almost the same bitting. I wonder if I could actually open this with the hotel key, if I could fit it in, because this is a long key for all 6 massive pins. That's why it's black, because it's long. Actually, can I fit this in here? I think the metal's too thick. Yeah, the metal's too thick. They make them out of thinner alloy metal now. But yeah, we are going to dump these out. Now again, this is mostly going to be a flat bitting, and there's an extra spring in there that we may or may not use, because we have more than enough springs over here. So this is going to be tricky. So let's see. So we have a kind of a big one, a short one, a slightly big one, and then it ramps down. So we're going to try our best. I'm just going to dump everything out over here. And again, you can use, if you were completely new, they're usually color-coded, these type of things, and you can use micrometers and stuff like that. But I simply do, especially for this sort of thing, which is kind of like the quick and dirty method. I'm kind of going to space these out first because I don't know what is what right now. And what I just simply do is I put the key in, and then we kind of put these in at random and see which ones are flush. And even if you measure them or they are color coded and or use a micrometer to measure them, it is still a very good idea. It's going to take up this entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's still a good idea to check if they're flush or not. Oh, they gave you an extra driver pin too. That's kind of neat. So we're going to find out on this one because, again, this one is actually trickier to repin when it's mostly flat. So I really should polish this so it doesn't have all this grime, like wash it, but I can always do that later. You can actually feel the key slide in at the bottom here. So again, we're putting in, this is a 6-pin. You can see it sparkle in there like it's a vampire from Twilight. It goes the entire length of the lock, and we're just going to take these pins, drop them in randomly front to back going this way, and see which ones are flush or not. So that one went in a bit too deep. It's probably going to be the most amount of experimenting we're going to do with this. So actually, I'm just going to go in order and see which ones are the most flush. That one was super shallow. So I'm going to make an educated guess, and these are kind of the longer ones, so I'm pretty sure a longer one is probably going to work. Okay, that one looks pretty flush, so we're going to keep going. I think the next one is a shorter one, so I'm going to try the 2 medium length shorter ones here, see how this goes. Again, this is why you have the pinning mats, because not only do they catch, but that one seems mostly flush. We're going to find out. But also, that's why we're also doing it in this clear see-through tray. It's not just to, which is partly to kind of show the our logo and stuff in the background. I might have to re-dump that, but so far it seems pretty flush. It's so that you want to have a shallow tray like this, even with a pinning mat. That goes in too deep, because if if these go rolling or flying anywhere, this deep tray that you're using, you can use any tray that has a significantly deep wall on it, can and will catch these pins flying everywhere. Okay, so that seems mostly flush. We're going to just keep going with the OG order here. Let's see, that one sticks out. So I think that one that I thought was the first pin is going to be pin number 5. Let's see, yep, that's pin number 5, and so this should be the last pin. All right, I believe this is pretty flush. This should work. That was the easy part. Here comes the hard part, and I'm going to do this while I'm speaking, and this should actually be easier because I can do the entire length of the lock real quick, and I'm going to tilt this down. So again, if you can all hear me in chat, otherwise I'm just going to randomly pick myself. We're going to use these super tight springs here. I want you in chat to pick from the front to, what did I just do? There we go. The front to the back, and I actually did this wrong. So here's the back side. There's her back side. Looks beautiful. Black is beautiful, folks. I'm going to, if you are active in chat, or you want to be active, this is your chance. I'm going to have, we have a ton of springs. I don't know if one fell off cam, but we're going to do this. I am going to, what did I just do? Just dropped, well, no, that's the retaining spring. What did I, okay, fine, be that way. Being distracted here. I'm going to let the chat, it's probably the best, worst idea ever, to pick, Jesus, really? Pick your nose. No, to pick the order that, at what security pins from back to, Jesus. I'm going to say this first and then try this. I'm going to pick which order that you're going to, which security pins from the back to the front you want to do so. So we can pick normal driver pins, spool driver pins, serrated driver pins, either bottom serrated or super serrated. And that's exactly how I'm going to pin this, because I had an original idea for what order, there we go, finally, that this was going to go into. So if I don't hear from anyone in the chat, I'm just going to pick that original order. And this will be our 6-pin, which normally, you know, for experienced pickers, like beginner, gang towards intermediate, is good. But these are all going to be, or some of them, depending on what you choose, are going to be security pins. Why not do a combo? Again, I'm going to let you folks pick which pins in what order. Well, not what order, which pins. Jesus Christ, back to front. Whoa. Okay, these are a lot more wound up. This is like the crackhead of springs right now. That we're going to do. Okay, and this should be the last one. Try to get that angled light in there. Try it the other way, because I noticed that on some of these on the angles, like there's a certain section of it that gets caught. So I'm going to try it the other way around and just see if it gets caught or not. It also just might be the way this lock was dremeled. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now all 6 springs are in there. So let's see. Combo. Okay, so this is how I'm going to start. So we're going to go back to front here. So spool. Okay, so, and oh, sorry. We have spool pins, serrated pins, and mushroom pins. And so that's what I'm going to do. So you said spool for the first one all the way in the back. So that's what we're going, oh, I should still point this down. So that's what we're going to do here. And again, this is easier because I get to do the actual entire six pins, so I don't really have to cover up any, I don't have to cover the extra hole because we're actually going to use that. So you said a spool pin. Let's see here. Where are the normal spools? There's the air quote normal spools. Now, these have a thinner bottom and a thicker top, so unless someone wants to pick, do we want to do the thick part at the shear line or the thin part? I was going to put it the thin part at the bottom, at the top of the shear line, but it's up to you. So, you know what? Actually, for this one, you're not going to have a choice. Oh, apparently I wasn't going to have a choice either, because I'm going to, I just want to make sure this is a spool. Yep, this is a spool. I'm going to put this one in narrow side, narrow side up, which should be the narrow side at the shear line. And again, because of the way these are shaped, a lot of times it's really difficult to see what's in here or not. Okay. Yeah, this one's giving me problems. We might be here for a couple of minutes. Which is funny because everyone here who's stuck around so far has been watching me for the past 4 hours, so like what the heck do I know? Alright, so putting that back. Why are you drunk, spool pin? Actually, here's an idea. Let me do this without the plug follower in the back, just to see where I'm going here. There we go. You know, I'm going to try something fun here. And I'm actually going to do these all in and then press them all down. So after the spool, so we have 5 more holes to go. What should be our next pin? Are we going to do a normal pin? These are all driver pins. A normal driver pin, a spool driver pin, a serrated driver pin, or a mushroom driver pin. And by the way, the difference between spool and a mushroom is that a spool usually has the top and bottoms are with the spool middle part is even. A mushroom widens out to the bottom. So okay, so to Dark Knights said normal one. See, I wish we could have gotten to this part earlier, but everyone was driving me crazy. So I'm actually going to take one of the newer normal, the new normal, ones, and stick that in there. Should hold without me having to do anything really. Okay. All right. So we have four. We have I can't count. We have 4 more holes to go. What's going to be the next one? This time you can't pick a normal one. Well, actually what we can do is we can't pick the same one twice. So what's going to be the next one? It's going to be another spool, a mushroom pin, or a serrated pin. Which one do we want to do for the 4th hole going in through the front? Because we're doing this back to front. So front to back, this would be the 4th hole. Is anyone? Otherwise, I'm just going to pick one at random here. We're doing this because we're almost done with this episode and everyone can go home. Serrated! Awesome! So I'm going to do this one, which is kind of half serrated, and we're going to do the serrated side down. Oh, did that just happen? That just frickin' happened, didn't it? A little bit of kerfuffle here. There we go. So while everyone chooses, so you can't choose serrated again. We're either going to have a normal pin, a spool pin, or a mushroom pin. Put that one back in there. Which one we're going to do next? This is the 3rd hole going in front to back. Does anyone have one? Otherwise, I'm going to pick one at random. I actually might do the one in the front a certain special way. Mushroom pin! Dark Knights has said. So we're going to find a mushroom pin here. And actually, if you guys don't mind, if you folks, the key pins, drive pins don't mind, I'm going to zoom in super close. I'm going to show you what's the difference between the two. So this here, if you can look over here, actually I'm going to use one of these. That's a spool pin. You can tell because even though sometimes the top and bottoms are even, sometimes they're not. But that middle part is completely straight through. There's no variation. This is a mushroom pin. You notice how there's that top part that's similar? And actually I can flip this upside down and show you even more. You see how like this top part here, what would be on the shear line facing the bottom, has the same sort of that T shape that spool does, but instead of it going narrow and then widen, super wide at the end, making that spool shape, it widens out at the bottom, fat bottom girl there. And did I just gender a pin? Whatever. And so that's the mushroom pin. And the way we're going to do this is, again, just like with the serrated, so just like with the spool pin before it, we're going to do it with its T-pointed side down. So that's going to be the 3rd hole here. Then I'm going to actually put these all in order. This is just easier for me to do. All right, so we can't choose another mushroom again. So, second one, are we going to do a normal pin, a spool pin, or a serrated pin? Which one are we doing for the second to last hole? So this is the 2nd hole coming in at the front. This is so cool. You get to build one. So anytime someone complains about this lock in the future, I can tell everyone that the people on the live stream put this together. Okay, so I'm going to make this one a little special here. And I'm actually going to go into this specialty bag. And we have ones that are fully serrated up and down and all around, as they say in the Sonic Adventure game from the Dreamcast. And I'm going to take this one that is completely serrated. So the other serrated was only serrated at the bottom half. The top half was smooth. This one, because we're not using the check pins, is completely serrated. You can actually see close up. Because I'll take the other serrated. You see how that one's serrated, but it's only serrated at the bottoms? This one is completely serrated all the way through. So I'm going to take that one, and we're going to stick that there. Okay, so the last one is either going to be a spool pin or a normal pin or a mushroom pin. That's going to be the first hole that someone's going to pick. Hole number 1 when the key goes in. Hole number 1, that's the one you pee through. So I'm going to see if chat wants to pick. It's going to be the last one, and then we're going to plug, follow, push all these through. Because I can do this with these, because if I remember correctly, I believe these springs are basically slightly shorter than the ones we were using. So that one's fine. So again, your choices now are a normal, Driver pin, a spool pin, or a mushroom pin for that first one. Spool pin! We're going to go crazy with the spool pin, and instead of the thin side down, this time we're going to put the thick one side down. We're going to make her thick. Again, I could be super evil and do different spring tolerances and mix these springs together, but this is already going to be annoying enough. Now that we have these all lined up, I'm going to use the plug follower, and we're going to push all these through. I can actually probably do this in one, might be able to do this in one push down setting. Let's see how far we go here. Oh, one got out of order. Maybe this was a bad idea. I'm going to recorrect that one later. Actually, here's a cool idea. Instead of using that, I'm going to use this bottom of the keyway tensioner. Oh, damn it. Oh boy, okay, so that went crazy, but I already know what order everything was in. So that was the second one, this was the fourth one. Sorry, that was the fifth one. This is the first one. We're going to do these like adults again. Okay, so we're going to do this properly now, and actually I'm going to do it this way. Sorry, it was my bad. See, I was an idiot, and I thought I could like cheat, and that did not work. So, even though technically when you pick locks you're cheating, when it comes to pinning locks, don't do what I just did and try to cheat. Okay, so if I remember quickly, we did spool. Now we're going to do normal. Come on. Go. 4 more to go here, yep. And then we did serrated. And we're going to, this is a half serrated, which we're going to do the serrades pointed down. We're almost done with this episode, folks. I may or may not attempt to pick these. If that was the original plan, was to pick these. That might not happen. Ooh. Here we go. All right, spool, mushroom, serrated, mushroom. And if I remember correctly, with this mushroom, yeah, I did it so that the fat bottom was on the top here. See, I should have put these on the pad first. That's what now I know to do next time. Well, again, I'll do that last one on the actual Elmo for everyone. And this doesn't matter which direction it goes. This is serrated, but this is the one that's serrated from top to bottom. So I'm actually going to click this guy off and use the Elmo for this. We'll zoom out a bit. Let's refocus again. Let's refocus. One more time. There we go. So yeah, this one is the one that's just completely serrated, so we're just going to, doesn't matter which direction it goes because it's serrated top to bottom. And then that first one that everyone wanted to do, that was the spool. Instead of doing it the thin side at the bottom, we're doing the fat side bottom first, as you can see here. So we place that in, again, we're pushing. We don't want to put too much pressure on the spool because that will actually make the spool work as intended. So we just lightly put in there, and we close that. And now we have everything done up, so it's from front. So from front to back, it is a spool, because Dark Knight's got there before Dilsa Del Mona. Serrated, mushroom, serrated, it's a normal, and then spool. So those are 6 pins that you guys get to do. So this is the black lock is special because this is the lock that you all made. So in future meetings, when people try to challenge themselves with this and they get really pissed off, they can all blame all of you out there on the Master of Unlocking for how challenging that is. So in a couple of minutes, we will be completely done. I cannot believe it's 1 a.m. in the morning already. It's going to be an interesting dinner tonight, or lack thereof. So again, like what we did before, I'm going to make sure that instead of this gap, the curved part is facing towards the Bible with this core plug. And then, like the way we've had it before, is we're going to take it, kind of make sure it's like it would line up. Let's try to do that focus again. There we go. So you'd want it so that it looks like it's lined up, but you don't want to put it in that way. So you offset it 30 to 35 degrees, and we're going to push this all the way from front, push that core out, and you can hear all that metal in there to the back. Now what we can do is test the key, see if it turns. Yeah, and it's super smooth. So this 6-pinner works, and we're going to do like the method we did before, where we're going to hold the lock body with our hand, index finger on the main body to hold it, and then we're taking our thumb and our middle finger, and we're going to hold the plug and pull the key out. So that way everything doesn't go flying in there. And now everything's lined up, and nothing's going to fall out. And now it's just putting this all back together. So we take the retaining spring, put that back in there, and remember, flat side facing the spring or the bottom, curved side or bullet side up on the retaining pin, pointing out towards us. And then we're going to take this curved part, and it's the grooves on the inside, cranials on the outside. Take our follower, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, so this is righty-tighty. And we're going to make sure we put that pinky behind the core just so make sure it doesn't truly go anywhere. And we're going to push in, and we're going to tighten it so it's locked in place. Whoop, make them so glad that didn't pop out and fly everywhere. So that's locked in, and again, you want to do a half turn out so that it's not super locked in there so the key can move. And we now have a 6-pin challenge lock full of serrated spools, mushrooms, and other nasties that is going to be really annoying to pick. And like what we did before, we're going to bag up all the excess here. So we have a huge excess amount of springs. Let's see here. This was originally a 5-pinner with the driver pin. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we actually have. Oh, we also have the extra thing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to, just because we have all the options and I don't really have that many bags, I'm just going to dump everything in here. So we're going to put the OG, the replacement springs in here, as so. Whoop. If I wanted to make this again really nasty, I could mix the 2 spring types together, but maybe because now we have a mix, I can do that with a future challenge lock, maybe for Lockpickers United, because one of the future episodes, probably in May, is I'm actually going to sit down with a bunch of different types of locks, and I'm going to go through starting from a white belt all the way to whatever belt I get stuck on, and that will be my official Lockpickers United belt, as well as my video of making challenge locks and picking certain types of locks and everything, making my own picks and stuff on stream, document as they want, so all the springs are in there. And now we have both a surplus of not only these 5 key pins. This one should be really easy to identify when I look back on this. And 5. But now we also have a crap ton of extra normal driver pins, which actually, let's actually do this. I put 2 in there, 3, 4, 5, and I'm actually going to leave the 2 extra in the security pin section that we're going to dump in. We're going to put the original 5-pinner key in here. That goes off screen over here so I know what order they when I put them away. Move this guy off. And we're going to dump, oh, that's the extra retaining pins. This is the extra bag that I almost didn't see. And we're going to dump, well, not dump, I'm going to do this individually since they're out everywhere. We're going to do all of these mix of normal, spool, serrades, and high, and mushroom, aka all these normal to security pins, back in their bag. So I'm going to kind of display all these. Again, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to pick these now. That might be a future episode. But we just repinned all 4 of these practice locks, despite the one issue where, funny enough, it was the lighting that was the problem. But let's focus again. I want to make sure. Okay, it is focused. We repinned all of these all these incremental practice locks. So originally they had completely different key biddings. 2 to 5 pins we got in a 1 group set, and we repinned them all using the Sparrows Reload Kit with all of its springs and tools and tweezers and stuff to now be intermediary challenge locks, with one that teaches you how to properly rake, one that teaches you a high-low-high, a low-high-low, and then we did a special 6-pinner one that has a chock full of different types of driver pins, especially security pins, that was all custom made by you folks out there on the live stream, which will now live in infamy in my practice lock set. So there you go. That was the Sparrows Reload Kit. Really good, especially if you're starting out and beginning. Affordable way to do this. These mats are a godsend. And again, we made all of these. So here's our black. Let's actually move these pinning trays down. So we got all our tools here, our tweezers, our crenulated Schlage plug follower, and thanks to that and all of these extra pins here, we made our, let's actually do this in order, our blue raker. Let's see, can we do like a half lighting here? Not really. All right, so we did our blue raker. I'll show this also on the camera up here. We did our blue raker. We did our, I believe this is the high-low-high. Yep, we did the high-low-high green one. We did our red low-high-low, and our 6-pinner that is chock full of security pins done all by you. So that's what we learned today. Again, normally I would go and pick all of these on air, but it is 1:12 a.m. in the morning Eastern Standard Time. I thought I was going to be done at like 11 the latest. I am shocked it took this long. I am hungry and tired. And oh, I missed a spring. Oh, that's the 5th spring. And there's probably one floating around here on the floor that probably launched somewhere I didn't see. And I have to now work out what the hell dinner is going to be tonight because it's super late. And I deserve dinner and a nap and a party. So we did the whole rainbow. I'm going to do the aftermath set here. So for everyone who is still watching as I switch back to the face cam here, thank you all for attending this unnecessarily longer than I thought it would be Master of Unlocking. And I hope you all learned a lot. I hope you learned the tools and techniques you are going to... sorry, I'm just loading into Twitch here. What the heck? That's not how you spell it. What the? No, that's not the delete. There we go. I hope you all learned all the stuff that you would need to know about. Again, if you know how to repin a lock, you know how to pin a lock. So you know how to disassemble a lock body. This was the Schlags that we used, but in this case, most locks work the same. Pretty much all locks with disassembling. You have to take the back part, whether it's that cranial thing or C-clip for some other locks or screws. You put the original key in, offset it, use the plug follower, that's the correct size, pull the entire thing out of there. Then you carefully dump out the key pins, the driver pins and the springs, and you dump the key pins out. This is if you want to disassemble it. To reassemble it, you can use micrometers, or maybe they're already organized into different color categories with different sizes, or use measurers, you can easily just put the key you want to do in there that fits the lock, and then dump the different keys until all of them are flush. You don't want any that stick out above the shear line or too deep in the shear line. We're trying to find a good channel for everyone to raid here. And you do that, and then you take the lock body, put it upside down, put all the springs that you want in there for all the correct holes. Remember, if there's an extra hole, cover that extra hole, don't use it. And then you take the driver pins that you want, and pressing the plug follower, you put the your driver pin in there, so it's a third to a fourth way. Press the plug follower against it, which will do enough pressure to hold it in place. Take your tweezer or pick tool, push that pin down in there as you push forward the plug follower, and cover it so it's in there. You do that so it goes all the way through. And then you take the core and the body, offset them like you did if you disassembled, pulled them out. Otherwise, again, offset them 30 degrees, 35 degrees, and push it all the way through. Make sure the key turns. Hold the core in the body, pull the key out, and then, because now everything's set in there, you put the back end on. I'm kind of mad because unless he's still streaming, I saw that Blind Hacker was actually live streaming, and unfortunately, because of delays, we took so long that I don't think he's streaming, but we are going to find a stream to raid here on Twitch. So again, thank you everyone on Twitch, D Live, and YouTube who watched this ridiculously long episode. Again, I hope you learned a lot. I certainly learned. I've done this before, and I learned new things, especially ways, oh, that's cute, not to cheat. I was trying to cheat, as well as like what happens when you've run out of arms to hold lights and all of your roommates are asleep, how to reuse a box, essentially a box with a flashlight in order for it to work. And again, I apologize for anyone, because I thought the overhead light would be enough who couldn't see this on cam, but it was really neat. I just want to quickly check one category. Hang on, we're going to raid a stream in a moment. I just want to check one more category, and if we can't find anything there, I think I have a stream for everyone. For everyone to check out. I just want to see in our category if there's a cool thing, if anyone's kind of building here. Let's see. You know what? Normally we do more making stuff. We're going to do something slightly different on this raid. So I'm going to go in and raid this. So I'm going to do the spiel real quick. Again, thank you everyone for watching The Master of Unlocking. Sorry this episode was so long. We had a couple of difficulties, but I really love this Elmo system. I hope it was more clear. It was a lot easier for me to use, even though I'm still getting used to it. And sort of the new setup we have and everything. We're going to go raid a stream now. If you're on Twitch, hang around, because this is a person we follow, and I think you're going to like them. I wish we could have did the Blind Hacker, but issues. But again, thank you for everyone watching. The next Master of Unlocking, again, we do the first and third Sunday of every month. So the next one will be the 21st at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If I don't have a topic, one of them I will definitely pick these new intermediary locks on the cam, even though I don't have the correct exact tools that I want to use for it. If not, we might have a different topic. It depends. Again, I'm stuck with money that I have, and even worse, how fast or not fast the mail gets here. But yeah, that will be the 21st at 8 p.m. 2 days before that, on the 19th, will be our DEFCON 201 meeting, and that will be our 4th year anniversary. We should have new information in a couple of days. It's going to be super interactive. Everyone who's watching can go in and hang out with us and talk with us. It's going to be really great. Hopefully, we should be able to have some guest stuff. There's going to be one talk at least, and it's going to be me, and it's a talk I've been wanting to do for a while. We might have another half a talk that would be very amusing. But that's there. And if you want to catch Archvile Linux Perspective on this Thursday, don't know about Wednesday, but this Thursday will be that at 7 p.m. Or my other show, Crypto Barons, on this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can hit that bell, click like and subscribe at Twitch, D Live, or YouTube. And follow us on social media. Again, you go to defcon21.org. Look on the left side. That has all of them there. Also, before you go, I won't put the links in chat. I'll do it next time. But again, you can get the Sparrows Reload Kit at sparrowslockpicks.com. If you just want a set where you already have all this pinning equipment, but you need like the tweezers and new lockpicking tools for that, they have a set called the Controller, which is basically like a half a tuxedo which is another type of beginner case they have, with the pitting tweezers, and that's designed for locksmiths to pick open a lock, or challenge lock pickers, pick open a lock and then be able to tweeze and move out onto their pitting tray. And of course, there's cheap ways you can do it. If you can't afford a pitting tray, use cardboard, move the crenellations, or fold up paper. Definitely get a dish for catching pins and stuff. You could use normal tweezers, modify them for that, and then it's just getting the key pins and driver pins. So again, we're going to go raid another channel on Twitch. Thank you all for checking out this episode. Again, if you want to know more information or check out our social media when we go on, and we encourage you to follow us, you can go. Oh crap! I think wait a second. Did we just do that? All right. Let's see. So let's try this way. Hopefully I didn't screw that up for everyone on Twitch, because it's late at night and I'm hungry. But yeah, you can go check us out on DEFCON 201 to find out all of our future stuff. I will see you at the next Master of Unlocking on the 21st, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, next Sunday. And hopefully I'll see you on Crypto Barons, my other show, this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Otherwise, check out Archfile Linux Perspective at 7 p.m. this Thursday. Hope you guys all learned a lot. Thank you for tuning in. Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represent. Remember, do not pick locks that you don't own and don't rely on. Peace, everybody. Enjoy the outro music. Say hi to the other channel we're raiding.